Imagine standing on the Giza Plateau as the light begins to fade. The pyramids do not look the way you expect them to look at this hour. By day, under the flat white glare of the desert sun, they can feel almost diagrammatic. Three enormous, slightly different sized triangles, photographed so many times by so many people that the eye struggles to see them freshly. But in the last hour before sunset, when the light comes in low and gold across the plateau, the stone takes on a texture it does not have at midday. You can see suddenly that these are not smooth geometric forms at all. They are built things, made of more than 2 million individual blocks each, every one of them quarried, moved, and set in place by a human hand more than 4,500 years ago. Tonight, we are not going to talk about how the pyramids were built. We dealt with that question honestly and at length when we examined the Great Pyramid in one of our other videos. Tonight, we are going to talk about something different and in some ways more immediate. What is still being discovered inside them right now, using tools that did not exist even 20 years ago. Because here is the genuinely strange thing about the Great Pyramids of Giza. They are among the most thoroughly studied structures in the entire history of human civilization. Archaeologists, engineers, surveyors, and increasingly physicists have been measuring, mapping, and theorizing about them for more than 200 years. And yet, in just the last decade, using methods that have nothing to do with shovels or excavation, researchers have found things inside these pyramids that nobody knew were there. Not artifacts, not treasure, space. Empty space, hidden behind solid stone. Detected not by digging, but by reading the way subatomic particles and electromagnetic waves pass through rock. My name is Arthur, and tonight we are going to walk through exactly what has been found, how it was found, and what, honestly carefully, without exaggeration in either direction, it might mean. Before we go further, hello to whoever is listening right now, in whatever room, in whatever time zone, at whatever hour you found your way here. If you want more videos like this, please click subscribe to show your support. A great deal of effort goes into making these videos, and simply subscribing genuinely makes a difference in keeping this channel going. And leave a comment if you feel moved to tell me where you are and what time it is. Now, let me describe, specifically, the pyramid I want to begin with tonight, because it is the smallest of the three great pyramids at Giza, and it is the one that has, just in the last year, given up one of its oldest secrets. The Pyramid of Menkaure stands a little apart from its two much larger neighbors, the Pyramid of Khufu and the Pyramid of Khafre. It rises a little over 60 meters, modest compared to Khufu's original height of nearly 147 meters. And it is built for a king who ruled during Egypt's 4th dynasty, around 2500 BCE, the grandson, by most reconstructions, of the man who built the largest pyramid beside it. Menkaure's pyramid is distinctive for one particular reason. A substantial portion of its lower courses were cased not in the limestone that covers most of the other Giza monuments, but in granite, a far harder and far more difficult stone to work, quarried and transported from Aswan, more than 800 kilometers to the south. On the eastern face of this pyramid, there is a section of that granite casing that has puzzled researchers for decades. It is roughly 4 meters high and 6 meters wide, and unlike the surrounding stone, it has been polished to a remarkable, almost glassy smoothness. This kind of fine polishing is otherwise found in only one other place on the entire structure, at the pyramid's known entrance, on its northern face. For years, this similarity was treated as a curiosity, an unexplained quirk of an ancient construction project that has thrown up unexplained quirks before. Then, in 2019, a researcher named Stijn van den Hoven proposed something more specific, that this polished section on the eastern face might mark the location of a second entrance, one that had never been found, sealed behind 4,500 years of stone and silence. That was a hypothesis, an interesting one but unconfirmed, resting on a visual resemblance rather than direct evidence. In 2025, that changed. A team of researchers from Cairo University and the Technical University of Munich, working as part of an international collaboration called the Scan Pyramids Project, returned to that same polished granite section with instruments that had nothing to do with digging, drilling, or disturbing the ancient stone in any way. They brought ground-penetrating radar. They brought ultrasonic testing equipment. They brought a technique called electrical resistivity tomography, which maps what lies beneath a surface by measuring how electrical current moves through it. It is worth being specific, even in this opening part, about the genuine rigor involved in this kind of work, because it sets the tone for everything we will examine across the rest of tonight's journey. This was not a single instrument producing a single, potentially ambiguous reading. The research team deployed 3 entirely independent physical methods: electrical, acoustic, and electromagnetic, each operating on a different physical principle, each capable of being fooled by different kinds of natural irregularity in the stone. Radar can sometimes mistake a dense mineral seam for a void. Ultrasound can be confused by a natural crack. Electrical resistivity can be thrown off by moisture variation within the rock. But when all 3 methods, working independently and compared only afterward, agree on the same result, in the same location, at the same approximate depth, the probability of all 3 being independently fooled in exactly the same way becomes vanishingly small. And behind that polished granite, all 3 independent methods agreed. There is empty space. Not 1 pocket, but 2. Air-filled voids, sealed inside solid stone, exactly where van den Hoven's hypothesis had said they might be. This is where tonight's story actually begins. Not with speculation, with instruments and data and a discovery confirmed in 2025 that nobody, not the ancient builders' descendants, not 2 centuries of careful Egyptological study, not anyone alive until very recently, knew was there. Let us walk through, carefully and in order, exactly how we got here and exactly what is still left to find. But first, let me return to the plateau itself a little longer, because the specific arrangement of these 3 pyramids matters for understanding everything we are about to discuss. Khufu's pyramid, the largest of the 3, sits to the northeast. It was, for nearly 4,000 years, the tallest human-made structure on Earth, a record it held until the construction of Lincoln Cathedral in England in the 14th century. Khafra's pyramid sits to the southwest of Khufu's, slightly smaller but built on slightly higher ground, so that from certain angles on the plateau, it can appear almost as tall as its larger neighbor. And Menkaure's pyramid, the one whose secret we have just described, sits further southwest still, smaller than both, the last of the 3 great pyramids to be built at Giza in this specific concentrated burst of monumental construction. These 3 structures, taken together with the smaller subsidiary pyramids and the mortuary temples surrounding them, represent something that is easy to take for granted, precisely because it has become so famous. A sustained multi-generational construction project carried out by 3 successive generations of the same royal family, each building a monument intended to last for eternity on a single plateau overlooking the Nile Valley. The scale of this project, considered as a whole, is genuinely difficult to hold in the mind all at once. Khufu's pyramid alone is estimated to contain somewhere in the region of 2.3 million blocks of stone, with an average weight of around 2.5 tons each, though some of the largest blocks, particularly those used in the King's Chamber and its surrounding structure, weigh considerably more. Some estimates place certain granite beams at 50 to 80 tons. The logistics required to quarry, transport, and place this volume of material, much of it brought from quarries many kilometers away, represents one of the most ambitious engineering undertakings in the entire history of the ancient world. We do not need to relitigate tonight the full case for how this was accomplished using period-appropriate methods: ramps, sledges, levers, and an extraordinarily well-organized workforce, supported by the kind of state administrative capacity that we examined at length when we looked at Inca construction. The evidence for this, drawn from quarry marks, workers' villages, administrative records, and decades of careful experimental archaeology, is solid, and the broad consensus among Egyptologists and engineers alike is settled. What is considerably less settled, and what makes tonight's journey genuinely different from some of our previous investigations, is not the question of how the pyramids were built, but the question of what, precisely, their interiors actually contain. A question that, remarkably, modern science is still actively answering. And yet, and this is the specific puzzle that has drawn researchers back to these structures again and again across 2 centuries of study. For all that has been measured, mapped, and documented about the pyramid's exterior, their interior remains, in important respects, considerably less well understood. The known internal chambers of Khufu's pyramid, for example, are relatively few. The subterranean chamber, cut into the bedrock beneath the pyramid's base, the so-called Queen's Chamber, lower in the structure despite its name, which had nothing to do with any actual queen, and the King's Chamber itself, high within the pyramid's body, connected to the lower chambers by the Grand Gallery, one of the most architecturally sophisticated spaces in the entire structure. For most of the 2 centuries since European explorers and engineers first began systematically surveying these structures in the early 19th century, it was generally assumed that this was essentially the complete internal layout. 3 chambers connected by a small number of passages, and nothing more of any real significance still to find. This assumption was not unreasonable given the tools available. Early surveyors working through the 19th and early 20th centuries mapped the pyramids using the methods available to any careful engineer of the period: direct measurement, triangulation, and the patient, methodical recording of every accessible passage and chamber. This work, carried out by figures whose names remain foundational to the discipline of Egyptology, established the basic, reliable map of the pyramid's known interior that every subsequent generation of researchers has built upon. It was careful, honest, rigorous work, and it remains valuable today. But it had one inherent and unavoidable limitation. It could only map what was physically accessible. A sealed chamber with no visible opening, no crack, no passage leading to it simply could not be detected by even the most careful direct survey, however many decades of patient measurement were devoted to the task. If a space existed entirely behind solid stone, with no physical connection to anywhere a person could walk or crawl, it would remain invisible to this kind of investigation indefinitely, regardless of how thoroughly everything else was studied. That assumption has not held up. Beginning in the late 20th century and accelerating dramatically in just the last decade, a series of discoveries using technologies that simply did not exist when the pyramids were first surveyed have revealed that the interior of these structures is considerably more complex and considerably less fully mapped than 200 years of careful study had led anyone to believe. This is, I think, one of the most quietly remarkable facts about the modern study of ancient Egypt, that a structure visited by millions of tourists every year, photographed more times than almost any other building on the planet, studied by generations of the most careful scholars in the discipline, can still, even now, even today, contain genuine, scientifically verified, physically confirmed mystery. It is worth pausing on the specific word genuine here because it carries real weight in tonight's context, and it will recur throughout the rest of this journey. This channel has spent a great deal of time across previous videos, carefully separating real archaeological evidence from the manufactured mystery of the alternative history tradition. The ancient astronauts, the lost civilizations, the curses invented by 1920s newspapermen. Tonight is different. Tonight, the mystery itself is the genuine article, peer-reviewed, published in respected engineering and archaeology journals, confirmed by multiple independent physical methods, and openly acknowledged by the mainstream Egyptological and engineering community as something requiring further investigation. Not mystery in the sense of ancient aliens or lost technology, the kind of manufactured mystery we have spent so much of this channel's history carefully taking apart. Genuine mystery, the honest, productive kind. The kind where careful people using rigorous methods find something real that nobody anticipated, and then have to do the slow, patient work of figuring out what it actually is. That is the story we are going to spend tonight unfolding. Let me say one more thing before we move into the specific history of how this scanning work began, because it frames the entire tone of what follows. The difference between this kind of genuine mystery and the manufactured kind is not a difference in how exciting the story feels. A confirmed, peer-reviewed void behind ancient granite is, if anything, more genuinely thrilling than any invented curse or ancient astronaut claim, precisely because it is real. Because real instruments operated by real scientists working within real institutional and academic accountability found something real. The difference lies entirely in the relationship between the claim and the evidence. Manufactured mystery asserts conclusions the evidence does not support. Genuine mystery sits honestly with what the evidence does and does not yet tell us, and treats the gap between discovery and full understanding not as an embarrassment to be filled with speculation, but as the next, perfectly ordinary stage of careful scientific work. Let the light over the plateau fade fully into evening. Let the specific quiet of the desert at this hour settle around us. And let us begin, properly, with the history of how scientists first started trying to look inside these structures without disturbing a single stone. Let me tell you who actually built these 3 pyramids and why they were built in this specific sequence, on this specific plateau. The story begins with Khufu, who became pharaoh of Egypt's 4th dynasty around 2589 BCE, by most chronological reconstructions, succeeding his father Sneferu. Sneferu himself had already established his family's reputation as builders on an extraordinary scale, constructing not 1 but 3 major pyramids during his own reign: the Maiden Pyramid, the Bent Pyramid, and the Red Pyramid, all at sites south of Giza, each representing a further refinement of the engineering techniques required to build a true, smooth-sided pyramid rather than the earlier stepped form, pioneered generations before at Saqqara. Khufu inherited not just the throne but an accumulated body of architectural and engineering knowledge, developed across his father's reign through a process of genuine trial, error, and correction. The Bent Pyramid, in particular, shows visible evidence of a mid-construction change in the angle of its slope, generally interpreted by engineers as a response to structural concerns that emerged as the building rose. Direct physical evidence that Sneferu's builders learned, through experience, the practical limits of what their methods and materials could safely achieve, and adjusted their plans accordingly rather than persisting with a design that field experience suggested was becoming unstable. This is worth dwelling on for a moment because it speaks directly to the broader point we have made throughout this channel's exploration of ancient construction. These were not infallible builders working from some perfect, complete, ancient blueprint. They were skilled people working at the frontier of what their accumulated knowledge allowed, making real engineering judgments, sometimes getting things wrong, and adjusting based on what the work itself taught them. Khufu's pyramid, when construction began around 2580 BCE, benefited directly from these hard-won lessons. It is worth being specific about exactly what those lessons were, because they illuminate the genuine engineering sophistication involved. The bent pyramid's change in angle from approximately 54 degrees in its lower section to approximately 43 degrees in its upper section appears to reflect a recognition that the steeper angle combined with the specific foundation conditions at that site was placing dangerous stress on the structure's internal chambers. Cracking has, in fact, been documented in some of the internal stonework, consistent with this interpretation. Sneferu's builders, rather than continuing with a design that was visibly beginning to show structural distress, modified their plan mid-construction, reducing the angle for the remainder of the build. The Red Pyramid, built afterward, uses the shallower angle throughout, suggesting the lesson had been fully absorbed by the time of its construction. Khufu's pyramid uses an angle of approximately 51.5 degrees, steeper than the Red Pyramid but shallower than the original, failed angle of the bent pyramid's lower section, representing what appears to be a carefully calculated compromise between the desire for a visually dramatic, steep profile and the hard structural lessons learned from his father's earlier difficulties. This kind of incremental, evidence-based refinement across successive building projects is, I think, one of the most genuinely admirable aspects of the entire pyramid building tradition, and it is worth holding on to as we move forward into tonight's discussion of what is still being discovered inside these structures, because it establishes something important about the builders themselves. They were careful, they learned from direct physical evidence, and they were capable of revising their approach when the evidence told them to. The result was the largest pyramid ever built in ancient Egypt, and for nearly 4,000 years, the tallest structure made by human hands anywhere on Earth. Its original height, before the loss of its outer casing stones and capstone over the subsequent millennia, is generally estimated at approximately 146.5 meters. Even today, with that material lost, it still stands at approximately 138 meters. Still an extraordinarily tall structure by any standard, ancient or modern. It is worth pausing on the timescale of construction itself, because it is genuinely informative for understanding the engineering and organizational challenge involved. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing more than 2,000 years after the fact, reported a construction period of 20 years, a figure that, while not derived from any contemporary Egyptian source, has nonetheless been broadly supported by subsequent archaeological and engineering analysis of the rates at which stone could plausibly have been quarried, transported, and placed using the methods available. If this figure is roughly accurate, it implies an average rate of stone placement across the full duration of construction of somewhere in the region of 800 blocks per day, every day for 2 decades. A sustained logistical achievement that becomes more, rather than less, impressive the more closely one examines the practical detail of what it would actually have required. The specific siting of Khufu's pyramid at Giza, rather than continuing the pattern of construction further south near Saqqara and Dashur, where his predecessors had built, appears to reflect a combination of practical and symbolic considerations. The Giza Plateau offered a solid limestone bedrock foundation, capable of supporting the enormous weight of the planned structure, situated close enough to the Nile to allow the transport of stone and supplies by barge during the annual flood season, while also offering a commanding, visually dominant position overlooking the wider Memphis necropolis. the broader sacred landscape of tombs and monuments that had been accumulating on the west bank of the Nile for generations before Khufu's reign began. Khafre, generally understood to be Khufu's son, though the precise succession in this period is not entirely free of scholarly debate, built the second of the three Great Pyramids at Giza on slightly higher natural ground than his father's monument. This is worth noting because it produces a specific visual effect that many visitors to the plateau notice without immediately understanding why. From certain vantage points, Khafre's pyramid, despite being smaller than Khufu's in absolute terms, can appear nearly as tall simply because of where it sits on the underlying terrain. Khafre's pyramid complex also includes one of the most recognizable monuments in the entire history of human art. The Great Sphinx, a colossal limestone statue with the body of a lion and a human head, generally believed, on the basis of stylistic and structural evidence, to represent Khafre himself, carved directly from the bedrock left over after the quarrying work for his pyramid and mortuary temple was completed. The Sphinx sits within its own specific enclosure, slightly separate from the pyramid itself, and we will return to some of the genuinely unresolved questions surrounding this specific structure later in tonight's journey. Menkaure, generally understood to be Khafre's son, built the third and smallest of the great Giza pyramids, the one whose eastern face we discussed at length in Part 1. Menkaure's reign appears, from the available evidence, to have been somewhat shorter than those of his father and grandfather, and there is long-standing scholarly discussion about whether the comparatively smaller scale of his pyramid reflects a deliberate reduction in ambition, a response to the depletion of resources after two successive enormous building projects, or simply the practical consequence of a shorter reign cutting the construction process off before it could be extended to a grander scale. The pyramid's interior, as we will see in more detail later, shows some evidence consistent with changes made partway through construction, a pattern we have already seen with Sneferu's bent pyramid, and that recurs in various forms across several of these monumental Old Kingdom building projects. Together, these three pyramids, built across roughly three successive generations of a single family in the span of perhaps 70 to 80 years, represent one of the most concentrated bursts of monumental construction in the history of any pre-industrial civilization anywhere in the world. To place this in perspective, the total stone volume represented by all three Giza pyramids combined is estimated at well over 9 million cubic meters, an undertaking that required the sustained, organized mobilization of a very large workforce across multiple decades, supported by an administrative and logistical system capable of supplying, housing, and feeding that workforce continuously throughout the construction period. This logistical infrastructure is not merely inferred from the pyramids themselves. Archaeologists working at Giza since the 1980s, most notably under the direction of Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass, have excavated an extensive workers' settlement just south of the pyramid complex, revealing bakeries, breweries, fish processing facilities, and barrack-style housing capable of supporting a workforce numbering, by various estimates, somewhere between 10,000 and 20,000 people at any given time, organized into specific work gangs whose names, preserved in graffiti left on some of the quarried blocks themselves, survive to this day. Some of these inscriptions identify specific teams by names that translate, roughly, as things like Friends of Khufu, suggesting a workforce that took genuine pride and identity in the specific project they were contributing to, rather than the popular and historically inaccurate image of an enslaved population laboring under the whip. This evidence, the bakeries, the worker housing, the named work gangs, the medical evidence from worker skeletons showing healed fractures consistent with workplace injury and subsequent care rather than fatal mistreatment, has substantially reshaped the scholarly understanding of who actually built the pyramids and under what conditions over the past several decades. The workforce appears to have consisted predominantly of conscripted Egyptian laborers, working in rotating shifts as part of a broader system of state labor obligation, supplemented by permanent skilled craftspeople. The specialists responsible for the finest stonework, much like the dedicated stone-fitting specialists we discussed in the context of Inca construction, who worked on the project continuously across its full duration. This finding has had a significant effect on the broader popular understanding of pyramid construction, displacing what had been, for a very long time, a dominant cultural image inherited largely from the Hebrew Bible's account of Israelite slave labor in Egypt. An account which, whatever its broader historical or theological significance, does not correspond to any documented period of pyramid construction specifically, and which modern archaeological evidence from the Giza workers' settlement directly contradicts for this particular building project. The skeletal remains recovered from the workers' cemetery show a population that was generally well nourished, received medical attention for injuries, and was buried with a level of care and respect inconsistent with a purely coerced, expendable labor force. This does not mean the work was easy or the conditions luxurious. It was hard, physically demanding labor, performed under a system of state obligation that workers likely had little practical choice about participating in. But it was not the slave-driven spectacle of popular imagination, and the evidence for this correction comes not from speculation, but from careful, patient archaeological excavation of the very ordinary, very human settlement where these workers actually lived. Let me also touch briefly on the broader symbolic and astronomical context within which these three pyramids were sited, because it bears on some of the genuine, unresolved questions we will examine later in tonight's journey concerning what specific purposes some of the interior spaces being newly discovered might have served. The three pyramids are aligned with remarkable precision to the cardinal points of the compass, a level of surveying accuracy that remains genuinely impressive by any standard, ancient or modern, and that required sophisticated observation of the night sky, almost certainly using the rotation of specific circumpolar stars to establish true north with an accuracy of a small fraction of a degree. The broader complex, including the mortuary temples, causeways, and subsidiary structures associated with each pyramid, was understood within ancient Egyptian religious cosmology as a machine, in a sense, for ensuring the king's successful transition into the afterlife and his continued participation as a transfigured divine being in the eternal cosmic order. The same broader theological framework concerning Ka, Be'er, and Ak that we examined in detail in our recent video on Tutankhamun. This cosmological purpose is directly relevant to understanding the internal structure of these pyramids, because it explains why their interiors are not simply utilitarian storage for a body and grave goods, in the way a smaller private tomb might be, but instead represent carefully considered architectural expressions of specific religious and astronomical principles. Passages aligned with specific stars, chambers positioned according to specific ritual logic, and, as we are about to see, internal voids and structures whose precise purpose, even after 2 centuries of careful study, scholars are still working to fully understand. Let me close this part with one further piece of context that will matter considerably for what follows: the specific relationship between the size of a pyramid's exterior and the complexity of its interior, because it is not the straightforward relationship intuition might suggest. One might reasonably assume that the largest pyramid would necessarily contain the most complex internal structure, simply because it had the most available volume to work with. The actual evidence does not support this assumption in any simple way. Khufu's pyramid, despite being the largest of the three, is understood to contain a comparatively modest number of major internal chambers relative to its total volume. The vast majority of the structure is, in engineering terms, simply solid stone, with the chambers and passages occupying only a small fraction of the total mass. This is, in fact, exactly what sound structural engineering would predict. A solid stone mass is inherently more stable than one riddled with cavities, and any architect designing a structure intended to stand for eternity would have strong practical reasons to minimize the number and size of internal voids, reserving them only for spaces with genuine ritual or functional necessity. This principle, that internal voids in a pyramid are not incidental architectural decoration, but represent deliberate, carefully considered design choices, each one presumably serving a specific purpose within the structure's overall religious and engineering logic, is essential context for understanding why the recent discoveries we are about to examine in detail are taken so seriously by the scientific and archaeological community. A newly discovered void is not assumed to be a random structural quirk. Given everything we know about how carefully and deliberately these structures were designed, a confirmed void demands an explanation, because the builders almost certainly put it there, and almost certainly did so for a reason. That is the specific scientific and historical context we are carrying forward into the next part of tonight's journey, when we trace the actual history of how researchers first began trying to look inside these structures, using tools that allow them to see through solid stone without disturbing a single block. Let me take you back to 1968, because this is where the genuinely modern story of looking inside the pyramids actually begins. Luis Alvarez was, by any measure, one of the most accomplished physicists of the 20th century. He had worked on the Manhattan Project during the Second World War, would go on to win the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1968 for his contributions to particle physics and detector technology, and would later, in one of the more remarkable second acts in the history of science, co-develop the hypothesis that a massive asteroid impact caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. In the mid-1960s, Alvarez became interested in a specific and genuinely novel question. Could the techniques of high-energy particle physics, developed primarily for studying the fundamental structure of matter, be repurposed to look inside something as solid and as ancient as an Egyptian pyramid? The specific technique Alvarez proposed relied on cosmic ray muons, subatomic particles related to electrons but considerably heavier, that are constantly raining down on Earth as a byproduct of cosmic rays colliding with the upper atmosphere. Muons are remarkable for one specific property that makes them uniquely useful for this kind of investigation. They pass through ordinary matter, including solid rock, with relative ease, but they are gradually absorbed and slowed as they travel through denser material. This means that if you place a detector beneath a large stone structure and count how many muons arrive from each direction over a sufficiently long period of time, you can build up a kind of X-ray image of the structure's interior. Fewer muons arriving from a direction that has passed through more solid rock, more muons arriving from a direction that has passed through empty space. Alvarez selected the Pyramid of Khafra for his experiment, installing a muon detector in the lower chamber of the pyramid and collecting data over an extended period in the late 1960s. The project was conducted as a genuine international scientific collaboration involving researchers from the United States and Egypt, and it represented, at the time, one of the most technically ambitious applications of particle physics to a question entirely outside the field's usual subject matter. It is worth describing the actual physical setup of this experiment in a little more detail, because the scale of the undertaking is easy to underestimate from a brief summary. Alvarez's team installed their detector in the so-called Belzoni chamber, the lower burial chamber within Khafra's pyramid, and operated it continuously for approximately 2 years, accumulating data on literally millions of individual muon detection events. Processing this volume of data, given the computing technology available in the late 1960s, was itself a significant undertaking. The team had to transport their data tapes to Cairo and then to the United States for analysis using some of the most advanced computing facilities then available, a logistical and technical challenge that, in its own right, illustrates just how far ahead of its time this entire research program actually was. A separate and somewhat less well-known episode in this same general scientific tradition occurred in 1974 when a team from the Stanford Research Institute conducted an investigation of Khufu's pyramid using high-frequency electromagnetic wave techniques, a method conceptually related to the ground-penetrating radar that would later become central to the Scan Pyramids project's work. According to several historical accounts, this investigation produced results that the team itself considered promising, but the specific findings were, for reasons that remain somewhat unclear in the historical record, never formally published in full, leaving a frustrating gap in the documented history of pyramid scanning that subsequent researchers have not been able to fully fill. The results, when finally analysed, were inconclusive, not because the method failed, but because the technology of the period was not yet sophisticated enough to produce a fully reliable image from the available data. Alvarez's team did not find clear evidence of significant undiscovered chambers within Khufu's pyramid, and some subsequent commentators have characterized the experiment as a failure on this basis. But this characterization undersells what the experiment actually achieved, which was considerably more important for the long-term development of this field than any single specific finding from 1968 could have been. It established for the first time that muon detection could in principle be used to investigate the interior of a structure as massive and as solid as an Egyptian pyramid, without requiring any physical excavation or disturbance whatsoever. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because it establishes something important about how genuine scientific progress actually works, in contrast to the dramatic, single breakthrough narrative that popular accounts of archaeological discovery sometimes favor. Alvarez's 1968 experiment did not produce a dramatic discovery. It produced a proof of concept, a demonstration that a specific method was viable in principle, even if the specific technology available at the time was not yet capable of extracting the full value from that method. This is precisely the kind of patient, incremental, methodologically careful work that real scientific progress is actually built from, and it would take several more decades and several further generations of technological development before muon detection technology became sophisticated enough to deliver the kind of clear, actionable results that the Scan Pyramids project would eventually achieve. Let me move forward now to the 1980s, when a different group of researchers using an entirely different technology returned to Khufu's pyramid specifically and made a discovery that, in retrospect, looks remarkably like an early preview of exactly the kind of finding the Scan Pyramids team would confirm decades later. In 1986, the French architect Gilles Dormian, working in collaboration with the engineer Jean-Patrice Guadin and the French national electricity utility Électricité de France, conducted a series of gravimetric and radar surveys within the Queen's Chamber and its surrounding passages. Gravimetric surveying works on a different principle entirely from muon detection. It measures extremely subtle local variations in gravitational pull, which can indicate the presence of less dense material, such as an air-filled void, beneath an otherwise solid surface. Dormian and Guadin's surveys produced data suggesting the presence of several cavities within the structure surrounding the Queen's Chamber, potentially accounting for as much as 20% of the local stone volume in certain areas. A striking and, at the time, genuinely difficult to interpret result. Acting on this data, the team identified a specific passage near the Queen's Chamber where they believed a cavity was most likely to be accessible. And with the necessary permissions, they drilled a small exploratory hole. What they found was a genuine cavity, approximately 3 meters in extent, filled not with empty air but with fine quartz sand. An unexpected and, in its own way, quite puzzling result, since sand-filled cavities are not a feature one would naturally expect to find deliberately incorporated into a precision-engineered royal monument. The specific purpose of this sand-filled space, whether it represented an intentional structural or ritual feature, an unintended natural settling of loose fill material left over from construction, or something else entirely, has never been definitively established. What happened next is, in its own way, one of the more frustrating episodes in the modern history of pyramid research. Further investigation of this find, and of the broader set of anomalies the gravimetric survey had identified, was halted by Egyptian antiquities authorities, and permission for continued work in this specific area was not subsequently granted. The reasons given for this decision have been a subject of some discussion among researchers in the field, ranging from straightforward administrative caution about further disturbance to a structure of this significance, to broader institutional disagreements about research priorities and methodology. Whatever the specific cause, the practical effect was that a genuinely interesting and only partially explained discovery was left unresolved for decades, its full significance never properly investigated. A second important episode in this same general period came in 1987, when a team from Waseda University in Tokyo, led by Professor Sakuji Yoshimura, conducted their own radar surveys at Giza, identifying what they interpreted as a cavity approximately 30 meters in length, potentially representing part of a previously unmapped underground passage or chamber system. As with the Dormian and Goydin findings, this result generated considerable scientific interest, but was not followed by the kind of sustained, fully resourced further investigation that would have been required to confirm and fully characterize the finding. Some subsequent accounts describe the pyramid being closed to researchers for an extended period following this survey, with limited official explanation provided for the closure. A further data point from this same broader period worth mentioning concerns the French civil engineer Jean Carissel, who in 1992 conducted ground-penetrating radar investigations specifically focused on the pyramid's descending corridor, the passage leading down from the original entrance toward the subterranean chamber. Carissel's work, like the other studies from this period, identified anomalies in the radar data consistent with possible additional structure beyond what had previously been mapped, though once again without the kind of definitive, multi-method confirmation that would later become the hallmark of the scan pyramids approach. Carissel's broader scholarly contributions to the study of Egyptian pyramid engineering, it is worth noting, extend considerably beyond this specific radar survey. He was among the most respected structural engineers to apply rigorous mechanical analysis to questions of ancient pyramid construction more generally, and his work in this area remains frequently cited in the engineering literature on the subject. Taken together, this sequence of investigations across the 1960s through the 1990s, Alvarez's Muon experiment, the Stanford Research Institute's unpublished electromagnetic survey, the Dormian-Goydin gravimetric and radar work with its confirmed sand-filled cavity, the Waseda University radar survey, and Carissel's further radar investigation of the descending corridor, establishes something important for understanding the credibility of the more recent scan pyramids findings that form the central subject of tonight's investigation. This is not a field with no history, suddenly producing dramatic new claims out of nowhere. It is a field with a genuine, if somewhat uneven and occasionally frustrated multi-decade tradition of careful researchers using the best available non-invasive technology of their respective eras to investigate the same basic question. What does the interior of these pyramids actually contain, beyond what has been directly accessible to physical exploration? Each generation of researchers in this tradition worked at the edge of what their available technology could reliably achieve, and each generation's work, however incomplete or inconclusive in isolation, contributed to the accumulated body of evidence and methodological refinement that the next generation would build upon. This is, in microcosm, exactly the same pattern of accumulated, intergenerational knowledge building that we have traced across so many of this channel's previous investigations into ancient construction and engineering. Except in this specific case, the knowledge being accumulated belongs not to the ancient builders themselves, but to the modern scientific community working to understand what those builders actually created. I want to be careful and honest about how to characterize this specific period of pyramid research, because it sits in an interesting middle ground between the rigorous, fully published, peer-reviewed work that characterizes both the earlier Alvarez experiment and the later Scan Pyramids project, and the kind of unverifiable claim-making that characterizes the alternative history tradition we have spent so much of this channel's history examining critically. The Dormian-Goiden and Yoshimura findings were not fringe claims. They were conducted by credentialed researchers and engineers using legitimate scientific instrumentation, and they produced genuine, physically verified anomalies, including, in the French case, an actual confirmed cavity reached by direct drilling. But the subsequent restriction on further investigation means that neither finding was ever brought to the kind of full, conclusive resolution that the more recent Muon and multi-method studies have achieved. This pattern, a genuine finding, followed by restricted access and incomplete follow-up, recurs at several points across the 20th century history of pyramid research, and it is worth understanding honestly rather than either dismissing it as evidence of some kind of cover-up, which the available evidence does not support, or ignoring it entirely, which would understate the genuine frustration that several generations of serious researchers have experienced in trying to fully investigate findings that their own legitimate scientific work had uncovered. It is worth being direct about why I am taking the time to make this specific point clearly, because it bears on something this channel cares about a great deal. The alternative history tradition has, on occasion, seized on episodes like the restricted access following the Dormian-Goiden and Yoshimura surveys as supposed evidence of a deliberate, institutional cover-up, suppressing knowledge of dramatic hidden chambers for some unstated reason. The more mundane and, I think, considerably more plausible explanation is that Egyptian antiquities authorities, responsible for the preservation of structures of immense and irreplaceable historical value, have historically exercised caution about permitting extensive further intervention, drilling, excavation, prolonged occupation of fragile internal spaces, based on preliminary findings that had not yet been fully confirmed or fully understood. This is a defensible, if sometimes frustrating, institutional posture, not evidence of conspiracy. What changed starting in the 2000s was the emergence of a new generation of muon detection technology, dramatically more sensitive and dramatically more capable of producing clear, statistically robust images than anything available to Alvarez in 1968. Combined with a renewed institutional commitment, this time backed by a formal, multinational, fully sanctioned research consortium, to applying these new tools systematically and transparently across the full set of Giza monuments. Let me close this part with a brief reflection on why this history matters, for how we should approach the more recent and considerably more conclusive findings that the rest of tonight's journey will examine in detail. It would be easy, encountering the Scan Pyramids discoveries as a standalone news story, to treat them as a sudden, surprising departure from settled scientific consensus. a dramatic break with everything that had been previously understood about these structures. The actual history tells a different and, I think, more genuinely satisfying story. These recent discoveries are the natural, expected culmination of more than half a century of patient, if occasionally frustrated, scientific effort. Each generation of researchers asking essentially the same question with progressively better tools, until the tools finally became good enough to answer it with real confidence. This is what serious, honest, cumulative science actually looks like in practice. Not a single dramatic eureka moment, but Alvarez's detector in the Belzoni chamber, Dormian's drill bit reaching sand where solid stone should have been, Yoshimura's radar traces, Kerisel's careful structural analysis, each one a small, honest piece of a puzzle that the next generation, with better instruments, would finally complete. That consortium is the Scan Pyramids project, and it is where we are headed next. Let me explain slowly and carefully exactly how muography actually works, because understanding the underlying physics will make everything we discuss for the rest of tonight considerably more meaningful. It begins, somewhat surprisingly, not on Earth at all, but in the vast emptiness of outer space. Cosmic rays are extremely high-energy particles, mostly protons, that travel through the universe at velocities approaching the speed of light, originating from sources that include our own sun, distant supernova remnants, and other energetic astrophysical events whose precise origins remain an active area of study in their own right within astrophysics. When these cosmic ray particles reach Earth, they collide with molecules in the upper atmosphere, typically at altitudes of around 15 kilometers, and these collisions trigger a cascading shower of secondary particles. Among the many particles produced in this cascade are muons, a type of subatomic particle that belongs to the same broad family as the electron, but which is approximately 200 times more massive. Muons are, in a sense, heavy cousins of the electron, sharing the same negative electric charge but possessing considerably more mass, a property that turns out to be the key to everything that follows in tonight's discussion. Muons produced in the upper atmosphere travel downward toward Earth's surface at velocities very close to the speed of light. Remarkably, despite an extremely short natural lifespan, left entirely undisturbed, an individual muon would decay into other particles within just a couple of millionths of a second. The specific relativistic effects predicted by Einstein's theory of special relativity mean that, from our perspective on the ground, these rapidly moving muons experience a kind of time dilation that allows a substantial fraction of them to survive long enough to actually reach the Earth's surface, despite the layer of atmosphere they have to travel through. This is, in itself, one of the most commonly cited real-world experimental confirmations of relativistic time dilation in modern physics education, and it is worth appreciating that the same fundamental physics making muography possible is also one of the more elegant practical demonstrations of one of Einstein's most famous and most thoroughly tested theoretical predictions. By the time these muons reach ground level, a continuous steady stream of them is passing through every square meter of the Earth's surface at a rate of roughly 1 muon per square centimeter per minute. This may sound like a very small number, but multiplied across an entire pyramid's footprint and accumulated continuously over weeks or months, it adds up to an enormous quantity of usable data. It is worth dwelling a little longer on the specific time dilation effect mentioned above, because it is one of the more genuinely beautiful pieces of physics underlying this entire field of investigation, and it deserves more than a passing mention. According to special relativity, an object moving at a significant fraction of the speed of light experiences time passing more slowly, relative to a stationary observer, than the moving object itself perceives. A muon traveling at roughly 99-point-something% of the speed of light experiences time so dramatically slowed from our stationary perspective on the ground that its brief 2/millionth of a second lifespan is stretched out from our point of view by a factor sufficient to allow it to traverse the full 15 kilometers of atmosphere between its point of creation and the ground, when a simple, non-relativistic calculation would suggest it should decay long before completing that journey. This specific phenomenon, muons reaching the ground in numbers that classical, non-relativistic physics simply cannot explain, was itself one of the earliest and most compelling pieces of experimental evidence supporting Einstein's theory of special relativity, observed and analyzed by physicists well before Alvarez ever thought to point a muon detector at an Egyptian pyramid. There is something genuinely pleasing, I think, in the fact that the same fundamental physics confirming one of the most important theories of the 20th century also happens to provide, as something of a side effect, exactly the tool needed to peer inside one of the most important structures of the ancient world. Here is the specific property that makes all of this useful for archaeology rather than purely an interesting fact about particle physics. Muons interact with matter as they pass through it, gradually losing energy through a process of repeated small collisions with the atoms in whatever material they are traveling through. Denser material, solid limestone or granite for instance, causes muons to lose energy more rapidly, and in some cases to be absorbed entirely before they can pass all the way through. Less dense material, an air-filled void for instance, allows muons to pass through with considerably less energy loss and considerably less chance of being absorbed along the way. This means that if you place a sufficiently sensitive detector inside or beneath a large stone structure and carefully record how many muons arrive from every possible direction over a long enough period of time, you can build up a detailed map of the relative density of everything above and around that detector. A direction from which more muons than expected are arriving suggests that there is less dense material in that specific direction than the surrounding rock, precisely the signature you would expect from a hidden, air-filled void. This is, in essence, exactly the same basic principle behind a medical X-ray, just operating with naturally occurring cosmic particles instead of artificially generated X-rays, and at a scale appropriate for an object the size of a pyramid rather than the size of a human body. A medical X-ray works because denser tissue, like bone, blocks more of the X-ray beam than softer tissue, producing a shadow image on the detector film on the other side. Muography works on the same underlying logic, just using a naturally occurring, freely available particle source. The cosmic ray shower constantly bombarding the entire planet, rather than a generated beam, and operating over timescales of weeks or months, rather than fractions of a second, because the natural flux of cosmic ray muons, while substantial, is nowhere near as concentrated as a deliberately generated medical X-ray beam. It is worth being honest about the specific limitations of this method, because understanding what muography cannot do is just as important as understanding what it can. The resolution achievable through muon imaging depends heavily on the duration of data collection, the sensitivity and positioning of the detectors, and the specific density contrast between the void being detected and the surrounding material. A small void, or one located at a particularly unfavorable angle relative to the available detector positions, may simply not produce a strong enough signal to be reliably distinguished from ordinary statistical noise in the muon count, regardless of how long data collection continues. This is why the Scan Pyramids team's discoveries, which we will examine in detail across the next several parts of tonight's journey, represent confirmed detections of genuinely significant voids, rather than evidence that every possible hidden space within these structures has now been fully mapped. There may well be smaller voids, or voids positioned less favorably relative to available detector locations that remain entirely undetected by current muography techniques, simply because the physics of the method has not yet been pushed to its absolute limit at this specific site. This honest acknowledgement of the method's current limitations is, I think, an important corrective to some of the more enthusiastic popular coverage of these discoveries, which has occasionally implied that muography represents some kind of complete, all-seeing technology capable of fully mapping every hidden space within the pyramids in one comprehensive scan. The reality is more modest, and in its own way, more scientifically honest. Muography is a powerful but specific tool, capable of detecting voids of sufficient size and favorable orientation, given sufficient data collection time, but not a magic solution that instantly reveals everything a structure contains. Each confirmed discovery represents a genuine, hard-won result, achieved through careful, patient, methodologically rigorous work, not an instant revelation. The Scan Pyramids project, which began its work in earnest in 2015, employed 3 specific and complementary muon detection technologies, deployed simultaneously across different locations, precisely because using multiple independent detector types provides exactly the kind of cross-verification we discussed in Part 1. If different detector technologies built on different physical principles and prone to different kinds of measurement error all produce consistent results, the confidence in that result increases dramatically. The first of these technologies, nuclear emulsion film, is conceptually the most direct descendant of the kind of photographic plate technology that has been used in particle physics for the better part of a century. These specially formulated films are sensitive to the passage of charged particles like muons, recording a visible trace wherever a muon has passed through, which can then be developed and analyzed, much like a photographic negative, to reconstruct the directional pattern of muon arrivals over the exposure period. The second technology, gas detectors, work by using sealed chambers filled with a specific gas mixture that becomes briefly ionized when a charged particle, like a muon, passes through it, with this ionization event detected electronically and recorded in real time, allowing for continuous, ongoing monitoring rather than requiring physical film to be developed and analyzed afterward. The third technology, scintillator detectors, use specific materials that emit a brief flash of light when struck by a passing muon, with this light then captured and converted into an electronic signal by sensitive photodetectors. A method that, like the gas detectors, allows for real-time data collection and analysis. Deploying all 3 of these technologies simultaneously at different locations within and around the pyramids being studied allowed the Scan Pyramids team to cross-check their results across genuinely independent measurement systems, each with its own specific strengths, weaknesses, and potential sources of error. This multi-method redundancy is precisely what gave the team the confidence to publish their findings, most notably the 2017 discovery we will examine in detail in the next part of tonight's journey. In one of the most rigorous and high-profile scientific journals in the world, rather than as a preliminary or speculative finding requiring extensive further caveat. It is worth describing briefly what the actual day-to-day reality of this kind of fieldwork looks like, because it is considerably less dramatic in the moment-to-moment sense than the eventual published results might suggest. Researchers position their detector equipment in carefully selected locations, often existing accessible chambers or passages within the pyramid, since the detectors need to be placed where the structure itself can provide them. And then, in the case of nuclear emulsion film, simply leave the equipment in place for an extended exposure period, sometimes lasting several months, before carefully retrieving the film and transporting it to specialized laboratories for development and analysis. For the gas and scintillator detectors, the process involves continuous electronic monitoring over a similarly extended period, with the resulting data requiring substantial subsequent computational analysis to translate raw particle detection counts into a meaningful directional density map. This is, in other words, slow science. The headline discoveries we are about to discuss in detail, the big void above the Grand Gallery, the North Face Corridor, the Menkaure Eastern Face anomalies, each represent the endpoint of months of patient data collection, followed by further months of careful statistical analysis, cross-checking between independent detector systems, and rigorous internal review, before the research teams involved were confident enough in their results to submit them for the kind of peer review that respected scientific journals require before publication. It is worth pausing before we move into the specific discoveries this technology has produced to appreciate just how remarkable it is that this entire investigative approach depends on a naturally occurring, freely available, and essentially inexhaustible source of subatomic particles, falling continuously on every square centimetre of the Earth's surface, including the surface of pyramids that have stood essentially unchanged for 4,500 years. The muons raining down on the Giza Plateau tonight, as we sit here together, are the same physical phenomenon that has been bombarding these structures, entirely unnoticed for the entire span of their existence. It took until the late 20th century for anyone to realize that this constant, invisible cosmic rain could be turned into a tool for seeing inside solid stone without ever touching it. There is something worth sitting with in that thought specifically. Every single day since Khufu's pyramid was completed, more than 4,500 years ago, this exact same shower of cosmic particles has been falling through it, passing harmlessly through solid limestone and granite, and through whatever hidden voids might lie within, completely undetected, completely unmeasured, for the overwhelming majority of that immense span of time. It was only in the most recent sliver of that history, really only in the last 60 years, and with full technical maturity only in the last decade, that human beings developed the instruments sensitive enough to actually count those particles with sufficient precision to extract meaningful information from them. This is, I think, a genuinely humbling way to think about the relationship between ancient construction and modern science. The pyramid did not change. The muons did not change. What changed was us, our instruments, our understanding of particle physics, our patient willingness to leave sensitive equipment in a dark chamber for months at a time and wait for the data to accumulate. The mystery was never going anywhere. We simply, finally, became capable of reading it. Let me close this part with one final thought on the specific elegance of this method, before we turn, in the next part of tonight's journey, to what it has actually found. There is a certain pleasing symmetry in the fact that the structures built to last for eternity, designed by their creators with the explicit intention of surviving essentially unchanged for the entirety of human history, are now being studied using a particle whose own existence depends on similarly vast and impersonal cosmic processes. Supernovae, solar activity, the violent astrophysical events that generate the cosmic rays in the first place. Both the pyramid and the muon shower raining down upon it operate on timescales and processes that dwarf any single human lifetime. And it is only through the patient, cumulative, intergenerational effort of careful scientists, working across more than half a century, that the two have finally been brought into productive conversation with each other. That is muography, cosmic physics repurposed as archaeology, and it is the specific technology that made everything we are about to examine in the rest of tonight's journey possible. Let me tell you about the morning in late 2017, when the modern scientific study of the Great Pyramid changed permanently. The Scan Pyramids project, which we introduced at the end of Part 3, had been deploying its full suite of muon detection technologies across the Giza Plateau since 2015, with a particular focus on Khufu's pyramid, given both its scale and its status as the most extensively studied and yet still incompletely understood of the three great monuments. By 2017, the team, an international collaboration involving researchers from Egypt, France, and Japan, working under the joint supervision of the Egyptian Ministry of Antiquities, Cairo University, and the French Heritage Innovation Preservation Institute, had accumulated enough data across multiple independent detector systems positioned at different locations within and around the pyramid to identify something that none of them had specifically been looking for. Above the Grand Gallery, that long, soaring, architecturally sophisticated passage we mentioned briefly in Part 1, connecting the lower levels of the pyramid to the King's Chamber, the muon data revealed a substantial void. Not a small gap or an irregular crack, but a genuinely large cavity, comparable in scale to the Grand Gallery itself, approximately 30 meters in length, with a cross-section roughly similar to the gallery below it. This finding, which came to be known somewhat informally but very memorably as the Big Void, was independently confirmed by three separate detector technologies: nuclear emulsion film, gas detectors, and scintillator detectors. Each operated by a different research team within the broader Scan Pyramids collaboration, each analyzing their data independently before the results were compared. All three methods identified the same cavity in the same location, at the same approximate scale. This is precisely the kind of cross-method agreement we discussed in Part 1 as the gold standard for this kind of investigation, and it gave the research team the confidence to take the genuinely significant step of publishing their findings in Nature, one of the most prestigious and most rigorously peer-reviewed scientific journals in the world, in November 2017. It is worth naming some of the specific institutions and individuals involved in this discovery, because the breadth of the collaboration is itself part of what makes the finding credible. The Scan Pyramids mission was led jointly by Cairo University's Faculty of Engineering and the French organization Heritage Innovation Preservation, with additional participation from researchers at Nagoya University in Japan, the French Atomic Energy Commission, and several other international research institutions, each contributing specific instrumentation and analytical expertise. This kind of genuinely multinational, multi-institutional collaboration, with built-in redundancy across independent national research teams, represents exactly the kind of structure that scientific projects adopt specifically to guard against the possibility of error, bias, or unverified claims slipping through without adequate scrutiny. The public reaction to the November 2017 announcement was, predictably, considerable. International media coverage was extensive, and the discovery generated exactly the kind of widespread public fascination that one would expect from news of a confirmed, scientifically verified hidden chamber within one of the most famous structures in the world. It is worth noting, with a degree of relief, that the great majority of mainstream international media coverage at the time was reasonably careful in its framing, generally reporting the confirmed existence of the void accurately, while appropriately noting the genuine scientific uncertainty about its specific purpose. A marked contrast to the kind of uncritical sensationalism that has sometimes characterized media coverage of less rigorously substantiated archaeological claims. It is worth pausing on the significance of that specific publication venue, because it tells us something important about how seriously the broader international scientific community took this finding. nature does not publish speculative or poorly substantiated claims. Its peer review process is famously demanding, and a paper reporting a major new archaeological discovery, particularly one concerning a structure as intensively studied and as culturally significant as the Great Pyramid, would have been subjected to exceptionally careful scrutiny by independent experts before acceptance. The fact that the Big Void discovery cleared this bar is itself a strong indication of the underlying rigor of the work. Let me describe the specific scale and position of this void in more detail, because the precise geometry matters considerably for the scholarly debate that followed its announcement. The Big Void sits directly above the Grand Gallery, running roughly parallel to it, at a similar length of approximately 30 meters. Its cross-sectional dimensions, as best the Muon data could determine, appear broadly comparable to those of the gallery itself, though the exact shape, whether it is a single continuous chamber, a series of connected smaller spaces, or something with a more irregular internal structure, could not be fully resolved using muography alone. This is precisely the kind of limitation we discussed honestly in Part 4. Muon imaging can reliably confirm that a void of a certain approximate size and location exists, but it cannot on its own produce the kind of detailed three-dimensional map that would allow researchers to say with confidence exactly what the space looks like, how it is internally structured, or what, if anything, it might contain. This limitation opened the door, almost immediately following the 2017 publication, to a vigorous and genuinely interesting scholarly debate about what the Big Void might actually represent. A debate that, importantly, played out largely within the legitimate scientific and Egyptological community, through conference presentations, follow-up papers, and public statements by credentialed researchers, rather than primarily in the speculative territory of alternative history channels and websites, though inevitably some of that speculation did occur there as well. The most immediately popular hypothesis among segments of the general public, and one that several of the original research team members did not entirely discourage in their public communications, was that the Big Void might represent an as-yet undiscovered burial chamber, perhaps even the genuine intended final resting place of Khufu himself. Given that the king's chamber's massive granite sarcophagus has always been found completely empty, with no definitive evidence of where the pharaoh's actual mummified remains were ever placed, or what subsequently happened to them. This hypothesis, while genuinely exciting to contemplate, faces several significant scientific and architectural challenges that more cautious voices within the Egyptological community were quick to raise. Zahi Hawass, the prominent Egyptian archaeologist and former Minister of Antiquities whose work we will return to in considerably more detail later in tonight's journey, has been consistently and publicly skeptical of the burial chamber interpretations specifically. His argument, repeated across several public statements and interviews in the years since the 2017 announcement, centers on a specific and quite reasonable engineering point. The Great Pyramid, like many large stone structures, contains numerous smaller voids and relieving chambers throughout its mass, deliberately incorporated by the original builders specifically to redistribute structural stress and reduce the weight bearing down on critical load points, such as the ceiling of the Grand Gallery and the King's Chamber below. It is worth being fair to the burial chamber hypothesis as well, rather than simply presenting Hawass's skepticism as the final word on the matter. Proponents of the idea that the Big Void could represent an undiscovered burial space point to a specific and genuinely puzzling fact. The existing King's Chamber sarcophagus has been empty since at least the earliest documented exploration of the pyramid's interior by medieval Arab scholars in the 9th century, and no convincing alternative explanation for where Khufu's actual body and accompanying grave goods might have ended up has ever been established. if the pyramid's builders had, for reasons connected to religious practice, security concerns, or simply a late change in architectural plan, decided to construct the king's true burial chamber in a location other than the one history has come to know as the king's chamber, a substantial, carefully positioned void directly above the pyramid's most architecturally significant passage, would be, at minimum, a plausible candidate location for exactly this kind of deliberately concealed final resting place. Hawass has specifically suggested that the big void could represent exactly this kind of structural relieving space, rather than a deliberately designed and decorated chamber intended for ritual or burial use. This is not a dismissive or unscientific objection. It is precisely the kind of engineering consideration that any careful structural analysis of the pyramid's overall design would need to take seriously, and it reflects genuine substantive disagreement within the expert community about how to interpret a finding that, while confirmed in its basic existence, remains genuinely ambiguous in its specific function and significance. A third hypothesis, somewhat less frequently discussed in popular coverage but taken seriously by several members of the original research team, holds that the big void might represent an incomplete or abandoned construction feature, a space that was begun as part of one architectural plan before being modified, repurposed, or simply left unfinished as the overall design of the pyramid's interior evolved during the actual process of construction. We touched on this kind of mid-construction revision in Part 2 when we discussed the bent pyramid's documented change in angle partway through its build. It would not be entirely surprising, given this established pattern of ancient Egyptian builders adjusting their plans in response to structural or practical considerations encountered during actual construction, if the Grand Gallery and its surrounding architecture similarly reflected some degree of mid-project revision, leaving behind exactly the kind of irregular, only partially explicable void that the big void appears to represent. What is genuinely important to emphasize, and what distinguishes this entire scholarly conversation from the manufactured mystery of the alternative history tradition, is the specific character of the disagreement itself. No credentialed researcher involved in this debate has suggested that the big void requires any explanation beyond ordinary ancient Egyptian engineering, religious practice, or construction history. The disagreement is not between mainstream science and some exotic alternative. It is a genuine, evidence-respecting disagreement within mainstream science itself, about which of several entirely conventional explanations — burial chamber, structural relieving space, abandoned construction feature — best fits the available data. This is precisely what honest, unresolved scientific inquiry looks like in practice. Multiple plausible hypotheses, genuine expert disagreement, and an honest acknowledgement that further investigation, using methods beyond muography alone, will be required before the question can be definitively settled. Let me add a fourth hypothesis to the three already discussed, because it has received serious attention within the engineering literature specifically, even though it tends to receive less popular media coverage than the more dramatic burial chamber possibility. Some structural engineers studying the big void's specific position, directly above and roughly parallel to the Grand Gallery, have proposed that it may represent a deliberate architectural echo or extension of the gallery's own corbelled ceiling design, part of a broader structural strategy for managing the immense, compressive load of the pyramid's upper mass as it bears down towards the king's chamber. The Grand Gallery itself uses a sophisticated corbelled construction technique, with each successive course of stone stepping slightly inward as the walls rise, distributing weight in a way that reduces the load on the chamber below. A void positioned directly above this gallery, of similar dimensions, would be entirely consistent with an extension of this same load distribution logic. applied at a larger structural scale. This engineering-focused hypothesis is worth taking seriously, precisely because it does not require any single, simple, narratively satisfying answer. It is entirely possible, and this is a point that several members of the original Scan Pyramids team have made in subsequent academic discussion, that the Big Void could serve a primarily structural function while also having been incorporated into the broader religious and symbolic architecture of the pyramid's interior, since ancient Egyptian builders, as we discussed in Part 2, generally did not treat structural and religious considerations as entirely separate concerns. A space that helps distribute structural load could, simultaneously, have held specific symbolic significance within the pyramid's overall cosmological design, without these two functions being in any way contradictory. It is worth noting, too, that the 2017 publication itself was notably restrained in its own interpretive claims, a point that sometimes gets lost in subsequent popular retellings of the discovery. The original Nature paper, authored by the full International Scan Pyramids research team, presented the void's existence, location, and approximate dimensions as the primary confirmed finding, while explicitly declining to offer a confident interpretation of its specific purpose, instead calling for further investigation using complementary techniques. This restraint is, I think, worth holding up as a model of how genuinely careful scientific communication should work. Report what the data conclusively shows. Acknowledge clearly what remains uncertain, and resist the temptation to fill that uncertainty with confident speculation simply because public interest demands a tidy, complete answer. This is, I think, the single most valuable lesson that the Big Void discovery offers, independent of whatever its ultimate explanation eventually turns out to be. A team of serious scientists found something real, reported it honestly, acknowledged the limits of what their method could tell them, and then got on with the patient, unglamorous work of trying to learn more. There was no premature announcement of a royal burial chamber. There was no dismissal of the finding as merely an engineering curiosity unworthy of further attention. There was, instead, exactly the kind of careful, evidence-respecting middle path that good science requires. Report what you know, be honest about what you don't, and keep working. Let the Big Void remain, for now, exactly what it is. A confirmed, scientifically verified, genuinely significant empty space inside one of the most studied structures on Earth, whose precise purpose remains an open and actively investigated question. Not a settled mystery, not a manufactured one, an honest, ongoing one. That further investigation, as we will see in the parts ahead, is very much still ongoing. Let me tell you about what happened 6 years after the Big Void announcement, when the same broader scanning effort turned its attention to a different part of the pyramid entirely, and found something that this time researchers were actually able to see directly with their own eyes. In March 2023, the Scan Pyramids team, continuing the same patient, methodical program of investigation that had produced the Big Void discovery, announced the confirmation of a previously unknown corridor located behind the pyramid's north face, close to the main entrance, running above the structure's existing descending and ascending passages. This corridor measures approximately 9 meters in length, with a width of just over 2 meters, and it had been entirely unknown. Invisible to every previous generation of surveyors, engineers, and archaeologists, until Muon imaging revealed its presence. It is worth noting that the existence of some kind of structural feature in this general area had actually been suspected for some time, before the full 2023 confirmation, based on a specific architectural anomaly that had puzzled researchers studying the pyramid's exterior for decades. A distinctive V-shaped notch formed by two large limestone gable blocks, visible on the pyramid's north face directly above the main entrance. This V-shaped feature had long been recognized as architecturally unusual, and several earlier researchers working with considerably less sophisticated imaging technology than the Scan Pyramids team eventually deployed had speculated that it might mark the location of some kind of hidden internal structure related to the entrance's construction. The 2023 Muon imaging and subsequent endoscopic confirmation finally provided the direct evidence needed to confirm what this earlier architectural speculation had only been able to suggest. What makes this particular discovery especially significant and especially valuable for understanding how this whole field of research actually progresses is what happened after the initial muon-based detection. Unlike the Big Void, which remains accessible only through indirect imaging, this corridor was close enough to existing structure and apparently connected closely enough to already accessible parts of the pyramid's interior that researchers were able to insert a small, specially designed endoscopic camera through a narrow gap between two of the pyramid's original limestone blocks, allowing them to capture actual direct visual images of the corridor's interior for the first time. This is worth pausing on because it represents a genuinely important methodological step forward from the Big Void case. Muography, as we discussed at length in Part 4, can confirm that a void exists and provide a reasonably good estimate of its size and approximate location. But it cannot produce a detailed image of what that space actually looks like. Its walls, its floor, whether it contains any objects, any inscriptions, any indication of its original purpose. Direct visual confirmation through endoscopic camera technology closes exactly this gap, and the North Face corridor is the first major Scan Pyramids discovery, where researchers were able to combine the initial physics-based detection with this kind of direct photographic verification. What the camera revealed was, in its own way, quietly fascinating, even though it did not produce the dramatic treasure chamber imagery that popular speculation might have hoped for. The corridor's interior shows carefully finished limestone walls, consistent in construction quality with the rest of the pyramid's interior architecture, and a structure that researchers interpreted as most likely serving some kind of structural function related to redistributing the weight of the stone above the nearby entrance area, rather than representing a previously unknown passage leading toward an undiscovered chamber deeper within the pyramid. This interpretation, that the North Face corridor most plausibly served an engineering rather than a ceremonial or storage function, drew directly on the broader research team's structural understanding of how ancient Egyptian builders managed the immense compressive forces generated by the weight of stone above any opening or chamber near the pyramid's surface. The original entrance to the pyramid, located on this same north face, would have represented a specific structural vulnerability, an interruption in the otherwise continuous mass of stone, requiring the builders to incorporate additional engineering features nearby, specifically to redirect the weight of the stone above safely around this opening, rather than allowing it to bear down directly and potentially cause structural failure. This is, in fact, a documented and well-understood feature of ancient Egyptian pyramid engineering more broadly. The relieving chambers above the king's chamber, discovered considerably earlier in the history of pyramid archaeology and accessible through existing passages, serve precisely this same structural function, distributing the weight of the pyramid's upper mass away from the king's chamber's ceiling and around toward the surrounding solid stone. The North Face corridor appears to represent a similar engineering solution applied to the specific structural challenge presented by the pyramid's main entrance. Let me describe these earlier known relieving chambers above the king's chamber in a little more detail, because they provide essential comparative context for understanding why the north face corridor interpretation makes such good engineering sense. These chambers, 5 of them in total, stacked one above another above the king's chamber's flat ceiling, were discovered far earlier in the modern history of pyramid exploration. In the early 19th century, by the British explorer and engineer Richard William Howard Vyse, who used gunpowder to blast his way into spaces that had remained completely sealed and inaccessible since the pyramid's original construction. Each of these chambers has a low, flat granite ceiling, considerably less architecturally sophisticated in appearance than the carefully finished walls of the king's chamber below, precisely because their purpose was never meant to be seen or used by anyone. They exist purely to break up and redistribute the crushing weight of millions of tons of stone above, preventing that weight from concentrating directly onto the flat ceiling of the king's chamber itself, which would otherwise risk catastrophic structural failure. This same basic structural logic, use internal voids, strategically positioned to redirect compressive load away from vulnerable flat-ceilinged spaces, appears to be exactly what the north face corridor represents, applied to the specific structural vulnerability created by the pyramid's main entrance rather than to the king's chamber. This consistency of engineering approach across different parts of the same structure is, I think, genuinely reassuring from a scientific standpoint. It means the new discovery fits coherently into an already well-understood pattern of ancient Egyptian structural engineering, rather than representing some kind of inexplicable anomaly requiring exotic explanation. Let me also describe the specific endoscopic technology used to capture the direct visual images of the corridor's interior, because it represents a genuinely impressive feat of modern engineering applied to an extraordinarily delicate archaeological challenge. The camera used for this investigation needed to be small enough to fit through an existing, naturally occurring gap between 2 of the pyramid's original limestone blocks. A gap that had not been artificially enlarged or modified in any way, in keeping with the strict non-invasive principles that have governed the entire Scan Pyramids research program since its inception. This required custom-designed miniaturized camera equipment mounted on a flexible cable capable of being carefully maneuvered through a narrow, irregular opening without risking any damage to the surrounding 4,500-year-old stonework. The successful deployment of this equipment and the clear images it produced represent a significant technical achievement in their own right, demonstrating that even extraordinarily delicate, irreplaceable ancient structures can be investigated with genuine scientific rigor without requiring any destructive intervention whatsoever. This stands as a model for how archaeological investigation of fragile and culturally invaluable sites can proceed responsibly in the modern era, balancing the genuine scientific value of continued investigation against the equally genuine imperative to preserve these structures, unaltered for future generations. It is worth being clear, too, about what the camera images did not show, because honest reporting of negative findings is just as important as reporting positive ones. The endoscopic images did not reveal any inscriptions, any artifacts, any decorative elements, or any indication that this corridor had ever been used for any purpose beyond the structural function the research team identified. This is not a disappointing result. It is exactly the kind of finding that should increase, rather than decrease, confidence in the structural relieving chamber interpretation, since a space built purely for engineering purposes would be expected to show precisely this kind of plain, unadorned, purely functional construction. It is worth being clear about exactly how this interpretation was reached, because it illustrates the genuinely collaborative, cross-disciplinary character of this research. The Scan Pyramids physicists, who had identified the corridor's existence and approximate dimensions through Muon imaging, worked directly with structural engineers and Egyptologists, with specific expertise in ancient construction methods to interpret what the endoscopic camera images actually showed, and to assess how this newly confirmed space fit into the broader, already well-documented pattern of structural relieving features found elsewhere in the pyramid. This is exactly the kind of multidisciplinary collaboration that responsible archaeological science requires, and it stands in instructive contrast to the kind of single discipline, often non-expert speculation, that characterizes much of the alternative history tradition's engagement with similar discoveries. This discovery also built directly on an earlier and somewhat less definitively confirmed finding from 2016, when an earlier phase of the Scan Pyramids project had identified preliminary indications of a possible void in roughly this same general area, using thermal imaging techniques that detect subtle temperature variations on the pyramid's outer surface, consistent with the presence of an air-filled space behind the stone. The 2023 corridor confirmation represents the full, conclusive verification of what had previously been only a tentative, lower confidence indication. Another clear example of the patient, incremental, multi-year process by which this research program has steadily converted preliminary signals into confirmed, fully characterized discoveries. It is worth setting out this specific multi-year timeline clearly because it illustrates something important about the genuine pace of this kind of careful scientific work. The thermal imaging anomaly was first noted in 2016. Muon imaging provided stronger, more specific confirmation of a genuine void in this location across the subsequent several years of continued data collection. The endoscopic camera deployment that finally produced direct visual confirmation did not occur until 2023, a full 7 years after the very first hint that something unusual might be present in this part of the structure. This is not the pace of a sudden, dramatic breakthrough. It is the pace of careful, cumulative science in which each new piece of technology and each additional year of data collection adds incremental confidence to a finding that began as a faint, uncertain signal and was gradually built up through patient and repeated investigation into a fully confirmed, photographically documented discovery. Let me address directly a question that understandably arises whenever a new internal space is confirmed within the Great Pyramid. Could this newly discovered corridor connect to or provide access toward the big void discovered in 2017? The honest answer, based on the published research, is that there is currently no confirmed structural connection between the North Face corridor and the big void. The two spaces are located in different parts of the pyramid, separated by a substantial amount of solid stone, and nothing in the Muon imaging or the direct camera evidence from the North Face corridor indicates any passage leading from one space towards the other. This is worth stating plainly because the alternative history tradition has, predictably, generated speculation connecting these two discoveries into some kind of unified, deliberately hidden network of secret passages. Speculation that the actual published scientific evidence simply does not support. What the actual evidence supports is something less dramatic, but I think ultimately more interesting. A pyramid whose interior, even after 2 centuries of careful study, continues to reveal additional structural complexity, with multiple separate, apparently unconnected features. Each one most plausibly explained by the same kind of sophisticated, evidence-based ancient Egyptian structural engineering that we have traced consistently across tonight's entire investigation. Engineers solving real problems related to managing the weight and stress of an enormous stone mass, using methods refined across multiple generations of accumulated experience. This is, I think, the genuinely satisfying lesson of the North Face corridor, considered alongside the Big Void from Part 5. Two different confirmed discoveries found using the same fundamental muon imaging technology in two different parts of the same structure, both most plausibly explained by entirely conventional, well-understood principles of ancient structural engineering, rather than by anything requiring exotic or unconventional explanation. The pyramid keeps surprising us with its specific architectural complexity. It has not so far surprised anyone with anything that falls outside the bounds of what we already understand about how its builders thought and worked. Christian Grosser, the structural engineer from the Technical University of Munich, whose later work on the Menkaure pyramid we will examine in detail in Part 8, was among the researchers involved in confirming and interpreting this North Face corridor discovery as well, and his public statements at the time of the 2023 announcement struck precisely the careful, measured tone that has characterized this entire research program. Confirmation of a genuine and significant new structural feature, an honest acknowledgement of what could and could not yet be determined about its full extent and purpose, and an explicit statement that Scan Pyramids would continue its investigation using complementary techniques. This continuity of personnel and methodology across different specific discoveries, Gross's involvement in both the 2023 Khufu corridor work and the subsequent 2025 Menkaure investigation, is itself worth noting because it speaks to the genuinely sustained, institutionally serious character of this entire research program. This is not a series of disconnected, opportunistic announcements from different, unrelated teams. It is a coherent, ongoing scientific effort carried out by a stable core of researchers and institutions, applying a consistent methodology and a consistent standard of evidence across multiple sites and multiple years, with each new finding building on the accumulated technical and institutional knowledge developed through every previous investigation. That continued investigation, as we will see, has not stopped at the Great Pyramid. It has, more recently, turned to its smaller neighbour. Let me bring our attention back, now, to the smallest of the three Great Pyramids, the one whose eastern face anomaly opened tonight's entire investigation in Part 1, and give it the fuller treatment it deserves before we return to the 2025 discovery itself. Menkaure's pyramid is, in almost every respect, the least studied and least understood of the three Giza monuments, despite sitting in the same famous row, photographed in the same panoramic images, visited by the same millions of tourists every year. This relative neglect is not accidental. It reflects a genuine and long-standing pattern in how Egyptological research attention has historically been allocated. Khufu's pyramid, as the largest and most architecturally celebrated, has attracted the overwhelming majority of serious scholarly investigation across 2 centuries of modern study. Khafra's pyramid, paired with the iconic Great Sphinx, has likewise drawn substantial, sustained attention. Menkaure's pyramid, smaller, less visually dominant, and lacking an equivalent iconic associated monument, has simply received less concentrated study, leaving it, in a very real sense, the most genuinely under-investigated of the 3 major Giza structures. This relative obscurity makes the 2025 discovery we will return to in Part 8 considerably more significant than it might initially appear, precisely because it represents new, scientifically rigorous attention being directed at a structure that has gone comparatively unexamined for so long, relative to its more famous neighbours. Let me describe what is actually known about Menkaure's pyramid, and what makes its specific construction history genuinely distinctive among the 3 Giza monuments. The pyramid was built for Menkaure, generally understood as Khafra's son and Khufu's grandson, during a reign that most chronological reconstructions place it somewhere between 18 and 28 years, though the precise length remains a subject of ongoing scholarly debate, given the fragmentary nature of the surviving king lists and other chronological evidence for this period of Egyptian history. The pyramid itself reaches a height of approximately 65 meters in its original completed form, making it noticeably smaller than both Khufu's pyramid at roughly 146 meters and Khafra's at approximately 143 meters, a reduction in scale of more than half compared to its largest neighbor. The most architecturally distinctive feature of Menkaure's pyramid, and the one most directly relevant to tonight's investigation, is its unusual use of granite casing on its lower courses. Where Khufu's and Khafra's pyramids were originally cased almost entirely in fine white Tura limestone, a smooth, brilliant white stone quarried from across the Nile, which would have given the completed pyramids a dazzling, almost luminous appearance when their casing was still intact, rather than the rough, exposed core masonry visible today. Menkaure's pyramid incorporates substantial granite casing on its lower 16 courses, with limestone used only above this level. This granite, as we noted in Part 1, was quarried at Aswan, more than 800 kilometers to the south, and transported down the Nile by barge to Giza, an immense logistical undertaking in its own right, made all the more remarkable by the fact that granite is a considerably harder, denser and more difficult stone to work than limestone, requiring different quarrying techniques, different transportation considerations given its greater weight per unit volume, and a different, more demanding set of stoneworking skills to shape and finish to the precision required for a pyramid's outer casing. Why Menkaure's builders chose to incorporate this harder, more logistically demanding material into the pyramid's lower courses, when the considerably more easily worked limestone had served perfectly well for the two preceding generations of Giza pyramid construction, remains a genuinely open question within Egyptological scholarship. Several explanations have been proposed, none of them mutually exclusive, and none of them fully conclusive on the basis of currently available evidence. One plausible explanation relates to durability and prestige. Granite is considerably more resistant to weathering and erosion than limestone, and its use in the most visually prominent, ground-level courses of the pyramid, the parts most likely to be touched, viewed up close, and physically encountered by visitors to the monument, may reflect a deliberate decision to invest the pyramid's most immediately visible and most symbolically significant surfaces with the most durable and most difficult to obtain material available, regardless of the additional cost and labor this required. Granite was also strongly associated within ancient Egyptian material culture more broadly, with royal and divine contexts specifically. It appears extensively in royal sarcophagi, in the casing of the most sacred interior chambers of other pyramids, and in temple architecture associated directly with kingship, suggesting that its use here may carry a specific symbolic weight beyond simple practical durability. A second explanation, not incompatible with the first, relates to the specific structural engineering challenges presented by Menkaure's particular site and design. Some structural analyses have suggested that the harder, stronger granite may have been specifically selected for the lower courses, precisely because these courses bear the greatest cumulative weight of the entire structure above them, and a harder, more compressively resistant stone at this critical load-bearing level would provide a genuine engineering advantage over the relatively softer limestone used elsewhere in the structure. A third explanation, considerably more speculative but worth mentioning because it connects to broader patterns we have already discussed across tonight's investigation, holds that the use of granite at Menkaure's pyramid may reflect an evolving architectural and engineering tradition within this specific royal family across 3 successive generations of construction, with Menkaure's builders incorporating lessons and techniques refined through the experience of constructing the 2 preceding, even larger pyramids, including a developing appreciation for granite's specific structural properties, gained through its more limited use in the interior chambers of Khufu's and Khafra's earlier monuments. Whatever the precise combination of motivations involved, the practical consequence of this design choice is directly relevant to tonight's central discovery. The specific polished granite surface on the pyramid's eastern face, the one that drew Stein van den Hoven's attention back in 2019, exists only because Menkaure's builders made this distinctive and logistically demanding choice to incorporate substantial quantities of finely worked granite into their construction in the first place. Without this specific architectural decision, there would have been no polished granite surface to notice, no resemblance to the northern entrance to observe, and consequently no hypothesis to test, no muon and radar investigation to conduct, and no 2025 discovery to report. Let me also address the interior layout of Menkaure's pyramid, because it shows some of the same kind of mid-construction revision that we have already discussed in connection with Sneferu's bent pyramid. And that appears to be a genuine, recurring feature of Old Kingdom pyramid construction more broadly, rather than an isolated anomaly specific to any single monument. The pyramid's interior passages descend from the entrance on the north face, down into the bedrock beneath the structure, leading to a burial chamber whose construction shows clear evidence of having been modified during the building process. The chamber's ceiling, most notably, is constructed using a distinctive vaulted technique, with the stone blocks cut and arranged to create a gently curved, gabled profile, rather than the flat ceilings typically used elsewhere in Old Kingdom pyramid construction. Some Egyptologists have interpreted this distinctive vaulted ceiling as evidence of a deliberate design choice specific to Menkaure's monument, while others have suggested it may reflect a structural adaptation made in response to specific local geological conditions in the bedrock beneath this particular section of the Giza Plateau. The pyramid's complex also includes evidence suggesting that its associated mortuary temple and causeway were left incomplete at the time of Menkaure's death, and were subsequently finished using mud brick rather than the finer stone construction presumably originally intended by Menkaure's successor Shepseskaf. This pattern, a pyramid complex completed hastily using inferior materials by a successor king eager to move forward with his own building projects, rather than investing further resources in his predecessor's unfinished monument, is itself a recurring feature of ancient Egyptian royal succession that appears at several points across pyramid building history, and it provides a plausible, entirely mundane explanation for at least some of the specific architectural irregularities visible at Menkaure's site today, without requiring any more exotic explanation. This is the structure, then, that the 2025 Scan Pyramids team approached with their full suite of non-destructive investigative tools. A pyramid, distinctive for its unusual granite casing, its evidence of mid-construction modification, and its comparatively understudied status relative to its 2 larger and more famous neighbours. Exactly the kind of structure where genuinely new discoveries of precisely the sort we are about to examine in full detail were perhaps more likely to be found than anywhere else remaining at Giza. Let me add a few further details about the pyramid's broader complex, because they round out the picture of just how much about this specific monument has remained comparatively unresolved, even after a century and a half of modern archaeological attention. The pyramid's mortuary temple, situated on its eastern side, was first systematically excavated by the American archaeologist George Reisner, working on behalf of Harvard University and the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, across a series of expeditions conducted between 1905 and the early 1920s. Reisner's work at the site, considered in the context of the archaeological standards of his own era, was relatively careful and well documented, and it produced one of the more significant assemblages of Old Kingdom statuary ever recovered from a single site, including several remarkable triad statues depicting Menkaure, flanked by various deities and by a personification of specific Egyptian provinces, executed in beautifully finished grey wacke stone with a level of sculptural refinement that ranks among the finest surviving examples of Old Kingdom royal portraiture. Despite this significant body of recovered material, and despite Reisner's genuinely careful documentation by the standards of his time, the pyramid's interior itself received considerably less detailed modern scientific attention across the subsequent century than either of its two larger neighbours. The British archaeologist John Perring had conducted an initial survey of the pyramid's interior passages as early as 1837, working alongside Howard Vyse, the same Vyse whose gunpowder excavations we discussed in Part 6, in connection with the King's Chamber's relieving chambers. But this 19th century survey, while establishing the basic layout of the pyramid's known interior passages and burial chamber, predated by more than a century and a half the kind of non-invasive scientific imaging technology that the Scan Pyramids team would eventually bring to bear on the structure. It is worth pausing briefly on the Reisner triad statues specifically, because they offer one of our clearest windows into how Menkaure himself, or at least his court's artists, wished him to be remembered. And this is relevant context for thinking about why his pyramid's specific architectural choices might matter symbolically as well as structurally. The triads typically show the king standing centrally, flanked by the goddess Hathor on one side and a personification of a specific Egyptian nome, or province, on the other, all three figures carved from a single block of dark, finely grained grey wacke stone, with a level of technical sculptural mastery that ranks among the very finest surviving examples of Old Kingdom royal portraiture. These works convey a specific visual program of the king as a unifying figure, bringing together the divine order represented by Hathor and the practical, territorial order represented by Egypt's individual provinces. A sculptural statement of exactly the kind of cosmic and political integration that the broader pyramid complex, including its unusual granite casing, was presumably also intended to express in architectural form. There is one further detail of Menkaure's pyramid worth recording here, because it adds a small but genuinely poignant coda to the broader story of this monument's afterlife, separate from any question of hidden voids or unexplained architecture. The pyramid's original basalt sarcophagus, recovered during 19th century exploration, was lost at sea in 1838 when the ship transporting it back to England, the Beatrice, sank during the voyage. This means that one of the most significant single artifacts associated with the pyramid, the actual stone container presumably intended to hold Menkaure's body for eternity, now lies somewhere on the floor of the Mediterranean, a loss that stands as its own small, separate reminder of how much of the material record connected to these monuments has been scattered, damaged, or entirely lost across the long, complicated history of their modern rediscovery, quite apart from whatever the original ancient builders themselves intended. This means that for well over a century, between Perring and Vyse's initial 19th century survey and the Scan Pyramids team's 21st century investigation, Menkaure's pyramid interior remained essentially as it had been left by its very first modern explorers, mapped only to the extent that direct physical access allowed, with no subsequent generation of researchers bringing comparable new investigative technology to bear on the structure in the way that Khufu's pyramids specifically had benefited from across the same period, through Alvarez's Muon work. the various French and Japanese radar surveys we discussed in Part 3, and the eventual scan pyramids Muon and endoscopic investigations covered in Parts 5 and 6. This long gap in dedicated scientific attention is, I think, the single most important piece of context for understanding why the 2025 discovery at Menkaure's eastern face represents such a genuinely significant moment in the broader history of Giza research. It is not simply one more interesting finding in an already well-studied structure. It is the first major modern scientific confirmation of previously unknown internal structure at a pyramid that had gone, relatively speaking, comparatively unexamined by the full suite of non-invasive technology available to contemporary researchers for more than 150 years. It is worth noting too that this same period of comparative neglect means Menkaure's pyramid may well hold further undiscovered structural features beyond the eastern face voids that the rest of tonight's journey will examine in detail. If a structure this significant could go more than a century without receiving the kind of careful, technologically sophisticated re-examination that its larger neighbours had already benefited from, it seems entirely reasonable to expect that further careful investigation, using the same or improved methods, could well reveal still more about this comparatively understudied monument in the years ahead. This is not speculation in the sense we have spent this channel's history cautioning against. It is a measured, evidence-based expectation, grounded directly in the demonstrated pattern of exactly this kind of discovery occurring whenever rigorous modern technology is finally applied to a structure that has gone too long without it. Let us return now to that specific discovery and walk through exactly what the 2025 research team found and what it does and does not yet tell us. Let me walk through now in full and careful detail exactly what the 2025 research team found behind that polished granite section of Menkaure's eastern face, because we have spent 7 parts building toward this moment, and it deserves the complete treatment. The research was carried out under the formal supervision of the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities and the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, with the core scientific team drawn from Cairo University's Faculty of Engineering and the Technical University of Munich, working as part of the broader Scan Pyramids mission framework that had already produced the Big Void and North Face corridor discoveries we examined in parts 5 and 6. The full research team, as documented in the resulting academic publication, included over a dozen named contributors with expertise spanning geophysics, civil engineering, and Egyptology. Among them, Zahi Hawass, Hani Hilal, and Mehdi Tayyubi, underlining once again the genuinely multidisciplinary, multinational character of this entire research effort. The investigation began, as we discussed in Part 1, with the specific architectural puzzle that Stein van den Hoven had identified back in 2019. A section of the eastern face, roughly 4 meters high and 6 meters wide, where the granite casing blocks had been finished to a smoothness and polish matched nowhere else on the structure except at the known entrance on the northern face. This visual and stylistic resemblance had sat, unconfirmed, as an interesting but untested hypothesis for 6 years before the 2025 research team finally brought the full weight of modern non-destructive testing technology to bear on the question. The team's approach, as we touched on briefly in Part 1, combined 3 genuinely independent physical investigative techniques, each operating on an entirely different scientific principle, specifically chosen to allow rigorous cross-verification of any results. The first technique deployed was electrical resistivity tomography, sometimes abbreviated as ERT, which works by passing a controlled electrical current through the stone via a series of electrodes attached to the surface and then measuring how that current's resistance varies across different points. Solid, dense rock conducts electrical current in a fairly predictable, consistent manner. An air-filled void, by contrast, presents enormously higher electrical resistance than the surrounding solid stone, since air is a far poorer conductor than mineral rock. By systematically mapping these resistance variations across a grid of measurement points, researchers can build up a detailed cross-sectional picture of subsurface density variation, very much in the same conceptual spirit as the Muon imaging we discussed in Part 4, just operating through an entirely different physical mechanism, electrical conductivity rather than particle absorption. For this specific investigation, the team used a network of stainless steel mesh electrodes, arranged along 4 long parallel profile lines across the polished granite surface, taking careful, systematic measurements designed to build up a genuinely detailed 3-dimensional picture of what lay immediately behind the visible stone. The second technique was ground-penetrating radar, deployed using equipment capable of operating at 2 different frequency settings, 200 and 600 MHz, allowing the team to balance the trade-off between penetration depth and image resolution that is inherent to this kind of radar technology. Lower frequencies penetrate further into a given material, but produce a correspondingly less detailed image, while higher frequencies produce sharper, more detailed images but cannot penetrate as deeply. By using both frequency settings in combination, deployed in a focused grid pattern across the area of interest, the team was able to gather data that balanced these competing considerations, building up a picture of subsurface structure across multiple depths simultaneously. The third technique was ultrasonic testing, employing a 16-channel array device that sends high-frequency sound waves into the stone and measures how those waves travel and reflect as they encounter different materials and structures beneath the surface. This method is conceptually related to the medical ultrasound imaging used to visualize internal organs and, famously, developing fetuses, just applied here to several meters of solid, ancient granite rather than soft, human tissue. Sound waves travel differently through air than through solid rock, and by carefully measuring the specific timing and pattern of these reflected waves, researchers can identify the presence, approximate size, and approximate depth of subsurface voids with considerable precision. Having collected data using all 3 of these independent methods, the research team then applied a specific analytical approach called image fusion, which combines and cross-references the separate datasets produced by each technique, allowing researchers to identify precisely which detected anomalies were confirmed consistently across multiple independent measurement methods, and which might represent artifacts or errors specific to only one particular technique. The result of this careful, multi-method, cross-verified analysis was the confirmed detection of 2 distinct air-filled anomalies behind the polished eastern granite facade. The first, designated A1 in the published research, sits at a depth of approximately 1.35 meters beneath the surface and measures roughly 1.5 meters wide by 1 meter high. The second, designated A2, begins at a slightly shallower depth of approximately 1.13 meters and measures a somewhat smaller 0.9 by 0.7 meters. Crucially, and this addresses a question that any careful reader should naturally ask, the research team did not simply accept these radar, electrical, and ultrasonic anomalies at face value as confirmed voids without first ruling out more mundane alternative explanations. Solid rock is rarely perfectly uniform, and natural geological features, cracks, fissures, or simply denser or less dense mineral inclusions within the granite itself, can sometimes produce anomalous readings in exactly this kind of survey that might superficially resemble a deliberately constructed void without actually representing one. To address this directly, the team conducted detailed numerical simulations using established open-source geophysical modeling software, including programs called PyGimlaw, GPR Max, and Salvus, each specifically designed to model how electrical current, radar waves, and ultrasonic sound, respectively, would be expected to behave when passing through various hypothetical subsurface configurations. By comparing their actual field measurements against these computer-generated synthetic datasets, modeling scenarios that included both genuine air-filled voids and various plausible natural geological irregularities, such as denser granite layers or natural fracture patterns, the researchers were able to determine which hypothetical scenario best matched what their instruments had actually detected. The results of this simulation-based comparison consistently and specifically supported the interpretation that both A1 and A2 represent genuine, intentionally created air-filled voids, rather than naturally occurring geological irregularities. This is precisely the kind of additional, rigorous methodological step that separates a credible scientific finding from a more casual or speculative claim. Not simply detecting an anomaly, but actively testing and ruling out the most plausible alternative explanations before settling on the most scientifically supported interpretation of what that anomaly actually represents. There is one further specific and genuinely intriguing detail from the published analysis worth highlighting here. The data for anomaly A, one in particular, appears consistent with a configuration in which a single, trapezoidal-shaped granite block sits positioned directly above a hollow space beneath it. A specific geometric arrangement that several members of the research team have suggested could represent the very beginning of a sealed corridor or chamber, similar in basic structural logic to the kind of deliberately concealed entrance architecture documented at other Old Kingdom sites. It is important, in the spirit of the careful, evidence-respecting approach we have tried to maintain throughout tonight's entire investigation, to state plainly and clearly exactly what this finding does and does not yet establish. The research team has been explicit in their own published academic work and in subsequent public statements that these confirmed voids do not yet constitute confirmed evidence of an undiscovered passage or burial chamber. What has been established with genuine scientific confidence is the existence of two air-filled cavities of specific measured dimensions at specific measured depths behind a section of granite casing whose unusual polish had already suggested, on independent architectural grounds, that something significant might be hidden there. What remains unknown, and what the research team has explicitly called for further investigation to resolve, is how far these anomalies actually extend into the pyramid's interior, what specific function or purpose they served in the original construction, and whether they do, in fact, connect to a previously undiscovered second entrance, exactly as van den Hoven's original 2019 hypothesis proposed. The team's own published recommendations for the next stage of investigation specifically call for additional complementary techniques, including Muon tomography of the kind we examined at length in Part 4, infrared thermography to detect subtle surface temperature variations consistent with deeper cavities, and microgravimetry, a more sensitive modern descendant of the gravimetric technique that Dormian and Goydin had applied to Khufu's pyramid back in the 1980s, as we discussed in Part 3. This is, once again, exactly the pattern of careful, honest, incrementally building scientific investigation that has characterized every discovery we have examined across tonight's journey. A genuine finding confirmed through rigorous cross-method verification and explicit testing against alternative explanations, followed by an honest acknowledgement of what remains unknown and a clear, specific roadmap for the further investigation required to resolve those remaining questions. Let us turn, in the next part of tonight's journey, to exactly what these confirmed voids do and do not yet tell us. And to the specific, honest scientific caveats that responsible researchers have been careful to attach to this still developing discovery. Before we move there, however, let me dwell a little longer on the specific publication itself, because the way this research was presented to the broader scientific community tells us something valuable about the standards this field has now reached. The findings were published in April 2025 in NDT&E International, a respected peer-reviewed engineering journal specifically focused on non-destructive testing methodology. A journal whose primary readership consists of engineers and materials scientists working across a wide range of industrial and infrastructure applications, not specifically Egyptologists or archaeologists. This choice of publication venue is itself worth noting. The research team chose to present their findings first and foremost as a piece of rigorous non-destructive testing science, subject to the specific technical scrutiny that an engineering-focused peer review process would apply, rather than submitting it primarily to an archaeological or Egyptological journal, where the technical methodology might have received somewhat less specialized scrutiny. This decision reflects, I think, a genuine institutional commitment to having the core scientific claims, the existence, scale, and depth of the detected anomalies, tested against the most rigorous available standard for exactly this kind of geophysical measurement before any archaeological or historical interpretation was layered on top. It is worth describing, too, the specific peer review process that a paper of this kind would have undergone before publication, because it illuminates exactly how many independent layers of scrutiny this finding passed through before reaching public attention. Submission to a journal like NDT&E International would have triggered review by multiple independent experts in non-destructive testing methodology, each asked to assess whether the described experimental methods were sound, whether the statistical and computational analysis was appropriately rigorous, and whether the conclusions drawn were proportionate to the actual strength of the underlying evidence. Any significant methodological weakness, any overstatement of confidence relative to the data, or any failure to adequately rule out alternative explanations would typically be flagged during this review process, requiring revision before acceptance. The fact that this paper passed through this process and was accepted for publication is a meaningful, independent confirmation of its underlying scientific soundness, considerably more meaningful than any amount of confident assertion in a press release or popular media report could provide on its own. Let me also say something about the specific composition of the research team, because the inclusion of Zahi Hawass among the listed authors deserves particular comment, given the skeptical positions we have heard him express elsewhere in tonight's journey, particularly regarding the Big Void's interpretation in Part 5. Hawass's involvement as a named contributor to this specific Menkaure research does not represent any inconsistency in his broader scientific approach. It reflects instead exactly the kind of intellectual honesty that good science requires. A researcher capable of expressing genuine skepticism about one specific interpretive claim, the burial chamber hypothesis for the Big Void, while simultaneously contributing his own considerable expertise to a separate, methodologically rigorous investigation that happened to produce a different, independently confirmed finding at a different site. This is not contradiction. It is exactly what careful, evidence-led scientific practice should look like. Skepticism applied consistently to specific claims based on the specific strength of evidence supporting each one, rather than a blanket position either for or against the general idea that pyramids might contain undiscovered structure. This same pattern, genuine scientific rigor, applied consistently regardless of whether the resulting finding turns out to support or complicate any particular researcher's prior expectations, is, I think, the single most important thread connecting every discovery we have examined across tonight's journey so far. The Big Void, the North Face Corridor, now the Menkaure anomalies. In each case, the same basic standard has been applied. Detect a genuine anomaly using multiple independent physical methods, rule out plausible alternative explanations through careful simulation and analysis, publish the findings through rigorous peer review, and then honestly acknowledge the specific limits of what has and has not yet been established. It is worth pausing here before moving on to register just how unusual and how genuinely admirable this consistency actually is when set against the broader landscape of how archaeological and historical claims often circulate in popular culture. We have spent considerable time across this channel's history examining cases, the Tutankhamun curse most recently, the various ancient astronaut claims surrounding Inca stonework before that. Where popular narratives consistently outpaced, distorted, or simply ignored the actual underlying evidence in service of a more dramatic or more emotionally satisfying story. The Scan Pyramids research program across every discovery we have traced tonight has consistently done the opposite, restraining its own claims to exactly what the evidence supports, even when a more dramatic interpretation would likely have generated even greater public attention and funding interest than the careful, hedged version actually published. That restraint deserves to be recognized and respected in its own right, independent of whatever these specific Menkaure voids eventually turn out to represent. It is also worth noting, as a small but telling detail, that this restraint extended even to the language used in the team's own public communications following the paper's publication. Christian Grosser's quoted statement at the time that the hypothesis of another entrance is very plausible and the results take us a big step closer to confirming it, is carefully calibrated language. Plausible, not certain. A step closer, not a final answer. This is the vocabulary of a scientist who understands exactly how much weight his evidence can bear, and who refuses to claim more than that, even while clearly recognizing and clearly conveying genuine excitement about how significant the finding actually is. This careful calibration between genuine excitement and genuine epistemic humility is, I think, worth pausing on for its own sake. It would have been entirely possible given the genuine significance of confirming two independent voids using three cross-validated methods for the research team to overstate their confidence, particularly given the substantial public and media attention that any pyramid-related discovery reliably generates. They did not. And that restraint, repeated consistently across every single discovery this entire research program has produced, is itself one of the most genuinely reassuring things tonight's investigation has uncovered. That is what we are about to examine in even more careful detail in the part ahead. The honest, explicit boundary between what these two newly confirmed Menkaure voids tell us with confidence, and what remains, for now, a genuinely open question. Let me draw the clearest possible line now between what we actually know about these two Menkaure voids and what remains, honestly, still unknown. Because this distinction matters more than almost anything else in tonight's entire investigation. What we know, with genuine scientific confidence, supported by three independent detection methods and confirmed through rigorous computational simulation, is this. There are two air-filled cavities behind the polished granite section of the pyramid's eastern face. Their approximate size, shape, and depth beneath the surface have been measured with reasonable precision. They are not natural geological irregularities. The simulation work we discussed in Part 8 specifically tested and excluded this possibility. They sit in a location that had already been independently flagged, on architectural grounds alone, as a plausible site for a second entrance, years before any physical scanning confirmed anything was actually there. That is the full extent of what has been conclusively established. Everything beyond this point is, to varying degrees, informed inference rather than confirmed fact. And the responsible thing to do, the thing this entire research team has consistently done, and the thing this channel has tried to model across every video we have ever made, is to be completely explicit about exactly where that line sits. It is worth pausing here before working through the specific open questions in detail to say something about why this kind of explicit line drawing matters so much, beyond simple intellectual tidiness. Every example we have examined across this channel's history of manufactured mystery, the Tutankhamun curse, the various alternative explanations for Inca stonework, the persistent claims about Atlantis, shares a common underlying failure. A failure to maintain exactly this kind of clear boundary between confirmed evidence and speculative interpretation. The specific harm this failure causes is not merely that it produces inaccurate claims. It is that it actively erodes the public's ability to distinguish genuinely well-supported scientific findings from confidently asserted speculation, making it harder over time for people encountering new archaeological news to calibrate their own confidence appropriately. Tonight's investigation has been, in large part, an attempt to model the alternative, holding genuine excitement about a real, confirmed discovery, while maintaining exactly the kind of careful, explicit boundary drawing that distinguishes honest scientific communication from the manufactured mystery this channel has spent so much time critically examining in previous videos. Let me work through, one at a time, the specific questions that remain genuinely open, and what would actually be required to resolve each one. The first open question concerns extent. How far into the pyramid do these voids actually continue? The non-destructive testing methods used in the 2025 study, electrical resistivity tomography, ground-penetrating radar, and ultrasonic testing, all share a common practical limitation. Their effective penetration depth is constrained by the physics of the specific signal each method uses. And beyond a certain distance into the stone, the signal-to-noise ratio degrades to the point where reliable detection becomes impossible. The research team has been explicit that their current data cannot determine whether these voids represent small, self-contained pockets or the beginning of a much longer passage extending deep into the pyramid's interior. This is not a minor caveat. It is in many ways the single most important unresolved question, because the practical and historical significance of the discovery differs enormously depending on the answer. The second open question concerns function. We have already discussed in Part 5 and Part 6 the genuine and ongoing scholarly debate over whether comparable voids elsewhere at Giza, the big void above the Grand Gallery, the north face corridor near Khufu's entrance, most plausibly served structural, ceremonial, or as yet undetermined purposes. The exact same uncertainty applies here. The trapezoidal block configuration noted in Part 8, with its tantalizing resemblance to the beginning of a sealed passage, is genuinely suggestive. But suggestive is not the same as confirmed, and the research team's own publication is careful to frame this specific geometric observation as one plausible interpretation among several, rather than a settled conclusion. It is worth noting that the function question and the entrance hypothesis specifically are not quite the same question, even though they are closely related, and it is worth distinguishing them carefully. It is entirely possible that these voids could represent structural relieving features, similar in basic engineering logic to the north face corridor we examined in Part 6, without representing any kind of entrance or passage at all. It is also possible that they could represent the beginning of a genuine passage, without that passage necessarily having functioned as a second entrance in any practical sense. It could, for instance, represent an internal connecting corridor between different parts of the pyramid's interior architecture, entirely separate from any question of external access. And it is possible, of course, that van den Hoven's original hypothesis could turn out to be exactly correct, with these voids representing precisely the beginning of a genuine, previously unknown second entrance. Each of these scenarios remains live, given the currently available evidence, and distinguishing between them is precisely the work that the recommended follow-up investigations are designed to accomplish. There is a fourth possibility, worth naming explicitly alongside the other three, even though it receives less attention in most popular discussion of the find, that these voids could represent some combination of these functions simultaneously, exactly as we discussed in Part 5 regarding the big void's potential to serve both structural and symbolic purposes at once. Ancient Egyptian architecture, as this entire investigation has repeatedly demonstrated, rarely separates the practical from the meaningful as cleanly as modern categories might suggest. A space built to redistribute structural load could, simultaneously, have been understood by its builders as marking a symbolically significant threshold, oriented toward the same eastern horizon that held such profound importance within ancient Egyptian solar theology and the broader cosmology of death and rebirth that shaped so much of pyramid design. The third open question, and perhaps the one most directly relevant to van den Hoven's original 2019 hypothesis, concerns whether these voids actually represent, or connect to, a genuine second entrance into the pyramid. This is the single most exciting possibility that the discovery has raised in public discussion, and it is worth being precise about exactly how much support it currently has. The architectural resemblance between this polished granite section and the pyramid's known northern entrance is genuine and was the original basis for the hypothesis. The confirmed presence of air-filled voids exactly where that hypothesis predicted they might be found is a meaningful, non-trivial piece of supporting evidence. But neither of these facts, even taken together, constitutes direct confirmation that a navigable passage actually exists, that it leads anywhere in particular, or that it was ever used in antiquity as an actual entrance in the functional sense. It is worth pausing on this specific distinction because it captures something important about how scientific evidence accumulates incrementally, rather than arriving all at once in a single decisive moment. We are, right now, at a point in this specific investigation roughly comparable to where the Khufu North Face corridor research stood after its initial 2016 thermal imaging hint, but before the 2023 Muon and endoscopic confirmation that we examined in detail in Part 6. A genuine scientifically confirmed anomaly exists. Its full significance has not yet been established. The next stage of investigation, precisely the muon tomography, infrared thermography, and microgravimetry that the research team has explicitly called for, represents the necessary next step before anyone can responsibly move. From there is something here to here is specifically what it is. Let me say something too about the specific value of muon tomography for this particular follow-up investigation, building on the detailed explanation of the underlying physics we worked through in Part 4. Unlike the ERT, GPR, and ultrasonic methods used in the initial 2025 study, all of which are fundamentally limited by signal penetration depth, muon detection can, in principle, image structures considerably deeper within a stone mass, since cosmic ray muons arrive with sufficient energy to pass through tens of meters of solid rock before being fully absorbed. If a future Muon imaging campaign, positioned appropriately relative to the Menkaure eastern face anomalies, were able to detect a muon flux signature consistent with an extended void continuing deeper into the pyramid's interior, this would represent exactly the kind of independent, physically distinct confirmation that would meaningfully advance the investigation beyond its current state. Infrared thermography, the second recommended follow-up technique, works on an entirely different principle again, detecting subtle temperature variations on the pyramid's external surface, since air-filled voids beneath the surface tend to produce slightly different thermal behavior, as the stone above them heats and cools at a different rate than solid rock would, particularly during the specific temperature transitions that occur around dawn and dusk. This technique had, in fact, already played a role in flagging the original 2016 indication of the Khufu North Face corridor, as we discussed in Part 6, and applying it here at Menkaure could potentially help establish whether the confirmed voids extend toward the surface in any additional, currently undetected locations. Microgravimetry, the third recommended technique, represents a direct modern descendant of the gravimetric method that Dormian and Goydin applied to Khufu's pyramid in the 1980s, which we discussed at length in Part 3, including the genuine sand-filled cavity their work successfully identified and confirmed through direct drilling. Modern gravimetric instruments are considerably more sensitive than anything available in the 1980s, capable of detecting smaller density variations with greater precision, and applying this updated technology to the Menkaure site could provide yet another independent line of evidence regarding the void's extent and internal structure. It is worth being honest in closing this part about the specific timeline such further investigation is likely to require. Based on the precedent set by the Khufu North Face corridor discovery, roughly 7 years from initial thermal imaging hint to full muon and endoscopic confirmation, as we traced in detail in Part 6. There is no particular reason to expect the Menkaure investigation to resolve dramatically faster. Genuine, rigorous, multi-method scientific confirmation of this kind takes years, not months, and the responsible expectation based on everything this research program has demonstrated about its own working pace and standards across every previous discovery we have examined tonight is that we are likely still several years away from a fully resolved understanding of what these specific Menkaure voids actually represent. There is a specific reason this timeline tends to run long, beyond simple institutional caution, and it is worth naming clearly. Each of the recommended follow-up techniques requires its own substantial period of equipment deployment, data collection, and subsequent analysis. Muon detectors, as we discussed in detail in Part 4, typically need to remain in position for weeks or months to accumulate sufficient particle detection events for a statistically reliable image. Securing the necessary permits, funding, and institutional coordination across the multiple universities and government bodies involved in a project of this kind adds further, entirely reasonable institutional delay. And any team encountering genuinely ambiguous or only partially conclusive results from one technique, as has happened at several points across the broader history of pyramid scanning that we traced in Part 3, will typically choose to deploy an additional complementary method before publishing further conclusions, rather than rushing to premature judgment. None of this is inefficiency. It is simply what careful, accountable, multi-institutional science actually requires. This is not a disappointing conclusion. It is, I think, the single most useful thing tonight's careful, patient investigation can offer. An honest sense of where the genuine frontier of current knowledge actually sits, and a clear, evidence-based understanding of exactly what further work would be required to push that frontier forward, rather than either premature certainty in one direction or dismissive certainty in the other. Let me offer one final analogy that I think captures the specific epistemic situation we find ourselves in at this exact moment in the Menkaure investigation, before we move forward into the next part of tonight's journey. Imagine a doctor reviewing an early scan that has identified an unusual shadow on an X-ray. The shadow is real. Multiple independent imaging passes confirm its presence, its approximate size, and its approximate location. What the shadow actually represents, a harmless variation in tissue density, a benign growth, something requiring further investigation, cannot be determined from the X-ray alone. A responsible doctor does not guess at this stage in either direction. They order the next appropriate test, an MRI perhaps, or a biopsy, chosen specifically because it can resolve exactly the question the first scan could not answer. They tell the patient honestly, "We have found something real. We do not yet know what it means. And here is the specific next step that will tell us more." This is almost exactly the situation the Scan Pyramids team finds itself in with the Menkaure voids. A real anomaly, confirmed through multiple independent methods. A genuine, currently unresolved question about what it represents. A specific, clearly identified next set of investigative techniques: muon tomography, infrared thermography, microgravimetry. Chosen precisely because each one can address a specific aspect of the remaining uncertainty that the original three methods could not fully resolve on their own. This is what honest science actually looks like when it is working as intended. Not dramatic, instant revelation. Careful, patient, sequential narrowing of genuine uncertainty, conducted by people willing to say clearly, at every single stage, exactly how much they currently know, and exactly how much they still do not. It is worth holding on to this image, the careful doctor, the appropriately ordered next test, the honest conversation about what is and is not yet known. As we move forward through the remainder of tonight's journey, because we will encounter, in the parts ahead, the considerably more dramatic and considerably more publicly anticipated case of the Khufu corridor's sealed door. And the 2026 reveal that Zahi Hawass has promised will rewrite a chapter in the history of the pharaohs. The temptation when discussing that kind of high-profile, eagerly anticipated announcement is to lean into the drama and the anticipation. We are going to resist that temptation in exactly the same way we have tried to resist it here. By being honest about what is currently known, honest about what remains genuinely uncertain, and patient enough to let the actual evidence, whenever it finally arrives, speak for itself. The voids are real. Their full significance is not yet known. And the path toward finding out is already clearly mapped by the same careful researchers who found them in the first place. Let me tell you about the specific announcement that has, more than any other single piece of news in recent Egyptological history, set the entire field of pyramid research buzzing with genuine anticipation. In November 2025, at the 44th Sharjah International Book Fair, Zahi Hawass, the same prominent Egyptian archaeologist whose careful skepticism about the Big Void's burial chamber interpretation we examined in Part 5, and whose name appears among the co-authors of the Menkaure research we examined in Part 8, made a public statement that immediately attracted international attention. He announced that his research team had identified a new passageway, approximately 30 meters in length, deep within the Great Pyramid of Khufu, detected using a combination of advanced scanning equipment, and that this passageway appears to terminate at a sealed stone door, a barrier that, by every available indication, has remained completely untouched since the pyramid's original construction more than 4,500 years ago. Hawass described this discovery in language that was notably more dramatic than the careful, hedged tone we have seen characterize most of the Scan Pyramids publications we examined earlier in tonight's journey, as something that would write a new chapter in the history of the pharaohs. He stated, in terms that have been widely quoted since, that he believes something very important is hidden under this corridor, and that the full findings would be announced to the world sometime in 2026, following the completion of what he described as exhaustive analysis by an international research team. Let me be very precise before we go any further about exactly what has and has not actually been confirmed regarding this specific announcement, because the gap between confirmed fact and anticipatory speculation is, if anything, even wider here than in any of the discoveries we have examined so far tonight, given that the full scientific publication and peer review process Hawass has explicitly promised has not yet occurred at the time of this video's recording. What has been stated publicly by Hawass himself and corroborated by subsequent reporting is this. The research team used a combination of thermal imaging, three-dimensional mapping, and Muon radiography, the same fundamental cosmic ray imaging technology we explained in careful detail in Part 4, to identify the corridor's location and approximate dimensions. Remote-operated robots building directly on the same general lineage of robotic exploration technology we will examine in more detail later in tonight's journey, were used to access and clear debris from openings that had remained entirely beyond human reach since the pyramid's construction. The exact location of the corridor and its terminating door has, according to Hawass, been confirmed with confidence. The specific contents of whatever lies beyond that door have not yet been revealed, and according to Hawass's own stated plan, will not be revealed until the full scientific report has been completed and reviewed. This specific commitment to withhold public disclosure of the door's contents until after a peer-reviewed scientific report has been completed deserves particular attention, because it represents, at least in its stated intention, a genuinely significant departure from how archaeological discoveries of this scale have sometimes been handled in the past, including by Hawass's own occasional past practice across his long career in ways that have not always matched the careful, restrained model we have seen the Scan Pyramids team consistently apply across the discoveries examined earlier in tonight's journey. It is worth being honest about Hawass's specific public profile and reputation within the broader field, because it adds useful context for evaluating how this particular announcement should be received. Hawass is, without question, one of the most prominent and most internationally recognized figures in modern Egyptology, having served for many years as Egypt's Minister of State for Antiquities Affairs, and having led or supervised an extraordinary number of significant excavations and discoveries across his career, including the genetic and CT scan research on Tutankhamun's mummy that we examined in detail in our recent video on the Boy King's curse. He is also, by general consensus within the field, a figure known for a particular flair for public communication and dramatic framing, sometimes drawing measured criticism from more conservative colleagues for announcing findings with a degree of confidence or drama that the underlying, not yet fully published evidence does not always immediately support. This is worth stating plainly and fairly, in the same spirit of even-handed, evidence-respecting analysis we have tried to maintain throughout tonight's entire investigation. Hawass's track record includes genuinely rigorous, carefully documented scientific achievement. His contribution to the Tutankhamun genetic research, his co-authorship of the peer-reviewed Menkaure study we examined in detail in Part 8, his decades of careful excavation work across multiple major Egyptian sites. It also includes a documented pattern of public statements that sometimes anticipate, with considerable confidence and drama, conclusions that the formal scientific process has not yet fully validated. Both of these things can be true simultaneously, and recognizing this nuance rather than either uncritically accepting every public statement at face value or dismissing the underlying research because of its sometimes dramatic framing is exactly the kind of careful, evidence-calibrated approach this channel has tried to model consistently. Let me describe, in a little more detail, the specific technical history that led to this particular corridor's identification, because it connects directly to threads we have already traced across earlier parts of tonight's journey. The 30-meter corridor Hawass has described builds on the same broader history of Khufu pyramid scanning. We examined in Part 3 and Part 6 the Alvarez Muon experiment, the Dormian-Goydin gravimetric work, the Waseda University radar survey, and most directly, the 2017 Big Void and 2023 North Face corridor discoveries that the core Scan Pyramids team had already confirmed and published through full peer review. According to Hawass's public statements, this newest corridor was identified using thermal imaging, three-dimensional mapping, and Muon radiography in combination. Essentially the same broad category of non-invasive techniques the Scan Pyramids team has applied consistently across every discovery we have examined tonight, suggesting that this latest finding represents a continuation and extension of that same broader, methodologically consistent research program, rather than an entirely separate or differently sourced investigation. The specific mention of robotic exploration deserves particular attention here because it represents a genuinely new and significant addition to the investigative toolkit beyond anything we have discussed so far in tonight's journey, and it will be the specific focus of a dedicated part later on. Hawass has stated that remote-operated robots were used specifically because, in his words, the space is too cramped for human entry. A statement that, if accurate, tells us something meaningful about the corridor's physical dimensions and accessibility. Consistent with the broader pattern we have already seen at Giza, of narrow, structurally significant spaces that were never intended to be regularly accessed or used by people, but rather served some other, more specifically engineering-related or ritually symbolic purpose. Let me also address directly the specific speculation that has already begun circulating in the months since the November 2025 announcement about what might lie beyond this sealed door. Some popular commentary has connected the discovery to long-standing, considerably more speculative theories about Khufu's missing burial chamber. The same basic question we discussed in Part 5 regarding the Big Void, given that the King's Chamber's massive granite sarcophagus has remained empty since at least the 9th century, when medieval Arab explorers first documented its condition. Other, considerably more sensational commentary circulating on social media has speculated about connections to entirely unrelated historical figures and narratives, including suggestions linking the discovery to Cleopatra, a connection that has no evidentiary basis whatsoever, and that appears to represent exactly the kind of manufactured embellishment this channel has spent considerable time across previous videos, carefully separating from genuine archaeological evidence. Hawass himself, to his credit, has consistently and explicitly declined to speculate publicly about the door's specific contents, repeatedly stating in interviews and public appearances that the international research team involved will only release detailed findings after what he has described as exhaustive analysis, with a full scientific report preceding any public announcement of specific contents. This stated commitment to withholding speculation until the evidence is fully analysed and reviewed is, I think, worth taking seriously and worth holding Hawass to, precisely because it represents exactly the standard of careful, restrained scientific communication that the rest of tonight's investigation has shown to be both achievable and, when actually followed, genuinely trustworthy. It is also worth noting the specific broader institutional context within which this 2026 announcement is being positioned. Hawass has directly connected the anticipated reveal to the recent opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum, the same institution we discussed at some length in our recent Tutankhamun video, which now displays more than 5,000 objects from the Boy King's tomb in a single purpose-built location for the first time. Hawass has explicitly framed the museum's opening as having intensified global interest in Egyptian antiquities, setting the stage for what he anticipates will be an even more significant 2026 announcement. This connection between major museum openings, sustained public attention, and the timing of significant archaeological announcements is a recurring pattern across the modern history of Egyptology, and it is worth noting honestly as a contextual factor, without thereby concluding that it necessarily undermines the underlying scientific substance of the corridor discovery itself. Institutions reasonably seek to maximize the public and cultural impact of genuine discoveries. This commercial and cultural reality does not, on its own, tell us anything about whether the underlying scientific claims are accurate. There is one further element of Hawass's public statements from the Sharjah appearance worth addressing directly, because it touches on two of his other long-standing professional ambitions that have, on occasion, blurred together with the corridor announcement in subsequent popular reporting. Hawass has spoken, across this same period of public appearances, of two further long-held personal and professional goals: the eventual discovery of the tomb of Imhotep, the architect credited with designing the step pyramid of Giza, generally regarded as the earliest of Egypt's major pyramid structures, and the discovery of the tomb of Nefertiti, the wife of Akhenaten, whose burial location, despite extensive searching and several previous claimed identifications that have not held up to subsequent scrutiny, remains genuinely unknown. It is important to be precise here because some popular coverage has conflated these separate ambitions with the specific Khufu corridor announcement in ways that the available evidence does not support. Hawass has described the discovery of Imhotep's tomb as potentially even more significant than the Tutankhamun discovery, and has suggested he has some indication of where it might be located. But this is a separate research interest from the Khufu corridor specifically, concerning an entirely different site and an entirely different historical figure. Similarly, his long-standing interest in locating Nefertiti's tomb is a distinct line of inquiry, unconnected to the specific corridor and sealed door inside Khufu's pyramid that is the actual subject of the 2026 announcement. Keeping these separate ambitions clearly distinguished from one another is exactly the kind of careful, precise attention to what has actually been claimed, by whom, and about which specific site that this entire video has tried to model. What we are left with as we approach the end of tonight's specific examination of this still unfolding story is precisely the kind of honest, carefully bounded uncertainty that has characterized every genuine discovery we have traced across this entire investigation. A real corridor, identified through methods directly continuous with the rigorously validated muon and thermal imaging techniques we have examined in detail. A real sealed door, its precise location confirmed with apparent confidence. A genuine, currently unresolved question about what lies beyond it. And a stated commitment from the researcher most directly associated with the discovery to resolve that uncertainty through careful analysis and peer review, rather than premature speculation. Let me close this part by saying something about why I think this particular story, more than perhaps any other we have examined across the entirety of this channel's history, represents exactly the kind of genuine mystery worth following with patient, sustained attention, rather than either premature dismissal or premature credulity. Most of the mysteries this channel has explored across its history are, in an important sense, already settled, even when popular culture has not caught up with that settlement. We know, with very high confidence, that Atlantis, as Plato described it, never existed as a literal, historical civilization. We know that the Inca built their stonework using entirely human methods, refined across generations of accumulated skill. We know that no curse killed Lord Carnarvon. In each of these cases, our role has been to carefully explain why the settled scientific answer is, in fact, settled, against a backdrop of persistent popular mythology that has not yet absorbed that settlement. This story is different. It is not yet settled. The door has been found. What lies beyond it genuinely has not yet been determined by anyone, including the researchers who found it. This is a rare and genuinely valuable opportunity, a chance to sit with real, live, unresolved scientific uncertainty in real time, rather than explaining after the fact why a popular myth was wrong all along. There is something genuinely exciting, I think, in simply not knowing yet, provided that not knowing is held honestly rather than filled prematurely with either dismissive certainty or speculative drama. We get to watch this one unfold. We get to see in real time exactly how a confirmed physical discovery, a real corridor, a real door, both verified through legitimate scientific method, moves through the remaining stages of careful analysis toward whatever its eventual, fully substantiated answer turns out to be. That is a privilege this channel does not often get to offer, given how much of our usual subject matter involves correcting century-old, already settled misconceptions, rather than watching a genuine mystery resolve in something close to real time. So let us hold this one carefully, exactly as we have tried to hold every discovery across tonight's investigation, with genuine excitement about what has actually been confirmed, and genuine patience about everything that has not. We will know more in 2026. Until then, the honest answer to what lies beyond that specific sealed door is, we do not yet know. And anyone telling you with confidence that they do, before the promised scientific report has actually been published and reviewed, is telling you more than the current evidence can actually support. Let me give the skeptical position its full and fair hearing, because we have spent 10 parts of tonight's journey building genuine excitement about confirmed discoveries, and intellectual honesty requires that we now sit, carefully and at length, with the strongest case against reading too much into any of them. Zahi Hawass, whose name has now appeared across multiple discoveries we have examined tonight, as a co-author of the careful, peer-reviewed Menkaure research in Part 8, as the source of the still unfolding Khufu corridor announcement in Part 10, and as the most prominent public skeptic of the Big Void's burial chamber interpretation in Part 5, occupies a genuinely interesting and, I think, instructive position within this entire story. He is simultaneously one of the field's most enthusiastic public communicators of new discoveries, and one of its most consistent voices of caution against over-interpreting what those discoveries actually mean. Understanding why he holds both positions at once, rather than treating this as some kind of inconsistency to be resolved, is essential to understanding the genuine state of scientific knowledge we have been carefully tracing across this entire video. Hawass's specific skeptical argument, which he has repeated across numerous public statements spanning the years since the 2017 Big Void announcement, rests on a foundational engineering fact that we touched on briefly in Part 5 and Part 6, but which deserves now to be developed in considerably more depth, because it represents the single most important piece of context for evaluating every void discovery we have examined tonight. The Great Pyramid and by extension its two Giza neighbours, is not a uniform, solid mass of stone with a small number of discrete, purpose-built chambers carved out of it. It is instead a structure whose builders incorporated, deliberately and repeatedly, numerous smaller voids and irregular spaces throughout its mass, specifically as a structural response to the immense compressive forces generated by millions of tons of stone bearing down from above. Hawass's specific and recurring point, made consistently across his public commentary on the Big Void, the North Face Corridor, and by clear implication the Menkaure anomalies as well, is this. The pyramid is, in his own words, full of smaller voids between stones, included specifically to reduce weight and stress on the structure, and what one excited research team interprets as a single, deliberately designed, possibly significant chamber may, on more careful or more complete analysis, turn out to be nothing more than this same ordinary, structurally necessary irregularity, repeated yet again in a slightly different location. It is worth taking this argument with full seriousness, rather than treating it as mere caution for caution's sake, because it is grounded in genuine, well-documented engineering reality. We discussed the known relieving chambers above the King's Chamber at some length in Part 6, 5 separate stacked spaces, discovered by Howard Vyse in the 1830s using gunpowder, each one a low, architecturally unremarkable, purely functional space whose entire purpose was to redistribute weight away from the King's Chamber's flat ceiling. These chambers are not mysterious. They are not symbolically decorated. They contain no inscriptions, no artifacts, no evidence of ritual use of any kind. They exist purely because ancient Egyptian builders, through generations of accumulated practical engineering experience, exactly like the kind we traced across multiple earlier videos on Inca stonework and broader pyramid construction, understood that a flat stone ceiling bearing the full compressive weight of the pyramid's upper mass would be at serious risk of catastrophic failure, and that breaking up and redistributing that weight through a series of strategically placed internal voids was the most effective available solution to this specific structural problem. Given that this kind of purely functional, purely structural void is a well-established, thoroughly documented feature of pyramid engineering, not a single isolated curiosity, but a recurring design pattern applied at multiple points throughout the structure. Hawass's specific caution becomes considerably easier to understand and considerably harder to simply dismiss. If the pyramid's builders incorporated this kind of structural relieving void as a matter of routine engineering practice, then the simple existence of a newly detected void on its own, without further corroborating evidence about its specific internal structure, contents, or connection to other significant architectural features, cannot by itself tell us whether we have found something of genuine historical or ceremonial significance, or whether we have simply found one more instance of entirely ordinary, ancient structural engineering, doing exactly the same unglamorous job that the King's Chamber's relieving chambers have been doing, largely unnoticed, for 4,500 years. Let me develop this skeptical case further by walking through the specific statistical and probabilistic reasoning that underlies it, because I think this is where the argument becomes genuinely persuasive rather than merely cautious. Consider the base rate question directly. If we know, with confidence, that the pyramid structure already contains numerous confirmed relieving voids, the 5 chambers above the King's Chamber alone represent a documented, non-trivial sample. Then before we have examined any specific new finding in detail, our starting expectation in the absence of other evidence should reasonably assign a meaningful probability to any newly detected void turning out to be another instance of this same, already well-documented structural category, simply because we know this category of void is common within the structure as a whole. This is not pessimism. It is ordinary, sound statistical reasoning. When a known, common explanation exists for a given type of observation, that explanation deserves serious weight relative to rarer, more dramatic alternative explanations, unless and until additional specific evidence shifts the balance of probability. This is precisely the kind of base rate thinking that this channel has tried to model consistently across every investigation we have undertaken, including, notably, in our examination of the Tutankhamun curse, where the relevant base rate question was whether the observed pattern of deaths among expedition members differed meaningfully from the ordinary mortality rate any comparable group of people would be expected to show. The answer there, as we found through Mark Nelson's careful 2002 statistical analysis, was no. The observed deaths fit entirely within the expected base rate for ordinary human mortality, with no need for any exotic curse-based explanation. Hawass's skeptical argument about pyramid voids applies exactly the same fundamental logic to a different domain. Before reaching for the more dramatic interpretation, check carefully whether the mundane, already documented explanation accounts adequately for what has actually been observed. It is worth being precise, however, about exactly where this skeptical argument's force runs out, because Hawass himself, to his considerable credit, has not used this caution as a blanket dismissal of every new void discovery as automatically and necessarily structural in nature. His own co-authorship of the rigorously peer-reviewed Menkaure research we examined in Part 8 demonstrates this clearly. He was willing to lend his name and his expertise to a publication confirming genuine, specific anomalies at a specific location. Anomalies that the full research team explicitly noted bore an intriguing resemblance to the beginning of a sealed passage, rather than to the kind of small, irregular relieving voids found elsewhere in pyramid construction. This is the genuinely important nuance that separates Hawass's specific brand of scientific skepticism from a more simplistic, reflexive dismissiveness. The base rate argument about structural relieving voids is a strong prior, not an absolute rule. It tells us that, in the absence of further specific evidence, we should not leap immediately to the most dramatic possible interpretation of any newly detected void. It does not tell us that every void must necessarily be structural, regardless of its specific size, shape, location, and the broader architectural context surrounding it. The Menkaure A1 anomaly's specific trapezoidal block configuration, sitting directly above a hollow space in a pattern the research team explicitly noted resembled the beginning of a sealed corridor, is precisely the kind of additional, specific evidence that can, and in this case apparently did, shift Hawass's own assessment toward taking the entrance hypothesis more seriously than a simple, relieving chamber explanation would predict. Let me apply this same careful, evidence-weighing approach directly to each of the three major discoveries we have traced across tonight's journey, because doing so honestly requires us to acknowledge that the skeptical structural explanation currently sits at different levels of strength for each one. For the North Face corridor, examined in detail in Part 6, the structural relieving chamber explanation appears to be the strongest and most widely accepted current interpretation, supported directly by the corridor's specific position near the pyramid's main entrance. Itself, a known structural vulnerability requiring exactly this kind of weight redistribution. And by the plain, unadorned, purely functional appearance the endoscopic camera images actually revealed, with no inscriptions, no artifacts, and no indication of any use beyond the structural. For the big void above the Grand Gallery, examined in Part 5, the picture remains genuinely more contested, with serious researchers continuing to advocate for several different interpretations, including the structural relieving explanation Hawass favors, the burial chamber hypothesis, and the abandoned construction feature hypothesis, none of which has yet achieved anything close to scientific consensus. For the Menkaure eastern face anomalies, examined in detail across parts 7 through 9, the specific trapezoidal block geometry noted by the research team provides somewhat stronger, though still far from conclusive, support for the entrance hypothesis specifically relative to a purely structural explanation. Though the research team's own published caution, which we discussed at length in Part 8 and Part 9, means this should still be held as a genuinely open question, rather than a settled conclusion in either direction. This kind of case-by-case, evidence-weighted assessment, rather than a single blanket rule applied indiscriminately across every discovery, is, I think, exactly what responsible engagement with this entire body of research actually requires. And it is precisely the model that the most careful voices within the field, Hawass very much included despite his occasional dramatic public framing on other topics, have consistently applied. Let me close this part with a broader reflection on why this specific kind of internal scientific disagreement, Hawass skeptical of one interpretation, supportive of investigating another, all within the same broad research community working on the same broad set of questions, is something to be valued rather than treated as evidence of confusion or unreliability in the underlying science. Genuine scientific fields working at the frontier of what current evidence can establish are supposed to contain exactly this kind of internal disagreement. A field in which every researcher agreed immediately and completely about the interpretation of every new finding would be a field that had either achieved unusually complete and definitive evidence, or a field that was not applying sufficiently rigorous, independent scrutiny to its own claims. The genuine, sometimes pointed disagreement we have traced across tonight's investigation, disagreement conducted entirely within the bounds of peer-reviewed publication, conference presentation, and on-record public statement rather than through anonymous online speculation or unaccountable claim-making, is, in fact, one of the clearest signals available that this entire body of research is being held to the kind of rigorous standard that good science actually requires. The pyramids are not hiding their secrets from careful scrutiny. They are simply, genuinely, still in the process of being asked the right questions by researchers honest enough to disagree with each other, in public, on the record, about exactly what the current evidence does and does not yet establish. Let me add one final, somewhat more technical dimension to this skeptical case, because it deserves to be stated clearly even though it has not yet featured prominently in the popular coverage of any of these discoveries. The specific question of how researchers can statistically distinguish a genuinely anomalous void from the ordinary background variation that any large, ancient stone structure inevitably contains. Every large stone structure, regardless of how carefully it was built, contains some baseline level of natural variation. Minor cracks, slight density differences between individual quarried blocks, small gaps where mortar or fill material has settled or eroded over 4,500 years. A Muon imaging campaign, an electrical resistivity survey, or a ground-penetrating radar scan conducted across a sufficiently large area of any ancient structure will, simply as a matter of statistical likelihood, encounter some number of minor anomalies that reflect this ordinary background variation rather than any deliberately constructed feature. Responsible researchers need a principled way of distinguishing signal from this kind of background noise, and this is precisely why the kind of rigorous statistical and simulation-based verification we discussed in Part 8, the PyGIMLE, GPR Max, and Salvus modeling work that specifically tested and excluded natural geological explanations for the Menkaure anomalies, matters so much. Hawass's skeptical instinct, properly understood, is in some sense a plea for exactly this kind of rigor to be applied consistently, every time to every new finding, rather than allowing the genuine excitement that surrounds any pyramid-related discovery to lower the evidentiary bar required before a finding is publicly framed as significant. This is, I think, a thoroughly reasonable and thoroughly scientific position to hold, and it is worth remembering as we move forward into the remaining parts of tonight's journey, particularly as we approach the still unresolved Khufu corridor story from Part 10, where the full rigorous verification process Hawass himself has called for has not yet been completed. Let me also address, briefly, a specific objection that sometimes arises in popular discussion of Hawass's skepticism. The suggestion that his caution might reflect institutional or professional self-interest, a desire to protect his own legacy or his own prior public statements from being overturned by more dramatic findings from other researchers. I want to address this directly because it touches on the broader question of how we should evaluate scientific testimony from researchers who hold institutional positions and professional reputations that could, in principle, be affected by how a given controversy is ultimately resolved. The honest answer is that this kind of motivated reasoning is always a theoretical possibility worth bearing in mind when evaluating any expert's public statements. And good scientific practice generally addresses this concern not by simply trusting or distrusting any individual researcher's stated position, but by relying on the broader structures of peer review, independent replication, and open publication that allow a finding's credibility to rest on the evidence itself, rather than on any single person's authority or reputation. This is precisely why the specific publication and verification standards we have traced throughout tonight's journey, the Nature Peer Review for the Big Void, the NDT and E International Peer Review for the Menkaure findings, the explicit cross-method verification applied in both cases, matter so much more than any individual researcher's personal credibility or stated opinion, however eminent that researcher might be within the field. Hawass's specific skepticism about the Big Void's burial chamber interpretation and his specific willingness to co-author research supporting the Menkaure entrance hypothesis should be evaluated, in other words, not primarily on the basis of who he is or what his institutional interests might be, but on the basis of whether the specific evidence and reasoning he has offered for each position holds up to independent scrutiny. On the evidence we have examined across tonight's investigation, it does. The relieving chamber base rate argument is sound engineering reasoning, well supported by the documented pattern of similar structures elsewhere in the pyramid. The willingness to take the Menkaure trapezoidal block configuration seriously as evidence favoring the entrance hypothesis, rather than reflexively dismissing it, reflects exactly the kind of evidence-responsive, rather than ideologically fixed, scientific reasoning that good practice requires. This is, in the end, the genuinely reassuring conclusion that this specific examination of the skeptical counterview offers. The disagreements within this field are not a sign that the underlying science is unreliable or contested in some fundamental way. They are a sign that the underlying science is being conducted properly, with multiple independent researchers applying consistent standards of evidence, reaching somewhat different conclusions about different specific findings based on the specific strength of evidence available for each one, and remaining open, in every case we have examined, to revising their views as additional evidence accumulates. That is what healthy scientific disagreement looks like. And it is, I think, exactly the kind of disagreement that should make us trust this entire body of research more, not less. Let us carry that trust forward now into the next part of tonight's journey, where we will examine what is actually known and what remains stubbornly, genuinely unknown about the contents of the chambers that have already been fully accessed within Khufu's pyramid for nearly 2 centuries. Let me turn now to a question that sits underneath almost everything we have discussed across tonight's journey, and that deserves its own careful, dedicated treatment. What is actually inside the chambers of Khufu's pyramid that have already been fully accessible to researchers for nearly 2 centuries? And what does their contents, or rather, their conspicuous lack of contents, actually tell us? The King's Chamber, the uppermost of the pyramid's 3 major internal spaces, sits at the very heart of the structure, reached via the Grand Gallery, whose architecture and adjacent Big Void we examined at length in Part 5. The chamber itself is a rectangular room built entirely from finely worked red granite, with a flat ceiling composed of 9 massive granite beams, the heaviest estimated at somewhere between 50 and 80 tons, an engineering achievement that remains genuinely impressive even when fully explained through entirely conventional ancient construction methods of the kind we traced in detail in Part 2. At the western end of this chamber sits a single, large sarcophagus, carved from a solid block of dark granite, its surfaces finished with a level of precision that modern stoneworking specialists have repeatedly noted as genuinely remarkable, given the tools available to its original makers. This sarcophagus is, by every reasonable interpretation, the intended final resting place for Khufu's mummified body. And it has been found completely empty since at least the 9th century CE, when the Abbasid Caliph al-Ma'mun, according to the most widely accepted historical account, forced his way into the pyramid's interior in search of treasure, only to find the king's chamber and its sarcophagus already bare. This raises a genuinely fundamental and, remarkably, still unresolved question that sits at the very center of everything we have discussed across tonight's entire investigation. If Khufu was indeed buried in this sarcophagus, as the chamber's location, design, and symbolic centrality within the pyramid's overall architecture all strongly suggest, what happened to his body and when? There are broadly 3 categories of explanation that Egyptologists have proposed for this empty sarcophagus, and it is worth working through each carefully, because the strengths and weaknesses of each explanation bear directly on how we should interpret the ongoing search for additional hidden spaces that has occupied us for the entirety of tonight's journey. The first and most straightforward explanation is ancient robbery. We established at considerable length in our recent video examining the Tutankhamun curse that the overwhelming majority of ancient Egyptian royal tombs were entered and looted, frequently within decades or at most a few centuries of the original burial, by robbers operating either independently or, in some well-documented cases, with the complicity of the very officials and priests nominally responsible for protecting the tomb. The Great Pyramid, despite its unparalleled scale and the obvious effort invested in its construction, would not be expected to be immune to this same basic pattern. And indeed, the pyramid's interior shows clear physical evidence of ancient intrusion, including damage to passage-blocking stones that appears to predate Al-Ma'mun's 9th century forced entry by a considerable margin, suggesting that robbers had already gained access to at least some of the pyramid's interior considerably earlier than the most famous documented break-in. If this explanation is correct, Khufu's body would have been removed from the sarcophagus, almost certainly along with any portable grave goods that had originally accompanied it, at some point in antiquity, with the remains then either destroyed, discarded, or in principle relocated by tomb robbers seeking specifically to strip valuable materials such as gold jewelry, fine linen wrappings, and any precious amulets from the body itself, a practice well documented at numerous other ancient Egyptian burial sites where robbery, rather than careful archaeological recovery, was the primary subsequent history of the burial. The second explanation, considerably more speculative but worth taking seriously, given everything we have discussed tonight about the genuine internal complexity that modern scanning technology continues to reveal within these structures, holds that Khufu's actual burial may never have taken place in the king's chamber at all. That this chamber, for reasons connected perhaps to evolving religious practice, security concerns identified during the long construction process, or some other consideration we do not currently understand, may have been a deliberate decoy or a superseded plan, with the king's genuine final burial taking place instead in some other, still undiscovered location within or beneath the pyramid's structure. This is, of course, precisely the hypothesis that gives the Big Void discovery, examined in detail in Part 5, much of its particular dramatic resonance in popular discussion, and it is worth being completely honest about both its appeal and its genuine evidentiary weaknesses. The appeal is straightforward. It would explain, in one elegant stroke, both the persistently empty sarcophagus and the genuine, scientifically confirmed existence of substantial undiscovered internal structure within the pyramid. The evidentiary weakness, which we discussed at length in Part 5, is that nothing in the actual Muon imaging data, nor in any subsequent investigation, has provided direct confirmation that the Big Void specifically contains a burial chamber, royal remains, or grave goods of any kind. The Void's existence is confirmed, but its specific contents and function remain, as we established carefully in that earlier part, a genuinely open question rather than a settled answer. The third explanation, less frequently discussed in popular treatments of this question but taken seriously within the scholarly literature, holds that ancient Egyptian royal mummification and burial practices during this specific early period of pyramid construction may have differed in ways not fully captured by our understanding of later, better documented periods, potentially including practices around the body's eventual disposition that do not map cleanly onto the simpler picture of a single, permanent, never-to-be-disturbed burial that popular imagination often assumes. Some scholars have raised the possibility that royal mummification practices, body treatment, and burial customs evolved considerably across the roughly 3,000-year span of ancient Egyptian pharaonic civilization, and that our relatively rich, well-documented understanding of these practices during the later New Kingdom period, including everything we discussed in detail regarding Tutankhamun's own burial, may not be a fully reliable guide to exactly how things were done several centuries earlier, during Khufu's own 4th dynasty reign. It is worth being honest in surveying these three explanations that none of them currently commands the kind of overwhelming scholarly consensus that would allow us to say with real confidence which one or which combination actually accounts for the empty sarcophagus. This is, in its own way, one of the most genuinely striking facts we have encountered across this entire investigation. The single most famous, most extensively studied ancient monument in the world contains, at its very center, a basic and fundamental historical question. Where is the body of the man it was built for that remains, after nearly 1,200 years of documented investigation stretching back to Al-Mamun's 9th century exploration, still genuinely unresolved? Let me connect this directly back to the broader thread we have been tracing across the entirety of tonight's journey. This unresolved question about Khufu's actual remains is, I think, the single best piece of context for understanding why the discoveries we have examined, the Big Void, the North Face Corridor, the Menkaure anomalies, and the still unfolding Khufu corridor story from Part 10, generate the specific level of genuine scientific and public interest that they do. Each new confirmed void within these structures represents a possible, if currently unconfirmed, piece of the puzzle that might eventually help resolve this genuinely old, genuinely unanswered historical question. This is not manufactured mystery in the sense we have spent so much of this channel's history carefully debunking. It is a genuine, long-standing historical puzzle, acknowledged as such by serious scholars for well over a millennium, that modern non-invasive scanning technology has, for the first time, given researchers a realistic prospect of actually making progress toward resolving. Let me also describe, briefly, what is known about the lower two chambers within Khufu's pyramid, because their contents, or rather their similarly notable lack of significant contents, round out this picture usefully. The so-called Queen's Chamber, despite its name, has never been definitively associated with any specific queen, and its actual original purpose remains debated among Egyptologists, with proposed explanations ranging from an abandoned earlier burial chamber plan, superseded during construction by the decision to build the considerably more elaborate King's Chamber higher within the structure, to a dedicated space for a specific statue or ritual object connected to the King's Kai, the life force concept we discussed in detail in our Tutankhamun video. This chamber too was found essentially empty of any grave goods or significant artifacts when modern exploration first fully documented it. It is worth noting that this chamber's two narrow shafts, sometimes referred to as air shafts, though their exact function remains debated, were the specific target of the JD Project robotic camera exploration in 2011, work we will examine in considerably more detail later in tonight's journey, and which itself produced genuinely interesting, if not fully conclusive, findings about small inscribed markings and a previously undocumented stone door partway along one of these shafts. The subterranean chamber, cut directly into the bedrock beneath the pyramid's base and reached via the long descending passage from the original entrance, is the most architecturally unfinished and the least well understood of the pyramid's three major chambers, with an unfinished appearance that has led some researchers to propose it represents an abandoned earlier construction plan, modified as the overall design of the pyramid's interior evolved during the actual building process. Precisely the kind of mid-construction revision we have now traced repeatedly across multiple structures throughout tonight's broader investigation, from the bent pyramid's changed angle in Part 2 to Menkaure's own modified interior layout in Part 7. What this survey of the pyramid's fully known, fully accessible interior spaces leaves us with, I think, is an important and somewhat humbling perspective on everything else we have discussed tonight. We have spent considerable time examining genuine, scientifically confirmed new discoveries, real voids, detected through rigorous, peer-reviewed, multi-method investigation. But it is worth remembering that even the chambers we have known about and had full physical access to for nearly 2 centuries of modern archaeological study still leave us with fundamental, unresolved questions about the pyramid's original use and history. The discovery of new spaces is genuinely exciting and genuinely valuable, but it has not yet on its own resolved the kind of basic historical questions that have puzzled careful observers since long before modern archaeology existed as a discipline at all. This is, in the end, exactly the kind of honest, carefully calibrated conclusion that this entire investigation has tried to model consistently. We know more about the Great Pyramid's interior than we did even 5 years ago. We do not yet know where Khufu's body actually is, or definitively why his sarcophagus has sat empty for at least 12 centuries, and very possibly considerably longer. Both of these things are true at once, and holding them together honestly, rather than allowing genuine new discovery to create a false impression that old, genuinely difficult questions have therefore been resolved, is precisely the discipline this entire video has tried to practice. Let me add one further detail about the sarcophagus itself, because it offers a small but genuinely interesting piece of physical evidence relevant to this entire discussion. The sarcophagus, as measured by 19th century surveyors, is slightly too large to have been brought down through the pyramid's known passages in its finished, assembled form. Its dimensions exceed the width of the Grand Gallery and the connecting passages leading to the king's chamber. This means the sarcophagus must have been placed within the chamber during the construction process itself, before the chamber's surrounding walls and ceiling were fully completed, rather than being installed afterward through the finished passage system. This is a small but genuinely informative piece of evidence about the specific sequence of construction, confirming that the builders planned the chamber and its contents together from the earliest stages of the pyramid's design, rather than treating the burial furniture as something to be added later through the completed structure. This detail matters for our broader discussion because it reinforces something we have emphasized consistently across tonight's journey. Ancient Egyptian pyramid construction was an integrated, carefully sequenced process in which structural, ritual, and practical considerations were planned together from the outset, rather than being improvised or added piecemeal after the fact. The sarcophagus's placement during construction is exactly the kind of detail that a careful, forward-planning building project would require, and it stands as one more small piece of evidence for the genuine sophistication of the overall construction effort, entirely independent of whatever specific historical fate eventually befell the king's actual remains. Let me also touch briefly on what is known about the broader funerary complex surrounding Khufu's pyramid, because the body's fate is not the only piece of this puzzle that remains incompletely resolved. The pyramid's original mortuary temple, situated on its eastern side in a configuration generally similar to what we described for Menkaure's complex in Part 7, survives today only in fragmentary foundation remains, having been extensively quarried for building material in later periods, much as Sacsayhuaman's upper walls were quarried for colonial construction in Cusco, a pattern of secondary reuse of monumental stone that we have now encountered across multiple unrelated ancient construction traditions throughout this channel's broader history. 3 smaller subsidiary pyramids, generally associated with Khufu's queens, stand nearby, and several boat pits have been identified and partially excavated in the surrounding area, including the remarkable solar bark vessel recovered from one such pit in the 1950s, painstakingly reassembled and now displayed following its long and complex conservation history as one of the most significant surviving examples of ancient Egyptian boat-building technology. This solar bark discovery is worth a brief mention in its own right, because it represents exactly the kind of genuine, well-documented, scientifically significant find that this entire investigation has tried to highlight as the proper standard against which more speculative claims should be measured. The vessel, found dismantled into more than 1,200 individual pieces, required decades of careful conservation work to reassemble, and it provides direct, physical evidence of ancient Egyptian boat-building techniques and the specific religious and symbolic role that solar boats played within Old Kingdom royal funerary belief. The boat understood as a vessel for the king's spirit to accompany the sun god on his daily journey across the sky, a cosmological concept directly continuous with the broader Ka, Ba, and Ak theology we examined in detail in our Tutankhamun video. It is worth noting too that a second, similarly disassembled boat was identified in a neighbouring pit and left unexcavated for several additional decades after the first was recovered, specifically because conservation specialists judged that the techniques and materials available were not yet sufficiently advanced to guarantee its safe extraction and preservation. This second vessel was eventually excavated and conserved using updated methods developed in the intervening years. A small but genuinely instructive example of exactly the kind of patient, methodologically careful restraint that has characterized the most responsible strands of Giza archaeology across multiple generations, choosing to leave a known, confirmed discovery untouched rather than risk damaging it through premature intervention with inadequate technology, precisely mirroring the careful, patient pace we have traced consistently across every scanning discovery examined throughout tonight's journey. What this broader survey of Khufu's complete funerary complex offers, I think, is a useful final corrective to any temptation to treat the pyramid's interior architecture as the sole or even the primary site of ongoing archaeological interest at Giza. The complex as a whole, the temple foundations, the subsidiary pyramids, the boat pits, and their genuinely extraordinary contents, continues to yield significant, well-documented discoveries through entirely conventional excavation methods, working alongside the non-invasive scanning technology that has been our primary focus across tonight's journey. The pyramid's interior voids are genuinely exciting and genuinely significant. They are not the only frontier of active, productive Giza research, and keeping this broader context in mind is, I think, an important part of maintaining the kind of properly calibrated, evidence-respecting perspective this entire investigation has tried to model throughout. Let us carry this broader, properly proportioned perspective forward into the next part of tonight's journey, where we return one final time to the construction question itself, closing that particular door firmly using exactly the same kind of evidentiary rigor we have applied to every other question across this entire investigation. The body is missing, the questions remain open, and the work, patiently and carefully, continues. Let me close, firmly and completely, the door on a question that has been sitting quietly in the background of this entire investigation, because honesty requires that we address it directly, rather than simply assuming our audience already agrees with us. Throughout tonight's journey, we have spent considerable time examining genuine, scientifically confirmed mystery. Real voids, detected through rigorous peer-reviewed methods, whose specific purpose remains honestly unresolved. It would be easy, having spent this much time establishing that the pyramids still contain genuine, unanswered questions, for some portion of our audience to wonder whether this opens the door to the kind of ancient astronaut or lost technology explanations that this channel has, across multiple previous videos, carefully and repeatedly debunked. It does not, and I want to spend this part explaining exactly why, with the same evidentiary rigor we have applied to every other question across tonight's investigation. Let us return first to the basic physics and logistics of pyramid construction, because this is where any honest assessment of the ancient astronaut hypothesis has to begin. We covered the broad outline of this case in Part 2, when we discussed Sneferu's progressive engineering refinements across the Medum, Bent, and Red pyramids, and Khufu's subsequent benefit from those hard-won lessons. It is worth now developing this case in considerably more technical depth, because the specific quantitative details matter enormously for evaluating whether ordinary human capability, organized at sufficient scale, genuinely accounts for what we observe. Consider the core engineering challenge: moving and placing approximately 2.3 million blocks of stone, averaging 2.5 tons each, with some individual blocks weighing considerably more, across a construction period that most engineering analyses place at somewhere between 20 and 23 years, based on the specific rate of construction implied by comparing Herodotus's ancient account against the structure's actual measured volume. This works out, as we noted briefly in Part 2, to an average placement rate of around 800 blocks per day, every day, across the full duration of construction. A sustained logistical achievement, but one that, when broken down into its component parts, becomes considerably more tractable than the raw headline number might initially suggest. Spread across a typical 10-hour working day, 800 blocks per day works out to roughly one block, placed every 45 seconds somewhere on the structure, not by a single team working sequentially, but across the multiple simultaneous work sites that the pyramid's growing structure would have accommodated as it rose, with different teams working on different faces and different levels at once. This is the same basic kind of organizational analysis we applied in detail to Inca construction logistics in our earlier video on Sacsayhuaman, and the underlying conclusion is the same. Large numbers, properly distributed across a sufficiently large organized workforce operating in parallel, become considerably less individually demanding than a single aggregate figure suggests. It is worth being specific about how this parallel work model is actually supported by the physical evidence at the site itself, rather than simply being a reasonable theoretical assumption. Archaeological surveys of the pyramid's surrounding construction area have identified the remains of multiple distinct ramp systems and staging areas, consistent with simultaneous work being conducted at different points around the structure's perimeter, rather than a single linear construction sequence proceeding one face or one level at a time. This distributed work pattern would have allowed the overall construction rate to be achieved through the combined output of many separate, moderately sized teams, each individually responsible for a comparatively modest portion of the total daily placement rate, rather than requiring any single team to achieve an implausibly fast individual working pace. The specific quarrying and transport logistics behind this rate of construction are, as we touched on in Part 2, well documented through multiple independent lines of physical evidence. The vast majority of the pyramid's core material was quarried directly from the Giza Plateau itself, minimizing transport distance for the bulk of the structure's mass. The finer Tura limestone used for the original outer casing was quarried from sites across the Nile and transported by boat during the river's annual flood season, when water levels were high enough to allow loaded barges to approach considerably closer to the construction site than would be possible during the rest of the year. A specific seasonal logistics strategy that ancient Egyptian builders appear to have understood and exploited deliberately, rather than a detail requiring any explanation beyond ordinary practical engineering sense. The granite used for the king's chamber's massive ceiling beams, and for portions of Menkaure's distinctive casing that we examined in detail in Part 7, came from quarries at Aswan, more than 800 kilometers to the south, transported down the Nile by barge, a substantial undertaking, but one for which we have direct, physical archaeological evidence at the Aswan quarries themselves, including partially extracted obelisks and blocks still bearing the marks of ancient quarrying tools, frozen in place exactly where their extraction was abandoned, in patterns entirely consistent with the use of stone and copper tools, wooden wedges, and controlled water application to exploit natural fracture lines in the rock. Methods we have now traced, in broadly similar form, across multiple unrelated ancient construction traditions throughout this channel's history, from the Inca quarries above Cusco to these same Aswan granite quarries supplying ancient Egyptian builders, working many thousands of kilometers away and many centuries apart. The workers' settlement we discussed in detail in Part 2, the bakeries, breweries, fish processing facilities, and the housing for a workforce numbering between 10 and 20,000 people, provides direct, physical, archaeologically excavated evidence of exactly the kind of organized, state-supported labor mobilization that this scale of construction would require, evidence that has accumulated specifically and substantially since Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass's excavations beginning in the 1980s, displacing considerably older and less well-evidenced assumptions about how this workforce might have been organized. Let me now address directly, and specifically, the actual claims that the ancient astronaut and lost technology traditions typically make about pyramid construction, because addressing the strongest versions of these claims directly is more intellectually honest than simply dismissing the broader category without engagement. The most commonly repeated specific claim concerns precision. The assertion that the pyramid's geometric accuracy, particularly its alignment to true north and the precision of its base dimensions, exceeds what ancient surveying methods could plausibly achieve without either modern instrumentation or some form of external, non-human assistance. We touched on this briefly in part 2 when discussing the pyramid's cardinal alignment. It is worth developing the actual surveying methodology in more detail here, because doing so demonstrates clearly that the observed precision, while genuinely impressive, falls well within the documented capabilities of careful, naked-eye astronomical observation. Ancient Egyptian surveyors had access to a specific and well-documented technique for establishing true north with considerable accuracy, tracking the rising and setting positions of specific circumpolar stars, stars that remain visible throughout the night because they orbit close enough to the celestial pole never to dip below the horizon. And bisecting the angle between these two observed positions to identify true north independent of magnetic variation or any other source of error that a compass-based method would introduce. This technique, requiring nothing more than careful observation, patience across multiple nights to refine the measurement, and simple geometric bisection using cord and stakes, has been experimentally replicated by modern researchers and shown capable of achieving accuracy within a small fraction of a degree. Fully sufficient to explain the pyramid's observed alignment without requiring any technology beyond careful, patient naked-eye astronomy repeated and refined across the likely multi-year period before construction actually began. A second commonly repeated claim concerns the supposedly impossible difficulty of cutting and transporting the largest individual stones, particularly the granite beams in the King's Chamber's ceiling. We addressed the general version of this claim at length in our Inca stonework video, where we worked through the specific physics of rope pulling, ramp gradients, lever mechanical advantage, and the experimental archaeology that has directly tested and confirmed the feasibility of moving comparably massive stones using period-appropriate methods. The exact same physical principles apply here. A 50 to 80-ton granite beam, while certainly an impressive engineering achievement to move and place, requires forces and logistics within the documented range of what large, well-organized teams using ropes, sledges, wooden rollers, and prepared transport surfaces can achieve. Precisely the same toolkit, applied at a comparable scale, that we traced in exhaustive detail when examining how the Inca moved their own multi-hundred-ton stones at Sacsayhuaman. A third claim, somewhat more specific to Egyptian pyramid construction, concerns the supposed mathematical sophistication embedded in the pyramid's proportions, claims that the structure encodes precise knowledge of the value of pi or of the Earth's exact circumference that ancient Egyptians could not plausibly have possessed through ordinary means. These specific numerical claims, when examined carefully by mathematicians and historians of science, generally turn out to rely on selectively chosen measurements, approximate coincidences that emerge naturally from the pyramid's actual functional design parameters. Its height-to-base ratio, driven by entirely practical and aesthetic considerations rather than any encoded cosmic constant, combined with the simple mathematical fact that with enough different possible ratios and measurements to choose from, some of them will inevitably produce numbers that superficially resemble other significant mathematical constants, purely as a matter of combinatorial probability rather than deliberate ancient design. This is precisely the same kind of pattern-matching error we examined in detail in our investigation of the Tutankhamun curse, where essentially random events were retrospectively assembled into an apparently meaningful pattern by selectively including confirming examples while ignoring the much larger number of non-confirming ones. The same fundamental cognitive bias, apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful pattern in what is actually coincidental or selectively curated data, explains a great deal of the supposed mathematical mystery that alternative history sources have built around pyramid proportions. What is genuinely remarkable about Khufu's pyramid, and what this entire investigation has tried to demonstrate consistently, is not that it requires explanation beyond ordinary human capability. It is that ordinary human capability, organized with sufficient skill, patience, administrative sophistication, and accumulated multi-generational engineering knowledge of exactly the kind we traced from Sneferu's progressive refinements through to Khufu's own construction, proved sufficient to produce a structure whose precision and scale remain genuinely awe-inspiring more than 4,500 years later. This is, I think, the single most important point to carry forward from this part of tonight's journey into everything that remains ahead. The genuine mystery we have been carefully tracing throughout this entire investigation, what specifically lies within the big void, the Menkaure anomalies, and the still-sealed Khufu corridor door, is a mystery about the specific contents and purpose of confirmed internal spaces. It is not, and has never been across this entire investigation, a mystery about whether ordinary human beings, without any external assistance, were capable of building these structures in the first place. That question was settled, decisively and through overwhelming converging evidence, long before any of tonight's more recent scanning discoveries were ever made. Let me add one further, genuinely important reflection on why this distinction matters so much. Beyond simple intellectual tidiness, there is a specific and, I think, somewhat troubling pattern in how ancient astronaut and lost technology explanations have historically been applied disproportionately to non-European civilizations and their monumental achievements, a pattern we examined directly and at some length in our video on Inca stonework, where we discussed how this kind of explanation tends to surface, specifically when the achievement in question was produced by a culture that European and American popular audiences have historically been less inclined to credit with the same baseline level of organizational and engineering sophistication automatically extended to comparable European achievements. Ancient Egypt occupies a genuinely interesting position within this broader pattern, because it has attracted ancient astronaut speculation for many decades, despite being, in crucial respects, one of the most extensively documented ancient civilizations in the world, with a rich written record, detailed administrative archives, and the kind of continuous archaeological attention that has produced exactly the depth of evidence: the workers' settlements, the quarry marks, the named work gangs, the documented multi-generational refinement of construction technique from Sneferu through to Khufu, that we have drawn on throughout tonight's entire investigation. If any ancient civilization's monumental architecture should be considered settled on the question of basic human capability, it is this one, precisely because the surrounding evidentiary record is so unusually rich and so unusually well preserved. It is worth noting too that this same rich documentary record extends to the specific individuals who oversaw and managed this construction in a way that further humanizes and grounds the entire achievement. We know from surviving administrative records and tomb inscriptions belonging to the officials themselves the names and titles of several individuals who held senior responsibility for organizing aspects of pyramid construction during this general period. Overseers of works, directors of expeditions to the quarries, officials responsible for provisioning the workforce. These were not anonymous, faceless administrators lost entirely to history. They were specific people with specific careers who left behind their own modest tombs and monuments, proud enough of their role in this work to have it recorded for their own descendants and for the gods, in exactly the same spirit of professional pride that we noted in Part 2, among the named work gangs who left graffiti on the blocks they quarried and transported. This is, I think, worth dwelling on for a moment, because it represents one of the most genuinely humanizing details available to us across the entire span of pyramid research. The construction of the Great Pyramid was not simply an abstract feat of unattributed ancient engineering. It was the specific, documented, multi-decade project of identifiable human administrators, specific named work crews, and a workforce whose living conditions and daily provisions we can reconstruct in genuine archaeological detail, organized under the authority of a specific king whose own family had spent 2 prior generations refining the engineering knowledge that made the project possible. Every part of this story, traced carefully through the available evidence, leads back to ordinary human beings, doing extraordinary work within a documented historical and administrative context that leaves remarkably little genuine room for any alternative explanation. This is, I think, the single most important point to carry forward from this part of tonight's journey into everything that remains ahead. The genuine mystery we have been carefully tracing throughout this entire investigation, what specifically lies within the Big Void, the Menkaure anomalies, and the still-sealed Khufu corridor door, is a mystery about the specific contents and purpose of confirmed internal spaces, not a mystery about whether ordinary people built them. That the ancient astronaut hypothesis nonetheless persists in popular culture, applied to a civilization whose construction methods are this thoroughly documented, tells us something important about the specific psychological appeal of this kind of explanation that has little to do with the actual strength or weakness of the evidence in any particular case. We examined this same basic psychological territory in considerable depth in our Tutankhamun video, when we discussed why curse narratives persist despite consistent disconfirmation. The appeal of believing that something beyond ordinary human capability and ordinary human history is at work, regardless of how thoroughly the mundane explanation has actually been verified. Genuine archaeological mystery of the kind we have spent the majority of tonight's journey carefully exploring does not need this kind of manufactured embellishment to be interesting. The actual, confirmed story, multi-generational engineering refinement, documented quarrying and transport logistics, a named and provisioned workforce, careful astronomical surveying techniques whose accuracy has been experimentally verified, and now layered on top of all of this settled historical and engineering knowledge, genuine, ongoing, scientifically rigorous investigation into specific internal spaces whose precise purpose remains honestly unresolved, is, I think, considerably more interesting than any account involving alien intervention or lost technology could ever be, precisely because every single piece of it is real, verified, and traceable to specific evidence that anyone can examine for themselves. Let us carry this firmly closed door forward with us into the next part of tonight's journey, where we turn our attention to several further genuinely unresolved mysteries at Giza, including the Sphinx enclosure and the broader unexcavated plateau that have nothing whatsoever to do with how the structures were built, and everything to do with what remains, even now, still patiently waiting to be properly understood. The pyramids are not impossible. They are simply extraordinary. And extraordinary achieved through patient human skill rather than mysterious external intervention is, I think, by far the more genuinely impressive of the two possible explanations. Let me widen our view now, beyond the three pyramids specifically, because Giza's genuine unresolved mysteries are not confined to internal pyramid voids alone, and a full picture of tonight's investigation requires us to walk the rest of the plateau as well. The Great Sphinx, which we introduced briefly in Part 2 in connection with Khafra's pyramid complex, sits within its own dedicated enclosure, cut down into the bedrock of the plateau, separate from but closely associated with Khafra's broader mortuary complex. The Sphinx itself, that colossal limestone lion's body topped with a human head, generally identified as Khafra's own likeness on stylistic and contextual grounds, is one of the most recognizable monuments in the entire history of human art. And yet, remarkably, it remains in several important respects less well understood than either of the two largest pyramids standing immediately behind it. The specific question of the Sphinx's exact age has generated genuine, ongoing scholarly discussion, distinct in character from the manufactured controversies we have spent so much of this channel's history carefully debunking. The mainstream Egyptological consensus, based on stylistic analysis, the specific tool marks visible on the surrounding enclosure walls, and the broader archaeological context of the Khafra complex, to which the Sphinx clearly belongs structurally and symbolically, places its construction firmly within Khafra's own 4th dynasty reign, contemporary with the pyramid behind it. This dating rests on multiple converging lines of evidence, including the specific quarrying technique visible in the enclosure walls, which directly matches the technique used to extract stone for Khafra's pyramid and causeway, strongly suggesting that the Sphinx enclosure and the pyramid complex were excavated and constructed as part of a single, coordinated building program. A minority position within the broader scholarly and popular discourse, sometimes called the water erosion hypothesis, has proposed an alternative, considerably older date for the Sphinx, based on the specific pattern of weathering visible on the enclosure's limestone walls, which some researchers have argued is more consistent with prolonged exposure to heavy rainfall, of a kind that the Giza region has not experienced since a considerably wetter climatic period, many thousands of years before Khafra's reign. This hypothesis has been advanced most prominently by the geologist Robert Schoch, working in some collaboration with other researchers, and it has, predictably, been seized upon by various alternative history sources as evidence for a vastly older, pre-dynastic civilization responsible for constructing the Sphinx, with the much later Old Kingdom Egyptians supposedly inheriting and merely modifying an already ancient monument. Let me mention briefly a separate and historically interesting piece of textual evidence that has occasionally been drawn into this same broader dating debate. The so-called inventory stele, a limestone slab discovered in the 19th century bearing an inscription that claims the Sphinx already existed during the much earlier reign of Khufu, predating Khafra by at least one generation. If genuine and accurately dated, this inscription would complicate the straightforward Khafri attribution we have just outlined. However, the overwhelming consensus among specialists in ancient Egyptian script and material culture holds that the inventory, Stella's specific style of hieroglyphic writing, and its particular religious content are characteristic of a considerably later period, most likely the late period some 2,000 years after Khafra's reign, suggesting the stela represents a later attempt to retroactively connect the Sphinx to the more ancient and more revered figure of Khufu, rather than genuine contemporary documentation. This kind of retroactive historical embellishment, attaching a monument's prestige to an earlier, more venerated figure than its actual builder, is a documented pattern in ancient Egyptian religious and commemorative practice more broadly. And the inventory stela is generally understood within mainstream scholarship as an example of this pattern rather than as genuine evidence against the Khafra dating. It is worth treating this specific claim with the same careful, evidence-respecting scrutiny we have applied to every other question across tonight's investigation, rather than either uncritically endorsing it or dismissing it without engagement. The mainstream geological response to the water erosion hypothesis, articulated by numerous other geologists and Egyptologists working specifically on the site, points to several significant problems with the proposed alternative dating. The specific weathering pattern Schoch identifies can plausibly be explained by other mechanisms entirely consistent with the conventional 4th dynasty date, including the differential erosion rates of distinct limestone layers exposed within the enclosure, combined with several documented episodes of unusually heavy regional rainfall that did occur even within the considerably more recent and well-documented span of the last 5,000 years, rather than requiring exposure across the much longer, considerably wetter, climatic period that Schoch's hypothesis proposes. Additionally, and this is the point that most directly undermines the alternative dating's broader implications, no archaeological evidence whatsoever, no associated material culture, no comparable architectural remains, no documented intermediate cultural tradition, has ever been found anywhere in Egypt connecting the Sphinx to any civilization predating the well-documented pre-dynastic and early dynastic periods that immediately preceded the Old Kingdom. A monument this scale, if genuinely constructed by some considerably earlier, otherwise undocumented civilization, would be expected to leave some trace of that civilization's broader material culture somewhere in the surrounding archaeological record. None has ever been found, despite extensive and ongoing archaeological investigation across the entire region. This is, I think, a genuinely instructive case for understanding the specific distinction between legitimate scientific minority positions and the kind of manufactured mystery this channel has spent so much of its history examining critically and carefully. Schoch is a credentialed geologist, publishing his specific weathering analysis through legitimate channels, and his core observation about the pattern of erosion is a genuine data point deserving of serious consideration. But the broader inference he and others have drawn from this observation, of vastly older, otherwise undocumented civilization, runs directly counter to the overwhelming weight of converging archaeological, architectural, and historical evidence we have traced throughout this entire investigation, and the mainstream scholarly community's specific, evidence-based objections to this broader inference deserve to be taken with equal seriousness. Let me turn now to a second, genuinely unresolved Giza mystery, distinct from anything we have discussed so far tonight in this current part of our investigation. The so-called Sphinx enclosure's own underlying bedrock, and the persistent, decades-long speculation about possible subterranean chambers or passages beneath or near the monument itself. This speculation has a documented history considerably predating the modern muon and radar scanning technology that has been the central focus of tonight's investigation. Various geophysical surveys conducted around the Sphinx enclosure across the 20th century, including seismic and electromagnetic studies, have identified anomalies in the subsurface readings near and beneath the Sphinx, anomalies that some researchers have interpreted as evidence of cavities or chambers, while others have attributed them to natural geological features within the limestone bedrock, including water-eroded fissures and the kind of natural cave formations that are not uncommon within the specific geological strata underlying the Giza Plateau. This is worth comparing directly and carefully against the rigorous, multi-method, cross-verified standard we have traced consistently throughout the rest of tonight's entire investigation, because the Sphinx subsurface anomaly question has, so far, not received anything approaching the same level of definitive, peer-reviewed resolution that the Big Void, the North Face Corridor, or the Menkaure Eastern Face anomalies have achieved. Several of the historical surveys of this specific area were conducted using less sophisticated equipment and methodology than the current Scan Pyramids program employs, and the results have not, to date, been comprehensively cross-verified using the same combination of independent physical techniques and computational simulation that gave us genuine confidence in the more recent pyramid discoveries we examined in detail across parts 5 through 9. This honest comparison is, I think, itself a valuable lesson about how to properly calibrate confidence across different specific archaeological claims, even within the same broad category of pyramid and monument scanning research. The Big Void, the North Face Corridor, and the Menkaure anomalies have each been confirmed to a high standard of scientific rigor through multiple independent methods published through full peer review, with explicit acknowledgement of remaining uncertainty about specific function. The Sphinx subsurface question remains, by comparison, in a considerably earlier and less well-resolved stage of investigation, and responsible reporting on this specific topic should reflect that genuine difference in evidentiary maturity, rather than treating every Giza-related geophysical anomaly as occupying the same level of established scientific confidence. This is a distinction worth holding onto carefully, since collapsing it would do a disservice to the genuinely hard-won rigor behind the pyramid discoveries we have spent so much of tonight examining. It is worth touching briefly, too, on one of the most frequently asked popular questions about the Sphinx, even though it is not a genuine unresolved scientific mystery, in the same sense as the dating debate or the subsurface anomaly question, the monument's famously missing nose. Popular folklore has long attributed this damage to deliberate destruction by Napoleon's soldiers during the 1798 French campaign in Egypt that we mentioned briefly in our Tutankhamun video, in connection with the broader history of Egyptomania. This specific attribution is not supported by the historical record. Multiple drawings and written descriptions of the Sphinx predating Napoleon's arrival in Egypt by more than a century already depict the nose as missing, definitively ruling out the Napoleon explanation. The actual cause remains somewhat uncertain, though the most widely accepted explanation among Egyptologists points to deliberate damage inflicted considerably earlier, quite possibly during the medieval period, by parties whose specific motivations are not definitively documented in the surviving historical record. Modern conservation efforts at the Sphinx, it is worth noting, have been ongoing and substantial across the past several decades, addressing genuine structural concerns related to groundwater seepage, the natural weathering of the limestone, and the cumulative effects of pollution and tourism on the monument's surviving surfaces. These conservation programs, conducted by the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities, in collaboration with international conservation specialists, represent exactly the kind of patient, technically sophisticated, well-documented stewardship that this entire investigation has tried to highlight as characteristic of how the most responsible elements of modern Egyptology actually approach their work. Let me also touch briefly on the broader, unexcavated portions of the Giza Plateau, beyond the 3 pyramids and the Sphinx specifically, because this represents a genuinely significant, ongoing area of legitimate archaeological opportunity that receives considerably less popular attention than the more famous monuments. The Giza Plateau as a whole covers a substantial area, and archaeological survey work, including the kind of careful, conventional excavation that produced the workers' settlement we discussed at length in Part 2, continues to identify and investigate previously unexamined sections of the site. Satellite imagery analysis and aerial survey techniques applied across the broader Giza necropolis and the surrounding desert margins have identified additional potential archaeological features. Buried structures, ancient settlement patterns, and infrastructure related to the broader logistics of pyramid construction that have not yet received the kind of detailed, ground-based investigation that would be required to fully characterize them. This broader, unexcavated landscape represents, I think, a genuinely important closing thought for this part of tonight's journey. The specific, narrow focus on pyramid interiors that has dominated both popular media coverage and the majority of tonight's own investigation, while entirely justified given the genuine significance of the discoveries we have examined, should not obscure the much broader reality that Giza as a whole remains an active, productive site of ongoing archaeological investigation, with significant work still to be done across multiple different research methodologies, well beyond the specific muon and radar scanning technology that has been our primary focus. Let me describe, briefly, one further specific example of this broader, ongoing investigative work, because it illustrates the genuine breadth of active research happening at Giza beyond the pyramid scanning program that has occupied the majority of tonight's attention. Satellite-based remote sensing surveys conducted across the wider Nile Delta and Nile Valley region over the past 2 decades have identified numerous previously unrecognized archaeological features by detecting subtle variations in vegetation patterns, soil composition, and surface topography that correspond to buried ancient structures, settlements, and waterways no longer visible to the naked eye. Some of this same broader survey methodology has been applied to the desert margins surrounding the Giza Plateau specifically, identifying potential additional archaeological features that have not yet received dedicated ground-based investigation, simply because the considerable resources required to fully investigate the already known monuments have understandably taken priority over more speculative survey leads in less obviously significant areas of the surrounding landscape. This remote sensing methodology deserves a brief technical note of its own, because it represents yet another distinct, independently developed scientific approach to archaeological investigation, joining the muon imaging, electrical resistivity, ground-penetrating radar, and ultrasonic testing techniques we have already examined in detail across earlier parts of tonight's journey. Where those techniques are designed to probe beneath solid stone surfaces at a single, specific site, satellite remote sensing operates at a dramatically larger geographic scale, screening vast areas of landscape for subtle anomalies that merit more detailed, localized follow-up investigation using exactly the kind of ground-based techniques we have spent so much of tonight examining. This complementary relationship between broad-scale remote sensing and detailed, localized physical investigation represents the genuine, multi-scale sophistication of how modern archaeological science actually proceeds, well beyond the narrower, single-method popular image that often dominates media coverage of any individual discovery. This is worth holding in mind as a genuine, if less immediately dramatic, frontier of ongoing Giza research, distinct from, but complementary to the specific muon and radar scanning program that has been our central focus throughout tonight's journey. Archaeology, as a discipline, advances along multiple parallel tracks simultaneously. Deep technological investigation of already known monuments, broad survey work across less intensively studied surrounding landscapes, and the patient, ongoing conventional excavation of specific promising sites identified through either of these other 2 approaches. Giza, remarkably, given how thoroughly studied its most famous monuments already are, continues to offer genuine opportunities along all 3 of these parallel tracks at once. Let me close this part with a reflection that draws together everything we have examined across this specific stretch of tonight's journey. The Sphinx dating controversy, the subsurface anomaly speculation, and the broader unexcavated landscape. Because I think it offers a useful corrective to any temptation to treat Giza's mysteries as either fully resolved or uniformly mysterious in the same dramatic sense. Giza is, simultaneously, one of the most thoroughly documented archaeological sites in the world, and a site that continues to yield genuine, scientifically significant new findings on a remarkably regular basis. The Sphinx's age is settled on the weight of overwhelming converging evidence, even though a legitimate minority scientific position continues to argue otherwise through proper channels. The Sphinx's subsurface remains genuinely less well understood than the pyramid's interiors, not because of any conspiracy or suppression, but simply because the same rigorous multi-method scanning standard that resolved the pyramid questions has not yet been comprehensively applied to this specific area. And the broader plateau, despite 2 centuries of intensive study, continues to offer genuine archaeological opportunity through methods both technologically sophisticated and conventionally patient. This is, I think, exactly the kind of properly calibrated, multi-layered picture that honest engagement with any well-studied ancient site should ultimately produce. Not a single verdict of either fully solved or impenetrably mysterious, but a careful, evidence-specific accounting of what is known, what is reasonably suspected, and what genuinely remains to be discovered, held together without collapsing the meaningful distinctions between these 3 categories of knowledge, uncertainty, and genuine open question. This same multi-layered honesty is, I think, the single most important thing this entire video has tried to model, across 14 parts now, on a subject that could so easily have collapsed into either uncritical wonder or reflexive dismissal. Giza rewards neither extreme. It rewards exactly the kind of patient, careful, evidence-respecting attention that the genuine researchers behind every discovery we have traced tonight have consistently brought to their own work. Let us carry that same patient attention forward now into the remaining parts of tonight's journey, as we turn from the plateau itself toward the broader institutional and cultural moment that Egypt currently finds itself in. 4,500 years after the first stones were laid, the plateau is still being read, slowly, by people patient enough to do the reading properly. That patience is the through line connecting everything we have examined across tonight's entire journey, and it will remain the through line as we turn next to the institutional moment Egypt currently finds itself in. The pyramids are not finished revealing themselves. Neither is the Sphinx. Neither is the plateau that holds them both. Let me step back now from the specific archaeological and scientific details we have spent 14 parts carefully examining, and place everything we have discussed within the broader institutional and cultural moment that Egypt currently finds itself in, because this context genuinely matters for understanding why so much significant pyramid research has converged into roughly the same narrow window of recent years. We touched briefly in our recent video on the Tutankhamun curse on the opening of the Grand Egyptian Museum, the vast new purpose-built facility near the Giza Plateau that now houses, for the first time in a single location, the complete collection of more than 5,000 objects recovered from Tutankhamun's tomb. It is worth returning to this institution now in considerably more depth, because its opening represents far more than simply a new building for displaying old artifacts. It represents a specific, deliberate culmination of a multi-decade Egyptian government strategy to reposition the country's ancient heritage at the center of both its cultural identity and its economic future. The Grand Egyptian Museum was first conceived in the early 1990s, with construction beginning considerably later, in 2005, and proceeding across a duration that ultimately stretched to nearly 2 decades, interrupted at various points by funding challenges, the broader political upheaval of Egypt's 2011 revolution and its turbulent aftermath, and the global disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic in the early 2020s. This long, occasionally difficult gestation makes the museum's eventual completion and opening considerably more significant as a national achievement than a more straightforward, uninterrupted construction timeline would have represented. The museum's scale is genuinely substantial, even by the standards of major international museum projects. Positioned within sight of the Giza pyramids themselves, the complex spans an enormous footprint and was specifically designed to accommodate not only the Tutankhamun collection, but an extensive range of other significant Egyptian antiquities, including monumental statuary too large to have been comfortably displayed in the older, considerably more constrained Egyptian museum in Cairo's Tahrir Square, which we discussed in some detail in our Tutankhamun video, as the institution that had housed the collection for approximately a century prior to this move. It is worth describing the specific architectural concept behind the building, because it represents a deliberate design choice connecting the new institution visually and symbolically to the ancient monuments it sits beside. The museum's design incorporates a triangular motif throughout its facade and structural elements, directly echoing the geometric form of the pyramids visible from many points within the complex. And its main entrance hall is oriented to provide a direct sightline towards the Giza Plateau, ensuring that visitors experience a continuous visual relationship between the modern museum and the ancient monuments whose treasures it houses. This kind of deliberate architectural dialogue between new construction and ancient context is a recurring strategy in major museum projects sited near historically significant locations, and it reflects a specific curatorial philosophy that the artifacts on display should be understood and experienced in continuous relationship with their original physical and historical setting, rather than as isolated objects divorced from the landscape that originally produced and surrounded them. This institutional transition is itself worth understanding as a genuine improvement in conservation capacity, rather than simply a more impressive public display. The new facility incorporates purpose-built conservation laboratories employing considerably more advanced preservation technology and climate control than the older Cairo Museum building, whose original construction, as we noted previously, predated the Tutankhamun discovery itself and was never specifically designed with this particular collection's long-term preservation needs in mind. Let me turn now to the specific repatriation campaign that Zahi Hawass has championed publicly across the same period as the Pyramid Corridor announcements we examined in detail in Part 10. Because the two threads, new archaeological discovery and the push for the return of previously removed artifacts, are connected within Hawass's own public communication strategy, even though they represent genuinely distinct issues deserving separate, careful treatment. Hawass has, across numerous public appearances including the same Sharjah Book Fair session, where he announced the Khufu corridor discovery, called repeatedly for the return of several specific, highly significant Egyptian artifacts currently held in museums outside Egypt, most prominently the Rosetta Stone, held by the British Museum since shortly after its 1799 discovery, the bust of Nefertiti, held by Berlin's Neues Museum since the early 20th century, and an artifact he has referred to as the Celestial Sphere, also called the Dendera Zodiac, a carved ceiling relief depicting the night sky, currently displayed at the Louvre in Paris. This repatriation campaign is part of a considerably broader, long-standing international debate concerning cultural heritage and colonial-era acquisition that extends well beyond Egypt specifically, encompassing parallel and equally significant disputes over artifacts including the Parthenon marbles held by the British Museum and claimed by Greece, the Benin bronzes taken from the Kingdom of Benin in what is now Nigeria during a punitive British military expedition in 1897, and numerous other comparable cases across the broader history of European colonial-era museum collecting. It is worth being clear and balanced about the genuine complexity of this broader debate, rather than treating it as a simple matter with an obvious correct answer, because doing so honestly requires acknowledging legitimate considerations on multiple sides of the question. Proponents of repatriation, including Hawass himself, generally argue that these artifacts were acquired during periods of significant power imbalance, between the colonizing and colonized nations, often without the kind of free, informed consent that would be considered necessary for a legitimate transfer of ownership by modern ethical and legal standards, and that their return represents both a matter of historical justice and a recognition of the originating nation's primary cultural and historical connection to the objects in question. Museums and institutions holding these artifacts, for their part, have offered various counter-arguments, including the claim that centralized, well-resourced major museums provide superior conservation conditions and broader international public access than might be available at every individual originating site. Concerns about the precedent that wholesale repatriation might set for the enormous number of comparable historical acquisitions held across the world's major museum collections, and in some specific cases, genuine legal and documentary disputes about the precise circumstances of an object's original acquisition. Each of these counter-arguments deserves to be evaluated on its own specific merits, case by case, rather than treated as either uniformly persuasive or uniformly dismissible across every disputed artifact. This channel does not take a position on the broader ethical and legal merits of this debate, which extends considerably beyond the specific scope of tonight's investigation into pyramid scanning technology, and which involves genuine, substantive considerations on multiple sides that deserve more careful treatment than a brief aside within this video could provide. What is directly relevant to tonight's investigation is the simple observation that Hawass has explicitly and repeatedly connected his repatriation advocacy to the same broader narrative of renewed global attention on Egyptian antiquities that he has also used to frame the Grand Egyptian Museum's opening and the anticipated 2026 Khufu corridor reveal, suggesting a deliberate, coordinated public communication strategy in which each of these distinct developments is presented as part of a single, larger story of Egyptian cultural heritage, reclaiming its rightful prominence on the world stage. It is worth noting that the broader repatriation debate has, in recent years, produced some genuine concrete results in comparable cases elsewhere, which provides useful context for evaluating how seriously to take this kind of advocacy as a practical matter rather than purely symbolic rhetoric. Germany has returned a number of Benin bronzes to Nigeria in recent years. Several European museums have repatriated specific human remains and ceremonial objects to indigenous communities in the Americas and Pacific following formal request processes. And the broader international museum sector has, over the past decade, developed considerably more active and considerably more institutionally formalized processes for reviewing and, in appropriate cases, acting on repatriation claims than existed even 20 years ago. This broader trend suggests that Hawass's specific advocacy for the Rosetta Stone, the Nefertiti bust, and the Dendera Zodiac, whatever its ultimate outcome in each specific case, is occurring within a genuinely active and evolving international context, rather than being a purely symbolic gesture with no realistic prospect of eventual success, even as the specific timelines for any of these particular cases remain genuinely uncertain. Let me also address, directly and honestly, the specific economic dimension of this broader institutional moment, because tourism revenue represents a genuinely significant practical consideration underlying much of what we have discussed across tonight's journey, and acknowledging this commercial reality openly is more intellectually honest than pretending these decisions occur in a purely scholarly vacuum. Tourism has historically represented one of Egypt's most significant sources of foreign currency revenue and employment, and the sector experienced severe sustained disruption across the 2011 revolution and its aftermath, the subsequent years of political instability, and more recently the COVID-19 pandemic, each of which significantly reduced international visitor numbers for extended periods. The Grand Egyptian Museum's opening, combined with the sustained media attention generated by genuine new archaeological discoveries of the kind we have traced throughout tonight's investigation, represents a deliberate and, by most economic assessments, reasonably effective strategy for rebuilding and expanding this critical revenue stream by giving international visitors compelling, continuously refreshed reasons to include Egypt in their travel plans. It is worth being specific about the scale of this economic stake, because it helps explain the genuine institutional investment behind everything we have discussed tonight. Tourism, in a typical pre-disruption year, has historically contributed a substantial share of Egypt's gross domestic product and supported employment for a very large number of Egyptian workers across the hospitality, transportation, retail, and cultural heritage sectors specifically. The cumulative disruption of the 2011 revolution, the subsequent periods of regional instability, and the pandemic represented a sustained multi-year economic shock to this critical sector, and Egyptian economic planners have, entirely reasonably, treated the rebuilding and expansion of tourism revenue as a national priority requiring sustained, coordinated investment across multiple government ministries and institutions, of which the Grand Egyptian Museum project and the broader promotion of ongoing archaeological discovery are simply two of the more visible components. Acknowledging this economic dimension honestly does not, in any way, undermine the genuine scientific substance of the discoveries we have examined across this entire investigation. The Big Void, the North Face Corridor, and the Menkaure anomalies were each confirmed through rigorous, peer-reviewed scientific methodology entirely independent of any tourism marketing consideration, exactly as we traced in careful detail across parts 5 through 9. But it would be naive to pretend that the specific timing, framing, and public communication strategy surrounding these discoveries, particularly the considerably more dramatic framing that has characterized Hawass's Khufu corridor announcement specifically, occurs entirely independent of the broader economic and institutional context we have just described. Let me offer a specific, concrete way of thinking about this relationship between underlying science and surrounding institutional context, because I think it clarifies something that could otherwise seem contradictory. Imagine a university research laboratory that has made a genuine, rigorously verified scientific discovery, and imagine that the university's communications office subsequently promotes this discovery enthusiastically, partly because doing so genuinely serves the public interest by sharing important new knowledge, and partly because doing so also serves the university's own interests in attracting funding, students, and public goodwill. Both of these motivations can operate simultaneously without either one discrediting the other. The underlying research remains exactly as rigorous as its own internal methodology makes it, regardless of how enthusiastically or for what additional institutional reasons it is subsequently publicized. This is, I think, almost exactly the situation we find ourselves examining with respect to Egypt's current archaeological moment. Genuinely rigorous science, operating within and inevitably interacting with an entirely reasonable, entirely human set of institutional, economic, and national cultural interests in seeing that science communicated as widely and as compellingly as possible. This is, I think, precisely the kind of nuanced, multi-layered understanding that this entire investigation has tried to model consistently. The underlying science can be, and in the cases we have examined tonight, generally is, rigorous and trustworthy, even while the broader institutional and economic context within which that science is communicated to the public involves entirely understandable, entirely human considerations of national pride, cultural reclamation, and economic necessity. Holding both of these truths together, rather than collapsing the analysis into either naive trust or cynical dismissal, is exactly the discipline this channel has tried to practice across every single topic we have ever examined. Let me close this part with a final, broader reflection on what this specific institutional moment means for Egypt's own relationship with its ancient past, because I think it represents something genuinely significant, beyond the specific scientific and economic threads we have traced. For much of the 19th and 20th centuries, as we discussed at some length in our Tutankhamun video, the study and even the physical custody of Egypt's most significant ancient artifacts was substantially directed and controlled by foreign archaeologists, foreign institutions and foreign governments, operating within the broader colonial and post-colonial power dynamics of those eras. The Carter and Carnarvon partnership that discovered Tutankhamun's tomb, the British Museum's acquisition of the Rosetta Stone, the German excavation that removed the Nefertiti bust to Berlin. Each of these now famous chapters in the history of Egyptology occurred within a specific historical context in which Egypt's own voice and Egypt's own institutional authority over its ancient heritage was considerably more constrained than it is today. The current moment, an Egyptian-led, internationally collaborative but explicitly Egyptian-supervised research program, conducted under the formal authority of the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities and the Egyptian Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, producing genuinely rigorous, peer-reviewed scientific discoveries, displayed in a vast new museum built and owned by Egypt itself, accompanied by an increasingly assertive and increasingly successful international campaign for the return of artifacts removed during the earlier colonial period, represents a genuinely significant shift in this underlying power dynamic. Whatever specific view one takes on the various individual scientific, economic, and repatriation questions we have examined across this part of tonight's journey, this broader shift toward Egyptian institutional authority over Egyptian heritage is, I think, a development worth recognizing and, on balance, welcoming, regardless of where one ultimately lands on the more specific and more contested questions of which particular artifacts should move, and on what specific timeline. Let us carry this fully contextualized understanding forward now, into the remaining parts of tonight's journey, as we turn to the specific robotic technology that has played an increasingly central role in exactly this kind of delicate, high-stakes archaeological investigation. Let me tell you about the small, purpose-built machines that have, over the past 3 decades, quietly become some of the most important tools available to anyone trying to look inside ancient Egyptian monuments without damaging them, because we have referenced robotic exploration at several points across tonight's journey without yet giving it the dedicated, careful treatment it deserves. The story of robotic pyramid exploration begins, in its modern form, with a specific engineer named Rudolf Gantenbrink, a German robotics specialist who, in 1992, was invited by the Egyptian Antiquities Organization to assist with a ventilation project intended to improve airflow within the Great Pyramid for the comfort of the growing number of tourists visiting its interior chambers each year. Gantenbrink, working with his own custom-built robotic crawler, designed initially to inspect ventilation shaft conditions, found himself drawn to a more specific and more historically significant question. What lay at the far end of the narrow shafts leading from the Queen's chamber, shafts that we mentioned briefly in Part 12, whose exact function and whose full extent had never been definitively established by any previous generation of human exploration, simply because the shafts themselves were far too narrow for any person to physically enter. In March 1993, Gantenbrink's robot, formerly named Upuaut, after the ancient Egyptian wolf god associated with opening paths and guiding travelers through difficult terrain, traveled approximately 60 meters up the southern shaft from the Queen's chamber, before encountering a small, carefully carved limestone slab fitted with two corroded copper fittings, blocking the shaft's continued path. This discovery, captured on the robot's onboard camera and broadcast internationally, generated enormous public fascination at the time, precisely because it represented exactly the kind of confirmed, photographically documented mystery that this entire investigation has tried to highlight as the proper standard against which more speculative claims should be measured. A real, physical barrier, deliberately placed by the pyramid's original builders, whose specific purpose remained entirely unknown. The presence of metal fittings on this slab was itself genuinely puzzling, since metal objects are comparatively rare within the otherwise stone-dominated interior architecture of the pyramid, and their specific function, whether structural, ceremonial, or perhaps connected to some kind of handle or pull mechanism intended to allow the slab to be moved, has never been definitively resolved. This single discovery established for the first time using genuinely modern robotic technology that these narrow shafts were not simply ventilation features, as had often been casually assumed, but were instead deliberately engineered passages, incorporating specific, carefully placed architectural features, whose purpose pointed towards some considerably more significant ritual or symbolic function within the pyramid's broader cosmological design and overall religious architecture. This is worth connecting directly back to the broader theological framework we examined in detail in our Tutankhamun video, because the most widely accepted scholarly interpretation of these shafts holds that they were oriented towards specific significant stars or constellations, intended to provide a symbolic pathway for the King's Bay, the personality soul component of Egyptian funerary theology, to journey toward the heavens after death. The southern shaft from the King's Chamber, by contrast with the Queen's Chamber shafts, does appear to open directly to the pyramid's exterior, and its alignment has been calculated by several independent researchers to correspond closely with the position of specific stars associated with this same broader astral journey, including stars within the constellation we know as Orion, which ancient Egyptian religious texts associated specifically with the god Osiris, and with the king's own hoped-for transformation and rebirth into the eternal cosmic order that the entire pyramid complex was designed to facilitate. A second robotic expedition followed in September 2002, when a National Geographic-sponsored team, working with a robot called the Pyramid Rover, designed by the iRobot Corporation in collaboration with Egyptian and international researchers, drilled a small camera through the limestone slab that Gantenbrink's robot had discovered 9 years earlier in order to see what lay immediately beyond it. The resulting images, broadcast live to a global television audience in one of the more significant pieces of public archaeological communication of that era, revealed a small, empty space, followed almost immediately by a second, similarly carved stone slab, suggesting that the first blocking stone was not the final barrier, but rather one element in a sequence of multiple, deliberately placed obstructions, each one apparently requiring its own dedicated future investigation before the full extent of this specific architectural feature could be properly understood. This 2002 expedition, while generating considerable public excitement, also illustrates a specific methodological lesson worth holding on to as we think about the broader history of pyramid robotics. The decision to drill through the first slab, even using a small, carefully controlled camera-equipped drill bit intended to minimize damage, represented a more invasive intervention than the purely observational, non-destructive standard that the later Scan Pyramids program would establish as its consistent operating principle across every discovery we have examined throughout tonight's investigation. This earlier expedition's specific choice to drill, even in a limited and carefully considered way, reflects a slightly different and somewhat less conservative approach to balancing scientific curiosity against preservation caution than what later became standard practice. And it is worth noting this evolution honestly as part of the broader story of how pyramid robotics has matured methodologically over time, becoming progressively more committed to genuinely non-invasive technique with each successive generation of investigation. The most significant subsequent robotic investigation came in 2011, when a team led by the engineer Rob Richardson, working in collaboration with Egyptologist Zahi Hawass. The same researcher whose work we have traced repeatedly across this entire investigation, deployed a considerably more sophisticated robot called Jedi, named after the magician described in an ancient Egyptian story called the Westcar Papyrus, into the same southern shaft system that Gantenbrink and the Pyramid Rover team had previously explored across the two earlier expeditions we have just described in detail. The Jedi robot was specifically designed to address several of the limitations that had constrained the previous two expeditions. It incorporated a flexible micro-snake camera capable of bending around tight corners and observing areas that earlier, more rigid camera designs could not reach, allowing the 2011 team to look behind the second slab that the 2002 expedition had glimpsed but could not fully investigate, by maneuvering the camera through the small gap beneath the slab itself, rather than requiring any further drilling, in keeping with the progressively more conservative, less invasive methodology that this entire field has consistently moved toward across its full 30-year history. What the Jedi team found behind this second slab was genuinely significant, and it adds a further layer of complexity to the still unresolved mystery of these shafts' full purpose. The space immediately behind the second slab contained two copper pins set into the stone, and the chamber's rough-hewn floor displayed red ochre markings that appeared, on careful image analysis, to be hieroglyphic in character, though their specific content and meaning remain a subject of ongoing scholarly study and have not been definitively translated or interpreted, given the partial and somewhat ambiguous nature of the marks, as captured by the available camera technology at the time of the expedition. This finding is worth holding alongside everything else we have examined across tonight's investigation as a further, genuine example of confirmed, scientifically documented mystery that remains honestly unresolved rather than being either dramatically oversold or dismissively ignored. The Jedi team's own published findings, presented through proper academic channels rather than purely promotional announcement, were explicit about the limitations of what their specific camera technology could determine at the time, and explicit about the genuine uncertainty surrounding both the marking's content and the broader purpose of this entire sequence of carved slabs and copper fittings within the pyramid's design. It is worth dwelling a little longer on the specific copper pins found behind this second slab, because they represent precisely the kind of small, concrete physical detail that resists easy interpretation, and that honest archaeological reporting must simply present as genuinely puzzling, rather than forcing into a neat explanatory narrative the evidence does not yet support. Copper was a valuable and labor-intensive material to produce in ancient Egypt, requiring smelting technology and trade access to copper ore sources, and its deliberate incorporation into an otherwise inaccessible sealed architectural feature suggests the pins served some specific, considered purpose within the builder's original design, rather than being a simple, decorative flourish. Various explanations have been proposed, including the possibility that the pins functioned as some kind of fastening or sealing mechanism, or that they held specific symbolic or ritual significance connected to the broader astral journey theology associated with these shafts. But none of these explanations has been confirmed with the kind of multi-method, cross-verified evidence that gave us genuine confidence in the Big Void, North Face Corridor, and Menkaure discoveries examined earlier in tonight's journey. And resolving this specific question will very likely require exactly the kind of patient, next-generation robotic technology that this entire 30-year lineage has consistently delivered, one careful generation at a time. The red ochre markings present a similarly genuine puzzle. Red ochre was a commonly used pigment in ancient Egyptian construction and decoration, frequently employed for exactly this kind of practical, working notation. Mason's marks indicating measurements, orientations, or specific instructions for construction crews, distinct from the more formal, carefully composed hieroglyphic inscriptions intended for permanent religious or commemorative display. If the markings behind the second slab represent this kind of practical construction notation rather than formal religious text, their specific content might relate directly to the practical logistics of the slab's installation, rather than to any deeper symbolic or ritual purpose. Though without a clearer image and a fuller, more confident translation than the available camera technology has so far permitted, this interpretation remains genuinely speculative rather than established fact, exactly the kind of honest epistemic boundary this entire investigation has tried to maintain throughout. Let me draw together the broader methodological lesson that this entire 30-year history of robotic pyramid exploration offers, because it connects directly and instructively to the standards of evidence and restraint we have traced consistently throughout tonight's journey. Each successive robotic expedition, Gantenbrink's Upuort 2 in 1993, the Pyramid rover in 2002, and Richardson and Hawass's Jedi in 2011, represents a progressive technical refinement, each one capable of seeing slightly further, slightly more clearly, and with progressively less invasive intervention than the expedition before it, in a clear technological lineage directly continuous with the endoscopic camera technology that the Scan Pyramids team would later deploy at the North Face Corridor in 2023, as we examined in detail in Part 6, and with the remote-operated robots that Hawass has described using to access the still-sealed Khufu corridor door, as we discussed at considerable length in Part 10. This continuous multi-decade refinement of robotic exploration technology represents exactly the same kind of patient, incremental scientific progress that we have traced across every other thread of tonight's entire investigation. The Muon detection technology developed from Alvarez's 1968 experiment through to the Scan Pyramids project's modern sensors, examined in Part 4, and the structural engineering understanding developed from Weiss's 1830s gunpowder excavations, through to the sophisticated load distribution analysis applied to the North Face Corridor, examined in Part 6. Robotics, muography, and structural engineering analysis have each followed broadly parallel trajectories of progressive technical refinement, each one converging on the same underlying scientific value: extracting genuine new knowledge from these ancient structures while causing the absolute minimum possible disturbance to their physical fabric, a value this entire investigation has tried to honor in how it has chosen to tell this story as well. It is worth closing this part with a specific ethical reflection on why this commitment to minimal disturbance matters so much, beyond simple scientific best practice. The structures we have spent this entire investigation examining are irreplaceable. There is no possibility of reconstructing a damaged or destroyed section of the Great Pyramid, no possibility of recovering information lost through careless excavation of the kind that characterized some of the earliest, considerably less careful periods of Egyptological exploration in the 19th century. Every robotic expedition we have discussed in this part, and every scanning technology we have examined across the rest of tonight's journey, represents a conscious, deliberate choice to prioritize long-term preservation alongside scientific curiosity. recognizing that the questions these structures can still answer, given sufficiently patient and sufficiently careful investigation, will remain available to future generations of researchers only if today's investigators resist the temptation to extract answers more quickly through methods that risk permanent, irreversible damage. It is worth contrasting this disciplined modern approach against some of the considerably more destructive methods that earlier generations of pyramid investigators were willing to employ, simply because the available technology of their own era offered no genuinely non-invasive alternative. We discussed in Part 6 Howard Weiss's 1830s use of gunpowder to blast his way into the relieving chambers above the king's chamber. An approach that, while it produced a genuinely significant discovery, also caused measurable, permanent damage to the surrounding stonework, damage that remains visible to this day, and that no modern archaeologist, working under contemporary ethical and methodological standards, would consider acceptable practice in any comparable present-day investigation. The contrast between Weiss's gunpowder and Gantenbrink's careful, deliberately minimal robotic crawler, separated by barely more than a century and a half, illustrates with genuine clarity exactly how far the discipline of archaeological investigation has traveled, away from destructive curiosity and toward the kind of patient, preservation-first methodology that every discovery examined across tonight's entire investigation has consistently embodied. This evolution in method is not simply a matter of improved technology making gentler investigation possible, though that is certainly part of the story. It also reflects a genuine evolution in the underlying ethical philosophy of archaeology as a discipline, moving from an earlier era in which the primary goal was rapid extraction of treasure and information, with comparatively little institutional concern for the structure's own long-term preservation, toward a considerably more mature understanding that the structure itself, in its full physical integrity, is at least as historically and scientifically valuable as whatever specific artifacts or information might be extracted from it through any given investigation. This is precisely the philosophy that gave Carter his patient, decade-long approach to documenting and conserving Tutankhamun's tomb, which we examined in considerable detail in our recent video on that discovery. And it is the same philosophy that has guided every single discovery we have traced across the entirety of tonight's journey through the pyramids of Giza, from the careful Muon detection work examined in Part 4 through to the deliberately restrained robotic exploration we have just finished describing in this part. That ethical commitment, traced consistently across 30 years of robotic innovation and across the entirety of the Scan Pyramids research program we have examined throughout tonight's journey, is, I think, one of the most genuinely admirable threads running through this entire story. It is worth noting as a final and genuinely hopeful thought that the specific limitations of the JD camera technology, the partial, somewhat ambiguous view of the markings behind the second slab, represent exactly the kind of frontier that the next generation of robotic technology will eventually push past, just as each previous generation of pyramid robotics pushed past the limitations of the one before it. A future robot with higher resolution imaging, more sophisticated lighting control, or the ability to maneuver even more flexibly around the slab's specific geometry may well resolve the remaining ambiguity surrounding these markings with considerably greater confidence than the 2011 JD expedition could achieve. This is, I think, the genuinely exciting promise underlying this entire 30-year robotic lineage. Not that any single expedition will resolve every remaining question, but that the patient, cumulative, ever-improving application of careful technology will, generation after generation, continue narrowing the gap between confirmed physical mystery and genuine historical understanding, exactly as it has done consistently from Gantenbrink's first crawler, through to whatever specific robot Hawass's team is currently using to navigate the still-sealed Khufu corridor we discussed in Part 10. The small machines crawling through narrow stone shafts and the larger scanning programs mapping entire pyramid interiors through cosmic ray physics are united by the same basic discipline. Look carefully. Touch nothing you do not have to, and let the evidence gathered this patiently and this respectfully speak for itself. That discipline carries us forward now into the final two parts of tonight's journey, where we will sit with the deeper philosophical and contemplative questions this entire investigation has been quietly building toward, before letting the desert dark settle over the plateau one final time. The small machines are still out there, somewhere in the dark stone, doing exactly that work tonight. Let me ask the deeper question that has been sitting quietly underneath everything we have examined across 16 full parts of tonight's journey. Why does a structure that has been measured, mapped, photographed, and studied by some of the most careful researchers in the entire history of archaeology continuously for more than 2 centuries still have genuinely new things to reveal? This is not a rhetorical question, and it deserves a real answer, because the answer tells us something important about the nature of knowledge itself, not just about pyramids specifically, and not just about Egypt, but about every domain of careful human inquiry into the deep past. The first part of the answer is simply about the physical limits of any given investigative method at any given point in technological history. We traced this carefully across tonight's journey. Alvarez's 1968 Muon detector could establish, in principle, that cosmic ray imaging was viable, but the computing technology of his era could not extract the full statistical confidence that later researchers would eventually achieve from essentially the same underlying physical method. Weiss's 1830s gunpowder could blast open the relieving chambers above the king's chamber, but it could never have produced the kind of careful, non-invasive cross-sectional density map that modern electrical resistivity tomography provides. Each generation of researchers working with the best tools genuinely available to them reaches the limit of what those specific tools can reveal, and that limit is not a failure of effort or imagination. It is simply the honest boundary of what a given technology, at a given point in its development, can actually do. The second part of the answer is about the specific nature of the objects being studied. A pyramid is not a single, simple thing to be measured once and then fully known. It is an enormously complex, multi-layered physical structure built across years or decades of human labor, incorporating thousands of individual decisions made by different builders, supervisors, and craftspeople, each of whom brought their own specific knowledge, their own specific solutions to specific problems, into the final accumulated whole. A structure this complex does not yield its full content to any single investigative pass, however careful. It yields its content progressively, in layers, as successive generations of researchers bring successively more sophisticated tools to bear on successively more specific questions. Consider, by way of comparison, how a doctor approaches a complex medical case over time. A single examination, however thorough, rarely produces a complete and final diagnosis for a genuinely complicated condition. Instead, understanding develops progressively. An initial assessment suggests certain possibilities and rules out others. Subsequent tests, chosen specifically to address the remaining uncertainty, narrow the range of plausible explanations further, and a fuller picture emerges only through this accumulated sequential process of careful investigation, each stage informed by and building upon everything learned in the stages before it. This is almost precisely the same epistemic structure we have traced across the entire history of pyramid investigation tonight. From Alvarez's tentative 1968 proof of concept through to the Scan Pyramids team's fully confirmed, peer-reviewed 2025 discoveries at Menkaure, with the still unresolved Khufu corridor sitting right now, somewhere in the middle of this same patient diagnostic sequence, awaiting the further tests that will eventually complete the picture. This is worth connecting directly to something we discussed at length in Part 2, when we examined the multi-generational engineering refinement from Sneferu through to Khufu. The pyramids were not built all at once, by a single mind, executing a single complete plan from beginning to end. They were built progressively, with modifications, corrections, and refinements introduced along the way, exactly as Sneferu's builders changed the bent pyramid's angle partway through construction, exactly as Menkaure's builders left his complex unfinished at his death. If the construction itself was this iterative, this responsive to discoveries made along the way, it should not surprise us that our modern understanding of these structures is similarly iterative, similarly responsive to what each new investigative tool reveals. There is a pleasing, almost recursive symmetry in this observation, worth sitting with for a moment. The ancient builders learned by doing, adjusting their methods generation after generation, as direct physical experience revealed what worked and what did not. The modern researchers studying those same structures are learning in essentially the same way, adjusting their investigative methods generation after generation, as direct physical evidence reveals what each successive technology can and cannot achieve. Construction and investigation, separated by 4,500 years, turn out to follow remarkably similar epistemic patterns: patient, incremental, evidence-responsive refinement, rather than any single moment of complete and final understanding in either direction across that enormous span of time. Let me turn now to the specific distinction between genuine and manufactured mystery that has been one of the central themes running throughout tonight's entire investigation, because I think this distinction deserves one final, careful articulation before we let this particular topic rest. Manufactured mystery, of the kind this channel has examined critically across the Tutankhamun curse, the various ancient astronaut claims surrounding Inca stonework, and the alternative dating theories we touched on briefly regarding the Sphinx in Part 14, shares a specific structural feature. It asserts confident conclusions that the actual available evidence does not support, typically by selectively emphasizing whatever evidence seems to confirm the desired dramatic narrative while ignoring or dismissing the much larger body of evidence that contradicts it. This is the apophenia and confirmation bias we discussed at length in our Tutankhamun investigation, applied across a wide range of different specific subjects, but following essentially the same underlying psychological and rhetorical pattern every time. Genuine mystery of the kind we have spent the majority of tonight's journey carefully documenting has an entirely different structural feature. It acknowledges, openly and consistently, the specific boundary between what has been confirmed and what remains unknown, and it resists the temptation to fill that boundary with confident speculation simply because uncertainty is psychologically uncomfortable or commercially less exciting than a tidy, dramatic answer. Every single discovery we have traced across this entire investigation, the Big Void, the North Face Corridor, the Menkaure anomalies, the still-sealed Khufu corridor, the Jedi robot's partially legible markings, has been presented by the actual researchers involved with exactly this kind of careful, explicit acknowledgement of remaining uncertainty. It is worth being precise about exactly what distinguishes these two categories at the level of testable, falsifiable claims, because this is ultimately a more useful distinction than simply labeling one approach good and the other bad. A genuine scientific claim specifies, in advance, what kind of evidence would confirm it and what kind of evidence would disconfirm it, and it remains open to revision if the disconfirming evidence actually materializes. We saw this clearly in Part 8 when the Menkaure research team specifically tested their anomaly readings against computer-simulated natural geological explanations, remaining genuinely open to the possibility that their initial readings might turn out to reflect ordinary rock variation rather than deliberately constructed voids, before the simulation results gave them confidence to rule out this alternative. A manufactured mystery claim, by contrast, typically offers no comparable test, no specific evidence that proponents would accept as genuinely disconfirming their preferred dramatic explanation, which is precisely the unfalsifiability problem we examined at length in our investigation of the Tutankhamun curse, and which recurs in slightly different form across nearly every example of manufactured mystery this channel has ever examined. This distinction matters enormously, I think, for how we should engage with the world more broadly, well beyond the specific subject of Egyptian archaeology. The same basic discipline, distinguishing confidently established fact from honestly acknowledged uncertainty, and resisting the pull toward premature, dramatically satisfying conclusions, applies to every domain of human knowledge, from medicine to economics to our own personal relationships and decisions. The pyramids, in this specific sense, have functioned across tonight's journey as a kind of extended case study in epistemic discipline, illustrating, through one carefully chosen example after another, what it actually looks like to hold genuine uncertainty honestly, without either collapsing into false certainty or abandoning the patient work of careful investigation altogether. A discipline that is, I think, genuinely transferable to nearly every other domain of life where similar uncertainty arises. Let me also reflect on the specific emotional and psychological appeal that genuine, honestly held mystery offers, because I think this is worth naming directly, in contrast to the considerably more thoroughly examined appeal of manufactured mystery that we traced in detail during our Tutankhamun investigation. Manufactured mystery offers a specific kind of comfort, the comfort of a complete, dramatically satisfying answer, even if that answer is false. A curse explains a death. An ancient astronaut explains an engineering achievement. The explanation may be wrong, but it has the psychological virtue of being whole, requiring no further work, no tolerance for ambiguity, no patience for an answer that might not arrive for years or decades. It is worth being honest, too, about why this comfort is genuinely appealing, rather than simply dismissing it as a failure of intelligence or critical thinking on the part of anyone drawn to it. We examined this directly in our Tutankhamun investigation, where we traced the specific psychological mechanisms: pattern recognition bias, the just world hypothesis, narrativity bias, that make curse narratives and similar manufactured mysteries so consistently appealing across different cultures and different historical periods. These mechanisms are not signs of defective reasoning. They are ordinary, universal features of human cognition, the same cognitive tendencies that, in different contexts, serve us well by helping us recognize genuine patterns and construct coherent narratives out of complex experience. The problem is not that these cognitive tendencies exist. The problem arises only when they are applied uncritically, without the additional discipline of checking whether the pattern or narrative being constructed actually survives careful examination of all the available evidence, rather than only the evidence that happens to confirm what feels most satisfying, a discipline that takes real effort to maintain consistently. Genuine mystery offers something different, and in its own way considerably more valuable: the specific pleasure of watching a real question slowly, patiently, honestly resolve through the accumulated work of careful people across multiple years and multiple independent methods. This is a slower pleasure and a less immediately satisfying one, but I think it is ultimately a richer one, because it connects us to something true about how knowledge actually works, rather than offering us a comfortable fiction about how we might wish it worked. A fiction that, however emotionally satisfying in the moment, ultimately leaves us less capable of engaging honestly with the genuinely uncertain world we actually inhabit. This is, I think, the single most valuable thing this entire video has tried to offer, across 17 parts now. Not a final answer to what lies beneath the pyramids, because no honest answer to that question currently exists, but a genuine appreciation for what it feels like to sit with a real, unresolved, actively investigated question, held by careful people who are doing the patient work of finding out, one rigorously verified discovery at a time, exactly as this channel has always tried to approach every subject it has ever examined. Let me develop this theme of patience a little further, because I think it is the single thread that, more than any other, ties together everything we have examined across the entirety of tonight's journey. Patience appears in one form or another at every single stage of this story. Sneferu's builders showed patience, adjusting their plans across multiple pyramids rather than persisting with a design that field experience suggested was failing. Carter showed patience, spending 30 years searching before finding Tutankhamun's tomb, and then a further decade documenting it stone by stone, object by object. The Scan Pyramids researchers showed patience, accumulating muon detection data across months and years before publishing a single confirmed finding. Gantenbrink, the Pyramid Rover team, and the Jedi expedition each showed patience, advancing the same basic question by careful, incremental degrees across nearly 2 decades of robotic refinement. Hawass, whatever else one makes of his more dramatic public framing, has shown patience too, in his own way, committing to withhold the Khufu corridor's specific contents until a full scientific report can be properly completed and reviewed by his international colleagues. This patience is not incidental to the story. It is, I think, the actual substance of the story, considerably more than any specific void, corridor, or sealed door. What we have been tracing across tonight's entire investigation is not really a story about pyramids at all, when you get down to its deepest level. It is a story about what sustained, careful, multi-generational human attention can accomplish when applied consistently to a single, well-chosen problem over a very long span of time, longer in many cases than any single human lifetime could encompass on its own. This is worth holding on to specifically because it offers a genuine, evidence-grounded answer to a question that the manufactured mystery tradition has always implicitly raised, even when it gets the specific answer entirely wrong. How did human beings achieve something this remarkable? The honest answer, traced across every single thread of tonight's journey, is patience. Patience in construction across 3 successive royal generations and many thousands of workers. Patience in investigation across 2 centuries of surveyors, engineers, and physicists. Patience in disclosure among researchers willing to publish honest uncertainty rather than premature, dramatically satisfying conclusions. The pyramids were built by patience, and they continue, even now, to be understood by patience. And I think there is a genuine and quietly moving symmetry in that fact, one that deserves to be appreciated on its own terms, rather than overshadowed by any single specific, unresolved question we have examined tonight. Let me close this particular reflection with one further thought about what this patience asks of us, the audience, as well as of the researchers themselves. Tonight's investigation has not given you a final answer about what lies beyond the Khufu corridor's sealed door, or about the full extent and purpose of the Menkaure voids, or about the ultimate fate of Khufu's own body. It could not give you these answers honestly, because they do not yet exist. What it has tried to give you instead is the capacity to hold that absence of a final answer without anxiety, without reaching for a premature substitute, and without losing the genuine excitement that comes from knowing a real, careful, scientifically rigorous process is actively working to resolve these specific questions, year by year, discovery by discovery, by people whose names we have learned across this entire investigation and whose patient, careful work deserves our genuine respect and our continued attention. That is, I think, a genuinely valuable thing to carry forward away from tonight's journey, independent of whatever the eventual 2026 Khufu reveal, or whatever future Muon study of the Menkaure voids, or whatever next-generation robotic expedition into the pyramid's remaining shafts ultimately turns out to show us whenever that showing finally, patiently, arrives. Let me offer one final concrete image to carry this entire reflection forward into the closing part of tonight's journey. Somewhere beneath the Giza Plateau right now, in the specific dark behind a specific sealed door that Zahi Hawass's team has located but not yet opened, something is waiting that no living person has seen since the pyramid was built. It has been waiting for 4,500 years. It will continue waiting, patiently, exactly as it has waited through every previous generation of investigators who came close, but did not quite reach it, until the careful, rigorous, properly reviewed scientific process currently underway finally determines it is ready to be revealed, however many additional months or years that process ultimately requires. That waiting is not a failure of our investigation. It is the investigation working exactly as it should, exactly as it has worked at every previous stage of this entire story. And it will keep working, patiently, long after tonight's specific telling of this story has come to its own quiet end. The pyramids do not need to be magic to be wonderful, and they truly never have, not even once. They do not need ancient astronauts or lost civilizations or hidden warnings of any kind to deserve our genuine fascination. They simply need to be what they actually are: an extraordinary, still only partially understood achievement of patient human hands and patient human minds, working together across 4,500 years, still yielding genuine secrets to the patient human hands and patient human minds, working to understand them, today, here, now, and for as long as the careful work continues. Let the desert dark settle fully over the Giza Plateau now, as we come to the end of tonight's long journey together, the 18th and final part of a story that began at dusk and has carried us, carefully and patiently, all the way to this quiet hour. We began this journey standing at the edge of the plateau in the fading light of dusk, with a single, genuinely strange fact laid out before us: that the most thoroughly studied structures in the entire history of human civilization, measured and mapped and photographed for more than 2 centuries, still had real, scientifically confirmed secrets left to reveal. We have spent 17 parts since then walking carefully through exactly what those secrets are, how they were found, and what they do and do not yet tell us, never once reaching for an answer the evidence could not actually support. And what we found at every single turn was the same basic pattern: genuine, careful, peer-reviewed science conducted by patient researchers using progressively more sophisticated tools, confirming real anomalies that nobody had known were there, and then doing the slow, unglamorous, honest work of figuring out what those anomalies actually mean. Work that, in several of the most significant cases, remains genuinely unfinished tonight, exactly as it was unfinished at the start of this video, and exactly as it will likely remain for some time yet to come. The big void above the Grand Gallery is still there, exactly as confirmed in 2017, its specific purpose still genuinely debated by serious researchers who disagree with each other in public, on the record, using evidence rather than assertion, exactly as good scientific disagreement should always be conducted. The north face corridor near Khufu's entrance is still there too, its plain, unadorned limestone walls telling a quieter, more settled story of ancient structural engineering, confirmed through direct photographic evidence in 2023. The Menkaure anomalies, confirmed just last year through 3 independent physical methods and careful computational simulation, are still waiting for the Muon tomography, infrared thermography, and microgravimetry that will eventually tell us how far they actually extend and what they actually connect to. And somewhere deep within Khufu's pyramid, behind a sealed stone door that Zahi Hawass's team has located but not yet opened, something is waiting that has been waiting for 4,500 years. We do not know what it is. Nobody currently alive knows what it is. The honest answer to what lies beyond that door tonight is exactly what it was at the beginning of this video. We do not yet know, and the people most directly responsible for finding out have committed, publicly and repeatedly, to telling us only once they actually do, after the full, careful, peer-reviewed process they have promised has properly run its course. This not knowing is not a failure of tonight's investigation. It is, I think, the most genuinely honest place this entire journey could possibly end, because it reflects exactly where the real science currently stands, neither exaggerated for drama nor diminished for false comfort, neither rushed toward a premature conclusion, nor abandoned as too difficult to pursue any further. Let the plateau rest now, in the dark, the way it has rested every single night for 4,500 years, regardless of how many tourists, how many surveyors, how many physicists with muon detectors, how many small robots with flexible cameras have passed across its surface and through its interior during the daylight hours before. The specific quality of darkness over Giza at this hour is the same darkness that settled over the half-built bent pyramid while Sneferu's engineers slept, uncertain whether their modified angle would hold. It is the same darkness that settled over the relieving chambers above the King's Chamber, while Howard Weiss's gunpowder smoke cleared in 1837. The same darkness that settled over Gantenbrink's small robotic crawler as it sat motionless in the southern shaft in 1993, its camera pointed at a slab nobody had ever seen before. It is the same darkness that is, right now, somewhere in this hour, settling over whatever sensors and instruments the current research teams have left in place, quietly accumulating the data that will, eventually, patiently, tell us more than we know tonight. There is something worth sitting with in this specific continuity of darkness, stretching across 4,500 years of human attention, directed at the same 3 structures. The darkness itself has not changed. It is the same physical phenomenon, the same absence of light, the same quiet that settles over the desert every single night, regardless of what is happening within or around the monuments it covers. What has changed across this entire span of time is everything human beings have brought to that darkness. The specific tools, the specific questions, the specific patience required to wait for an answer that might not arrive within a single lifetime, sometimes not even within several lifetimes stacked one after another, Sneferu's engineers, sleeping uneasily beside their half-finished, possibly failing pyramid, could not have imagined cosmic ray muon detectors, or computational simulation software, or flexible robotic cameras capable of bending around tight stone corners. And yet, their own specific patience, the willingness to modify a design that field experience suggested, was failing, rather than persisting blindly with a plan that was visibly endangering the structure, represents exactly the same underlying intellectual virtue that Alvarez, Gantenbrink, Hawass, and every other researcher we have traced across tonight's journey have brought to their own work, separated by 4.5 millennia, but united by the same fundamental commitment to letting evidence, rather than wishful thinking or premature conclusion, guide the next step forward, whatever that next step eventually turns out to require. Somewhere in Cairo, in the vast new museum built specifically to house and protect them, the golden treasures of a different king, a different tomb, a different story we told together not long ago, rest in their climate-controlled cases, watched over by modern conservation technology that did not exist when Howard Carter first found them. The boy king's mask catches whatever soft light the museum's careful lighting allows. And a few kilometers away, beneath the same desert sky, the much older, much larger monuments built by his distant ancestors continue standing, continue being studied, continue, even now, even tonight, keeping at least one genuine secret from everyone who has ever tried to look inside them. It is worth pausing on this specific juxtaposition because it captures something genuinely moving about the relationship between these two stories, told back to back, across consecutive journeys on this channel, separated by only a handful of weeks, but spanning, between them, more than 4,500 years of human history. Tutankhamun's tomb, when Carter found it, was a story that ended in completeness. Every chamber documented, every object catalogued, every physical question about its contents fully resolved within a decade of patient conservation work. Even while the deeper questions about meaning and curse mythology that grew up around it took a full century of careful debunking to properly settle. The pyramids of Giza, by contrast, remain a story that has not ended, that may not end for many years yet, with genuine new physical discovery still actively unfolding even as we sit here together tonight. Both stories belong to the same broader family of careful, evidence-respecting historical investigation that this channel has tried to practice consistently across every single subject we have ever examined, season after season, video after video. But they offer two genuinely different textures of satisfaction. Tutankhamun offers the satisfaction of completion, a mystery fully resolved, a century of manufactured curse mythology fully and carefully dismantled. A clear and final picture of what actually happened after a long and patient investigation finally reached its destination. The pyramids offer something else, the satisfaction of genuine, ongoing participation in a question that has not yet been answered. The privilege of knowing that real researchers, right now, are working through exactly the kind of careful, patient, multi-method investigation that we have spent this entire video describing, and that their work will continue long after tonight's specific telling of the story has reached its own quiet end. This is, I think, worth sitting with for a final moment before we let the night close in fully. The Tutankhamun discovery, which occupied our entire previous journey together, was a story about something found completely. Every chamber documented, every object catalogued, every question about its physical contents fully answered, even while the deeper questions about meaning and memory remained genuinely open. Tonight's journey has been a story about something still being found, incompletely, honestly, one confirmed anomaly at a time, by careful people who are not yet finished with their work and who may not be finished for some years still to come. Both kinds of story are valuable. Both kinds of story are true. And both kinds of story, in their own way, ask the same basic question of anyone willing to sit with them carefully. Can you hold genuine uncertainty without rushing to fill it with something more comfortable than the truth, even when the truth takes longer to arrive than you might privately wish it would? Tonight, I hope, we have practiced holding that uncertainty together, carefully, patiently, without flinching toward either false magic or false dismissal. Let me gather, one final time, everything this long night has actually shown us, because the cumulative weight of 18 parts deserves to be held together carefully, completely, before we let it finally rest. We have learned that Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure built across 3 successive royal generations, each refining the engineering knowledge inherited from the one before, from Sneferu's progressive corrections through to the largest pyramid ever built anywhere in the ancient world. We have learned that the workers who built these structures were named, provisioned, housed, and cared for, not enslaved and anonymous, and that their accumulated skill, not any external assistance, accounts entirely for what they achieved, exactly as we found when we examined Inca stonework many videos before this one. We have learned that scientists have been trying to look inside these structures without disturbing them since 1968, when Luis Alvarez first pointed a Muon detector at Khafra's pyramid, and that this patient, decades-long tradition of careful investigation finally matured into the genuinely confirmed discoveries of the Big Void in 2017, the North Face Corridor in 2023, and the Menkaure anomalies in 2025. We have learned that genuine scientific disagreement, Hawass's skepticism about burial chambers, his own co-authorship of papers supporting entrance hypotheses elsewhere, is a sign of healthy, rigorous inquiry, rather than confusion or unreliability, a sign worth recognizing and trusting, rather than mistaking for a flaw in the underlying research. We have learned that the empty sarcophagus in the king's chamber remains even now one of the oldest and most genuinely unresolved questions in the entire history of Egyptology, predating every single discovery we examined tonight by well over a millennium. We have learned that small robots crawling through narrow shafts since 1992 have found copper pins and unreadable markings that still, after more than 3 decades, resist full interpretation. And we have learned that somewhere beneath this very plateau, right now, a sealed door is waiting for an answer that the world will not receive until the careful, peer-reviewed process behind it has run its full course. We have also learned, perhaps most importantly of all, how to tell the difference between these 2 kinds of mystery. The kind that dissolves into ordinary human capability and ordinary human history once you actually look carefully at the evidence, and the kind that remains genuinely, honestly unresolved no matter how carefully you look, simply because the patient work of investigation has not yet caught up with the question being asked. We traced the first kind across the construction question itself, settled definitively in Part 13 through the same converging evidence we applied to Inca stonework many videos ago, a settlement that no genuine new discovery has ever threatened to reopen. We traced the second kind across every confirmed but still incompletely understood void, corridor, and sealed door that this entire investigation has carefully documented, one patient confirmation at a time. This distinction, I think, is the single most durable thing tonight's journey leaves behind, more durable even than any specific fact about muon detection or electrical resistivity tomography or the precise dimensions of a confirmed Menkaure void. It is a way of thinking that you can carry forward into any future encounter with a confident claim about the ancient world, or for that matter, about anything else genuinely uncertain in your own life. Ask what evidence actually supports the claim. Ask what would count as evidence against it, and be honestly willing to sit with the answer for as long as the patient work of finding out actually takes, even when that takes considerably longer than you might wish. Thank you for spending these 18 parts here with me tonight, walking through this particular corner of the ancient world with the same careful, evidence-respecting attention we have tried to bring to every single subject this channel has ever taken on, from curses to construction to cosmic ray physics. Whether you came for the genuine mystery of the big void, the satisfying clarity of the construction question finally and firmly settled, the quiet, ethical weight of Howard Weiss's gunpowder against Gantenbrink's careful, robotic crawler, or simply the pleasure of sitting with something that does not yet have a final answer. I hope tonight's journey has given you something worth carrying forward into whatever comes next, in your own night, in your own particular darkness, wherever you happen to be listening to this, however far from the Giza Plateau that particular darkness might be. None of this required ancient astronauts. None of this required lost civilizations. None of this required anything beyond patient human curiosity, applied consistently, generation after generation, by people willing to say honestly what they knew and what they did not, no matter how much easier a confident, dramatic answer might have felt in the moment. The pyramids are still there. The voids are still there, waiting for their next investigation. The sealed door is still sealed, waiting for 2026, or perhaps longer, depending on what the careful, patient, properly reviewed science actually requires. And we are here in the quiet, having walked through everything that is actually known, and everything that honestly is not, about what lies beneath the pyramids. That is enough. It has always truly been enough. The desert is very quiet tonight, the quietest it has been all this long evening. Sleep well.